Can you hear me? Am I good? Good? Better now? There we go. Happy Friday. I can think of a lot of different places to be on a Friday, and this is a pretty good one, I think. So thank you all for coming. It's been a few days getting up to this. 2 weeks ago, we're like, okay, BSides, we got 2 weeks, everything's under control, like everything's happening, this is great. And I look at my calendar, I'm like, I just have 2 to 3 day trips between now and then. So that was a mistake on my part, I realize. So, hi, I'm Joe. I should have introduced myself. I started, actually my first security conference was BSides Portland, the very first BSides Portland. A coworker had said, oh, you should go to this conference. Like, what's a conference? Whatever. My first presentation at a conference was the following year at BSides Portland. The first conference I ran was also BSides Portland, and I think 2014 or 2015, when the original crew that had started it kind of got a little burnt out and needed someone else to do all the work. So I got sucked into that for a few years. We've had a number of people come and go as organizers, and this year Malcolm and I kind of decided that we'll take it on together. It's been very nice to have a like two-in-the-box type situation, because then everything I forgot about, it's possible Malcolm took care of already, and likewise the other way around. The downside is that you never know what both of you forgot until you find out. So BSides is a nonprofit organization. We've got a board of directors. They meet second Wednesday of every month. The idea is that we want to have a nonprofit. We want to promote the community. We do this because we want you to have an event like this, an opportunity to get together, to communicate, to interact, to have some talks. We want an opportunity for people to present. Is that me or you? Yeah. It's you. It's me. Whatever. It's all of us. We want new speakers, the opportunity to present. We want people who don't have the opportunity to go to like DEF CON or Black Hat to see some of the work that people do there, come back here. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And so Maggie Haragui is our president, Chris Martin is our treasurer, Mickey is our secretary, Brian, Diana, Gabriel, Ali, and Mickey are also board members. Actually, I guess Mickey's on there twice. Board members. Is there anything I should change up here? Or is this me, or is this you, or is it a loose cable, or? Okay. It's not re-enumerating, so like, it's probably not bad. We have a review board. The review board is the ones that go and like accept the talks. They go and read all the submissions and decide which ones are going to get an opportunity to speak and not. And unfortunately, like, we had a lot more submissions there. I say unfortunately because we don't get to fit them all. It's great that we got a lot more submissions. We have a whole bunch of first-time speaker submissions, which is wonderful. We also didn't have room for all the submissions, so apologies to those who did not get to present, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't keep trying. Michael Leibowitz has been the review board chair for a few years, and he's passing that torch on to Gabriel. But we also got Marianne Wu-Chang, Joao, and Allison, who went through and read all of your far-fetched ideas and near-fetched ones as well. And then, like, there's the actual operating of the conference. So the board, the nonprofit board, their job is to make sure that the organization just keeps perpetuating and does all the filings and stuff like that. They're really good at their job because I had to ask who was on the board a few minutes ago to make that slide. The board, if they're doing their job, you don't know they're there. It's kind of great. It's kind of like security, right? Like they're the emotional and physical and financial security for the event. So thank you to them. But in terms of actually making stuff happen, Rebecca Diaz joined us this year. Thank you so much. I actually want to add, there's something a few years ago. It's like, yeah, if someone's trying to infiltrate your organization, someone's going to show up and like you're going to get stuff done, and they're going to always be like tasking and getting stuff going, and like that's how you know that this person is like an outsider who's trying to like infiltrate your organization of some sort. Which I was like, oh wow, I want one of those people. Like, can someone infiltrate this? And I think Rebecca is like, are you sure you're not a plant? Because thank you so much for everything. She kept us on track this year. I still managed to get us off track, but she tried. Mickey took care of the website. Brian is here managing all the video along with a crew of volunteers. Shady wrangled all the other volunteers as well. Evan has some slides about the CTF that I will speak to, or maybe he will. Ryan and Brian are making registration happen. How smooth was registration this year? Awesome. And Malcolm and I have been the ringleaders, just kind of like organizing and getting stuff to go. We really need to thank PSU. We keep coming back here. We used to do it at the convention center, and the event got pretty big. Actually, if there's an empty seat, raise your hand. If there's an empty seat next to you, raise your hand. See, lots of empty seats. Just go right through. Working with the Oregon Convention Center burns out volunteers. As an all-volunteer organization, it's kind of difficult to, keep coming up with a steady supply of volunteers for the convention center to burn out as you interact with them. They're used to dealing with events that have event managers and like big budgets and corporate sponsors that spend like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're a little like an oddball there. PSU, on the other hand, is just a joy to work with. We are filling this space pretty fully. And we keep coming back because we just enjoy working with them, and they take care of things and they make it happen. A couple notes about the event. How do you like the badges? Okay. So we did electronic badges last year, which was great. And we don't want to do that every year because, it's a lot of stuff. And also, it's an interesting year for getting electronics assembled, manufactured, shipped, everything. And the same with lanyards. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we use that like ends up being, custom made, and a lot of it is overseas and ships in and whatever. And if you plan, you can get it all in time. But at the same time, like, why do we need to create all this stuff? So our goal here was a badge that was useful, and we found these cool like bottle opener, wrench, interesting ruler because it has a bend in it, screwdriver, tools. And it's like, okay, we can just order a bunch of these, and you have a badge, and it's useful after the conference. And how about who brought their own lanyard? Thank you. Because how many lanyards do you have at home? How many BSides Portland lanyards do you have at home? Do you know how many I have at home now? None, because that was the pile of all the extra lanyards. We also every year would have a half a dozen extra, or yeah, sorry, half a dozen, 100 or so extra lanyards, so those were out there too. So it was just kind of like, hey, let's use what we've got instead of creating more waste. Who hasn't gotten their badge yet? Registration's on the first floor. Changed from last year. I think that's a nicer space. We also have the sponsors and vendors down there. Check them out. They make this event happen, so thank you very much to them. There's also, that's where coffee will be, and some also nonprofit organizations and groups that have information to share there. We have a new idea this year, community rooms. We have a couple small rooms. If you'd like to have a conversation about a topic, right, we've got basically a sign-up sheet, which we'll probably put at those rooms after this opening thing. They're on the second floor, right outside the elevators. And just like write a topic on that board, and if you see a topic you want to talk about, go hang out in that room and talk about it. If it's empty and no one's there, go sit there and see who shows up and maybe start a conversation. We'll probably do that a little more organized in the future, but it's better than nothing. T-shirts. Sorry about that. We have docked the pay of everyone involved in not getting the T-shirts here on time. As a volunteer organization, that didn't actually save us any money, though, unfortunately. There may be some of so the vendor site says they're going to arrive between the 21st and 23rd. Right now, it says they're going to arrive between the 21st and 23rd. The tracking information said next week, although FedEx may be delivering one box of them today. We'll update you as we figure that out. If we do get some T-shirts, we'll kind of prioritize the folks that are out of town to get them first. And then local folks, we can bring them to RainSec. We can keep them at the hackerspace so we can hand them off in person. And if not, we'll ship the remaining ones. So apologies. So it goes. You all have T-shirts on already, so thank you for showing up with your own T-shirt, even though some of you forgot a lanyard. We've got a quiz show this evening. There's QR codes floating around. After the event today, we'll have a reception in the back there and the quiz show over here. There's prizes. It's fun. We also have a Capture the Flag event. You want to? Sure, I can. Thanks, Evan.
Right. Yeah, so this is, okay, sounds cool. We have now 2 years in a row, well, I think we missed a year of Capture the Flag at some point, but now we're trying to make sure we don't do that again. Quick notes on that. It is fun and games. It is a side event to the main event. It is a tie-in event. Do I need to click?
Space.
Cool. Yeah, wall of text, don't worry. All this information and more is on that web page that's linked right there, ctf.bsidespdx.org. Go ahead and sign up if you feel like it. Sign-ups are already open. We're not going to start doing actual challenges until 11 a.m. because we don't want to step on the Keynote's toes. Be excellent to each other. Be kind to our infra. Rules are all on the website if you choose to participate. Some notes on that are that we now have a partnership this year with Seattle's Lockpicking Village. They drove down generously to run some lockpicking challenges for you, and also just a general lockpicking village. There are boxes of candy that you can break into and steal a piece of candy for yourself. There are points to be scored for the CTF at the social hour as well. We are doing a little repeat of a challenge that will involve going around and talking to people. There will be a survey at the end of the CTF to let us know how we did. We'll try to keep that open after the CTF ends, but it will only be worth points before the CTF ends. There will be prizes. They include some rather nice lockpicks, a couple of books generously donated to us by the folks from Seattle, and some no-starch gift cards as well. There'll be top 3, and then also some judges' choice. We will vote on who did super awesome fun stuff. And those bonus ones have nothing to do with points on the CTF. Notes on scoring, we're doing dynamic scoring again this year, mostly because it is incredibly hard to accurately estimate the difficulty of a challenge while you're writing it. We've estimated approximately the difference between easy and not easy and set the starting points different for them just as a hint, so that nobody decides they are not good enough because they accidentally picked the hardest challenge on the list and got stuck. That said, go have fun, play it however you want. That's really the goal here. It's all fun and games. Take a crack at it in between talks that you're interested in. If you get stuck on a problem, go watch a talk to take a break. And yeah, have fun.
Speaking of fun and enjoying the conference, we do have a schedule of talks. There are a lot of 20-minute talks this year. That was intentional because we want you to see a lot more new stuff. We also have longer breaks between the talks, and part of that is because we want you to talk to each other. There's a bunch of seats on this side. Feel free to just make a line of people and just come right across the front. I'll be angry if you stand in the door. I won't be angry if you walk in front while I'm talking. So I won't actually get angry. I'm too tired to be angry. I slept last night though. So we have stuff in the hall. We've got right outside these doors, we've got a photo booth with Sasquatch. So I don't know, maybe you'll like that. Maybe it was a weird idea, whatever. Maybe we should have worked on the t-shirts instead of the photo booth, but so it goes. Yeah, so how many of you have felt a little exhausted this past year? That's okay. And one of the things that I appreciate about BSides Portland is we just show up and have a great time. We are, as organizers, we do our best. We hopefully don't get your expectations too high. Many of you get the opportunity to come because it's free. Many of you get the opportunity to come because your employer lets you leave work and pays for your ticket. And especially thank you to those who pay a little bit more with that ticket because that lets us do that. The people who pay more than they need to, the sponsors, that's what funds the event. Oh, CTF prizes. There's prizes. We have sponsors. We have a lot of sponsors. like with the member, like when we show up, you know, some people paid, some people didn't. Everybody gets a badge. You're all here. It doesn't matter, right? So we've got a lot of sponsors. We have sponsor tiers. Some pay more, some pay less. BPM, Formal, ChainGuard, Conductor One, Profit, and LMG. LMG is a new sponsor. Thank you. I think a couple others are as well. I don't remember the one on the left. CoalTool.ai, right? Eclipsium has been back many years, many years. ISACA. Palo Alto Networks, securinghardware.com, SpecterOps, and you recognize all these company names. Identity Technologies, ISSA, No Starch Press. These are companies some of you work for, some of you use tools from and products from. We have community sponsors as well, you know, other community organizations, EFF. The schedule's also in Hacker Tracker. So if you use Hacker Tracker, it's an app. You can get the schedule. It's a really easy way to find out what's what and where. Yeah. Whew. Sorry, I'm a little tired. If you need help, we have people walking around with balloons. We have an info desk downstairs in the lobby. Registration is downstairs, another spot to get information. We will probably have some closing notes at the end of the day, opening notes tomorrow morning, and closing notes at the end of the day tomorrow for kind of general stuff. And if anything big comes up, well, if we figure out a t-shirt plan, we'll probably send an email. So with that, I don't have my next slide. Yeah, be kind and have fun. Malcolm, yeah.
Just one quick thing. In the red room, there is endless coffee all day long.
Oh, yeah. Does anybody here drink coffee? My first year running BSides Portland, I don't drink coffee, so I just didn't know. I just, yeah, sure, have endless coffee. And actually, we drank like 3/4 of the conference budget in coffee that first year. I learned a lot about coffee. I learned about conference budgeting and a few other things. Before we introduce our keynote, I don't think we've actually shared the unfortunate news that Perri won't be able to make it here. It was some interesting back and forth. Perhaps she'll touch on that. But we are going to set up so we can have her remotely give her keynote address. So if you give us a few moments, we'll set that up. That'll be a great time for all of you to come and find the seats. Raise your hand if there's an empty seat next to you. If you're on the end, feel free to like scoot in so the end seats are available, and we'll work on this. So, actually. you can't see everyone here. I could actually turn my laptop around, but I'm going to turn my laptop around for just a minute. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't disconnect anything. Got to turn on my camera. 1 minute. There's the ceiling. Yeah. Hold on while I precariously balance.
We are professionals.
I am not going to leave that from the screen, right? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So we're not going to leave that because that's going to show up on the stream, and there's some people who probably have no photo tags on their lanyards. Perri, thank you so much for coming, or for showing up to the meeting. I think I had met Perri a few times, but the time that I realized, like, oh, we need to get her to Keynote was at LabsCon, which is a threat intelligence conference, and they have a morning hike up Camelback. Perri, can you hear me? Probably not.
No, you'll have to open up your mic.
Yeah, let's. I'm muted.
Turn your camera off while you're down there, too.
So, yeah, Perri, now can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I was just showing you the audience because, you know, they're here. They're happy to see you. And I was just saying, I met Perri a few times, but when I realized she was like the perfect BSides Portland keynote was on Camelback Mountain. We made it about halfway up at LabsCon. They have like a morning hike way too early in the morning. But you get up Camelback Mountain to see the sunrise, which is kind of great. We made it about halfway, and we're sitting there, and I always tend to have lots of stuff in my backpack, even like when I'm not at a conference, when I'm just like walking. And I had a Bob's Red Mill granola bar. And Perri, you were quite excited to see that granola bar, if I recall. And and that's when I learned Perri is from Oregon. And I'm like, oh, Oregon. Okay. One of my favorite things about BSides Portland and organizing it is finding keynotes. And I want to find people who have a connection to the Pacific Northwest. I want to find people who do amazing things in the industry. I want to find people who are doing things at the edge of the industry that we all might work on. And I thought, Perri, you would be an excellent candidate. So without any more distractions and me rambling, I think, are you ready, Perri?
I am ready. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you, Perri.
Can you see the slides?
We can see the slides. We can see you. We can hear you. I'm going to put myself on mute now.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. I wish desperately I could be there with you today. I was at the airport last night and had some unfortunate issues with the flight. However, I'm going to hope to make this as exciting and engaging as possible. I was so excited when Joe asked me to give the keynote because, like he said, I am from the Pacific Northwest. I was born in Seattle and raised there. And then my parents moved down to Oregon, actually Southern Oregon, about half a decade ago. And they now live in Ashland, Oregon, right outside of Medford. And I go there every year for the holidays. But the first time I ever came to Portland was for a Latin competition, actually. And it became a yearly endeavor to go down to Portland, go do our Latin competition, because I think like many of the folks in the room, a bit of a nerd in middle school and high school. And so we drive down from Seattle, do the Latin competition, and we'd always go to Voodoo Donuts and go to Powell's. And my mother both loved and hated this because I would go to Powell's and buy maybe 5 or 10 of the largest hardback used books I could find. And then we'd have to truck them back to the car and then truck them all the way back up to Seattle. And I just have phenomenal memories. And so I'm just truly sad I can't be in Portland today because it is one of my favorite cities. But hopefully I'll make this as engaging as possible. And I think that Joe is going to do questions at the end. And I'm going to try to leave enough time for those because this is, I think, really fun material. And it's material that is available to everyone to play around with and leverage in your day jobs, your hobbies, etc. And I'd really encourage you to engage with it. So I'm going to be talking about the AI Cyber Challenge, which is something that I did when I was at DARPA. And so I gave a little bit about my P&W history, but from a professional point of view, I've spent the last 4 years, and I've recently left, and am now at Dartmouth as a fellow. But prior to that, I spent the last 4 years at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, which is an agency in the federal government that focuses on funding the cutting edge, the next great breakthrough in science and technology across the spectrum. And I focused on cybersecurity, and I followed in the footsteps of some really great PMs that focused on cybersecurity, such as, for instance, Mudge, who was at the agency in the 2010s. And when I was there, I started a challenge called the AI Cyber Challenge, which was a 2-year-long effort to use AI to find and fix vulnerabilities in software. And so I want to give a little bit of a background on the competition, because what we'll be talking about today is the takeaways from the competition. What are we walking away with? But the competition started, I pitched it in the spring of 2023 as a 2-year-long competition in which we partner with a number of entities in the cybersecurity and AI space to develop tools that could automatically find and fix vulnerabilities in software using AI. And this was a time when LLMs had really come into their more powerful iterations. And so in the 2010s, you hadn't seen, you'd seen promise, but it was really around 2022, 2023, when they started becoming so powerful that it made sense to apply them to the space of software security. And the agency had a history of focusing on automatic software security prior to that. But what the agency focused on was more traditional methods in what we call program analysis, so automatic ways of understanding a computer program. And there hadn't been a significant amount of integration with traditional AI, LLM type models. And so this was going to be a 2-year-long competition. We'd run the semifinals after 1 year at DEF CON, and the top 7 teams would walk away with $2 million each in prize money. They would return to DEF CON for the final competition, in which the first place winner would win $4 million. And so this is a total prize pool, combined with, we had some prizes available to small businesses at the beginning that ended up being around $30 million. So we were putting a lot of money down for software security. And so we had 42 teams compete. There were 5 in semifinals. There were 5 challenge projects. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the way that we designed the competition and the thought that went into this design to ensure that what came out of the competition was actual usable software and discoveries and pushing the state of the art forward. And so the first aspect of this was the open source projects, which I'll talk about in a bit, but also the collaborators that we brought on. And so we had Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, and Microsoft as collaborators on the challenge, as well as the Linux Foundation, the Open Source Software Foundation, and Black Hat and DEF CON, because we wanted to make sure that we were getting the state of the art in LLMs. We were getting perspective from the open source community, which I think from our perspective, at least from my perspective, that is one of the most important communities that we need to support when it comes to software security, as well as ensuring we were running this in a place where it could get the most amount of visibility and engagement with the cybersecurity community. And so in designing an effective competition, like I talked about, the first aspect was prize money. You need to make this a worthwhile competition for the best and the brightest in both AI and software security. If your software security experts can go and make a lot more money doing something else, they're just not going to do your competition. And so you do have to make it worthwhile. And the prize money ends up actually being for a team of 7 or 8 experts, getting $2 million to spend a year doing that ends up equating what they might get paid elsewhere doing something else. You also, like I talked about, need access to state-of-the-art technology. With our AI tooling that we were trying to build, we were relying on foundational frontier models. And those models were changing so quickly that if you ran a competition without getting perspective and insight from the folks making those models, you might be making tools that just do not represent the state of the art in this space. And so we went to OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, and Microsoft. I approached all of those companies in May of 2023, and I said, hey, I'm thinking about doing this competition. I'd love to have your engagement with it. And all of those places were really excited about software security. They build software in-house. They rely on a lot of open source software. And so that was a really impactful aspect of it. The third thing was moving quickly. Like I talked about, I was ideating this in May of 2023, and we had the finals in August of 2025. The US government does not usually move that quickly. This was a very, I think, unique opportunity, and it took so many bright, driven folks pushing this forward, committing to the timeline. But what moving quickly also allowed us to do was to harness the excitement around LLMs at the time and to harness that energy and push it into the competition. Now, probably one of the most important aspects of design a competition, if not the most important aspect, is finally the game structure. You can have all of these other things, prize money, collaborators, ability to move fast, but if you do not have a game structure that is designed to effectively measure who was the winner, and do that in a fair and transparent way, but also to create an environment that isn't overly gamified, that's not overly creating a overly toy environment, but rather creating something that's going to produce discoveries and technology that has real world application. That is a very hard balancing act to do, and something that I'd say that myself and my team agonized over as we were putting this together. This is one of, if not the most important aspects of designing a competition like this. So, as I mentioned earlier, part of what went into that game design was real world software. If you create a competition and you have toy software, that sometimes makes sense depending on the maturity of the technology, but DARPA had run a competition like that 10 years previously, which had really driven forward the state of the art. But now that we had LLMs, now that we had had 10 years more of research focused on software, automatic software understanding, it did not make any sense to run another competition focused on synthetic software projects that were designed for the competition. We had to make sure that our tools could run on real world software. And that was what motivated us partnering with the Linux Foundation, the Open Source Security Foundation. But what also motivated us designing all of the challenges in the competition around open source projects. And so if I go back a little bit and we look at the semifinals, you can see that there were 5 challenge projects: the Linux kernel, Nginx, Tika, Jenkins, and SQLite. And we actually found real world vulnerabilities in that software, in addition to the vulnerabilities that, as part of the competition, we inserted into the software. And that itself was a difficult balancing act as part of the game design. We needed to ensure that there were a sufficient number of vulnerabilities in the software to really stress test the tools that were being created by the competitors. But there's also going to be real world vulnerabilities, which means that as organizers, we don't have the answer key. We don't know all of the vulnerabilities in software. Vulnerability discovery, automatic vulnerability discovery, suffers from a problem of false positives. And so in scoring all of the teams, and again, there were 42 teams just in semifinals, in scoring those teams, we had to have a way to measure whether the team had found a real vulnerability, whether it was one that we put in ourselves or one that was in that open source project organically, as opposed to them finding what they expect to be, what they think might be a vulnerability, but isn't actually a vulnerability. So the challenges that the software projects that we developed challenges around consisted of these projects. So you have curl, IPF, free RDP, et cetera, et cetera. And so these are things that in some cases are going to be very familiar and other cases are going to be less familiar, but are all software projects that are very, very commonly used. We decided to focus on two languages, C and Java, and on different kinds of vulnerabilities in each of those languages. And we had different kinds of challenges. And we tried to make, again, going back to this concept of real world challenges, game design that's going to translate into real world games. We designed challenges around the idea of making something that could fit within a real world software development lifecycle. So in some cases we had challenges that were diffs, so delta scans. So you would receive in a commit or a diff of what the code looked like before and what the code looked like after the change. And the system, the AI systems the teams were developing, which we called CRSs for cyber reasoning system, the cyber reasoning system would have to determine whether there was a vulnerability in that commit. In some cases, the CRS would just receive a large code base and would have to scan that code base. In other cases, the CRS would receive the output of a static analysis tool, something that we called a SARA for structure reporting format for vulnerability details. And the CRS would have to determine, based on the output of the static analysis tool, whether that was a true vulnerability or whether that was a false positive. In the software development ecosystem, when you run static analysis tools, you often run into false positives. So all of these, the commit review, the doing full source code review, and the static analysis output review all mimicked different aspects of real world software development. And what teams would submit based on that was they would submit a proof of vulnerability. So they would take in these different kinds of challenge formats and they would submit a proof of vulnerability in the form of a triggering input. So something that would, a user input that would interact with the software in a way that triggered that vulnerability. They would submit a patch for that vulnerability, and they might submit their own static analysis report, or a combination of all three. So the scoring system was the next aspect of game design that had to be considered. How do you weight these different submissions from the teams? How do you weight different challenges? And then how do you weight a proof of vulnerability versus a patch versus a static analysis report? And these are how the final teams and their scores, this is how the final team scores ended up looking. So eventually we converged on the concept of a weighted equation that could be used to combine all of these different categories into one score with different weights. And the thought behind the weights was ensuring that we were able to effectively toggle and tune just how much we wanted, for instance, false positives to count against a team. Did we want teams to suffer significant points losses for accuracy failures? Or did we want to tune that such that some inaccuracies were okay, but too many were not? We also want to ensure that patching was more heavily weighted than vulnerability discovery. This is a defensive competition, and this is a competition that is focused on providing the software community with tools they can actually use. So finding vulnerabilities is truly not enough. All it does is give the developers more work to do. What we want to do is design something that would actually create tools that could automatically fix software. And that required weighting patching more than weighting simply finding the vulnerability. And so the weights for this equation were released prior to the competition. And here we have the score breakdown of the teams, which I'll go into in just a second. But I want to finish talking about the game design aspects, because once you look at the outputs of a competition after the fact, it might seem straightforward that, oh, great, it produced all of these things. That's exciting. But it's actually so much more complicated than folks realize to produce a well-designed game that will result in these tools. And so one of the other things we considered was resource constraints. One of our concerns was, well, what happens when an extremely well-funded team just throws all of the compute at the problem and they beat out all the other teams, not by innovating, not by thinking creatively, but simply by using an amount of compute that's not real-world realistic. And so all of the teams had resource constraints. The teams were given a certain budget for their cloud compute and a certain budget for their LLM usage, and they had to think very strategically about how to use that budget. And what that did was produce results that are performant and that are constantly considering which agent, which aspect of the CRS is using these scarce resources and how they can best be applied. And the final requirement for this competition, the one that I am most proud of, is the open source requirement. And this requirement ensured that all of the teams competing in the competition in order to receive prize money had to open source their CRS at the end of the competition. This is a space in which there's a lot of nuance. Oftentimes, tools require specialization, tailoring to specific software projects. And in some cases, research that's not open sourced and is not immediately commercializable ends up sitting on a shelf. Because there was so much prize money on the line, it allowed us to put in place the open source requirement, which basically made available all of the tools and their source code to the entire community to learn from, to build on top of, and to turn into software security tools that could fit within a CI/CD pipeline. And so we're going to talk about a couple of the solutions that have now been open sourced and what takeaways we can learn, what might be leveraged in other aspects of software security or cybersecurity more broadly. And we're going to focus to start on the team that came in first with a score that was almost twice that of any of the other teams, and that was Team Atlanta. And as you can see, this is a team that came in with a very high accuracy score and high scores across the board in all categories, but especially in their program repair score. So they clearly invested a significant amount in patching. They also were the team to use their resources most efficiently. And so, as you can see, they, given a budget of $85,000 for Azure compute resources, they used almost that entire budget. They used, well, not nearly the total amount they were allowed for LLMs, the highest amount of any team. And so they thought pretty seriously about how to make sure that things were not left on the cutting board, that they were not letting resources go to waste. And it's really interesting to dig into the work that they did. They've released all of their code open source. They put out a number of blog posts. This is a team made up of researchers at the University at Georgia Tech and out of Samsung, as well as a couple other collaborators. And they released all of their code open source. They've released blog posts, as well as a 150-page paper on the design of their system. And I'm going to refer to that paper along the way in this presentation. But as you can see, they have a very complex design structure. You can dig into each of these components as we will, in which they're interacting with the LLM providers, they're interacting with the AICC organizers, and they've essentially split their tool. On the right side of the screen, as you can see, they've split their tool into several different components. They designed one component for finding vulnerabilities in C, one component for finding vulnerabilities in Java, and one that was language agnostic. And those were their 3 bug finding modules. One of the really interesting takeaways, though, is that they found that their multi-laying approach was the most successful approach that they had, and it accounted for 70% of vulnerabilities. And I'll apologize because my cat, one of them, is making a surprise appearance, but I figured for BSides that would be a welcome addition. So this also provides a nice opportunity to go into a slight aside. So as I've been putting together several keynotes on this topic, I've been thinking a lot about the ways in which we use AI to automate tasks. And I thought, well, there's so much information now on AICC on the internet. Could I simply ask an LLM to automate this for me? Could I ask them to automatically produce slides for me? And I went and I said, generate me a slide deck on AICC. And it gave me a slide deck that was relatively generic and high level, but it did say some things that were true. You know, we want fair competition between AI systems, realistic, complex cyber environments. And so I thought, okay, this is interesting. I could have probably paid an intern who knew nothing about AICC but could Google to do the same thing but this is useful. And there is a point to this analogy. So then I said, well, let's add an image to the slide deck. And so I asked it to do this. In this case, it was ChatGPT. And ChatGPT said, oh, yes, let me add a nice image. I believe it said something to the effect of, let me spruce up this slide deck for you. And that was the image it added. And so then ChatGPT asked me if I wanted it to add some nicer images. And I thought, okay, great. It recognizes that that's not really the kind of image I want in a slide deck. And that was its approach to making the images more creative, just right on top of the text. And then it asked me if I wanted some additional features to the slide deck, and I said sure. And it added a timeline, which is honestly, it could be a timeline for quite literally any project that has ever happened. So I decided, okay, what if I went to a provider that isn't just taking an LLM and having it produce a slides, but someone that has integrated knowledge of how slide decks should work and a broader structure around the creation of slide decks with an LLM's ability to generate text and generate these aspects. So recognizing that you're not going to have an out-of-the-box approach, and there's going to need to be an instrumented system here. And so I asked a tool that does slide generation to make me this slide deck. And it had much better graphics this time around, really, truly phenomenal graphics. And the text was completely nonsensical. And I was glad to see that we've come a little bit farther in the use of AI for slide generation. And I'm sure by the end of the year, the tools will be 10 times as good as they are now. But what struck me was that you really need to combine different areas of expertise, different aspects of what LLMs are good at with what humans are good at, with potentially agents trained on specific visuals, etc., and combine those into even something as simple as making a slide deck on things that are publicly available on the internet. And I wanted to give what seems like a very, very basic, easy to understand example of where LLMs might fall flat in our daily lives, because now I'm going to talk about where they fall flat in something that's much, much more complicated, and where they are really effective, and how those things have been combined together. Because at the end of the day, it boils down to the same problem, is that LLMs are able to solve some subtasks extremely well. And if you can thoughtfully engineer those create different agents handling those different subtasks together and combine them into an instrumented system that then uses more traditional existing software techniques or algorithmic techniques for things that LLMs are not good at, like, let's say, discrete reasoning or mathematical reasoning, you can create a system that is very effective. And this was the approach that the teams took. So we're going to focus on the multi-lang component of the system, because that ended up accounting for 70% of the vulnerabilities that the entire system found. And we're going to talk about the boring aspects of this that have nothing to do directly with AI, except for the cost, but are things that have been a fundamental aspect of software engineering for years and years and years, which is simply engineering and performance and resource management. So this is the first over, I think, 10, maybe 20 pages of the Team Atlanta report on their system was just focused on how they did performance management because it was so crucial to the problem. Ultimately, AICC, like many other things in software development, and like many other things that tie into software security, is an optimization problem. How do we optimize all of these different resources? How do we optimize all of these different agents? And they took several key approaches, such as being able to reason over multiple challenges or challenge projects, as they were called, concurrently. They designed a system that was as fail-safe as possible to ensure that even if there were issues in some components, the entire system would be able to continue moving forward. They, like I talked about, fully utilized their resource budget. And they also collected meaningful logs, which we'll actually get to dive into later, because this was, again, a requirement of the game design, and it allowed the organizers to better tune, or allowed, sorry, the competitors here to better tune their system to utilize all of these resources. So they have their 5 modules. And if we look at what 5 modules for vulnerability discovery and program repair, and if we look at which modules were using the most resources, they again decide to focus the most resources on their multi-lane general purpose system, which is really interesting if you have a history in vulnerability discovery, because a lot of vulnerability discovery up to this point was heavily tailored for the idiosyncrasies of various languages. So the fact that they found that their multi-language component made the most sense to put resources on was a really interesting takeaway. They also introduced rate limits for their agents in order to ensure that different parts of their system weren't bogarting all of the resources. So they spent a ton of time thinking about how to create this system. And they used Kubernetes. They used a lot of existing resource management frameworks and other kind of multi-node instrumentation frameworks, traditional software engineering to build this system. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the multi-lane system. So the proof of vulnerability, that thing that I talked about earlier, is an input into a program that triggers the vulnerability. The way that we designed the game to work was that you're triggering something like ASAN or Jazzer. So you're triggering essentially a sanitizer, which is little bits of code that your program is compiled with, additional instructions that check whether you're writing out of bounds in memory. So if you use anything like Valgrind or Dr. Memory to check something like this, that's going to be similar to a sanitizer. We built this on top of ASAN and UBSAN, so sanitizers that are looking for out of bounds use of memory or uninitialized memory, and things like Jazzer for Java, which focuses on a different class of vulnerabilities. So things like command injections. Jazzer will essentially instrument the code to see whether you are writing beyond what beyond the executed, whether the user has been able to inject commands into I'm sorry, I have a cat on me again. Inject commands into a executable set of code that the user is not supposed to inject commands into, for instance. That actually gets to be very complicated when using sanitizers, because you have to have a recognizable string there, and then systems need to know, CRSs need to know what that string looks like, what that unauthorized command might look like. So this required a lot of effort on the part of the game designers. And it requires specific tailoring by the teams. The reason we use things like ASAN and Jazzer was because they are commonly used in open source projects today. Google's OSS Fuzz actually uses them in their large vulnerability discovery systems. And so by building on top of existing work, we could make this as real world as possible. So the AICC teams, recognizing this, combine traditional approaches that leverage ASAN and leverage these sanitization approaches and symbolic execution engines with, with also existing static analysis engines like CodeQL, JOR, and Infer, and they combine them with AI. So this ensured that the teams were building on top of the state of the art. They weren't recreating the state of the art. And they were also using AI to fill in the gaps between these tools, as well as standalone AI systems. So this is what the multi-laying system looked like for Team Atlanta. And as you can see here, it looks like a giant fuzzer. There's a corpus manager, which is something that manages all of the seeds. So the different program inputs that are being mutated and feeding back into the fuzzer. There's the mutation engines themselves, which are taking those seeds and mutating them in various ways. And then an executor, which is executing the code running with these inputs and seeing if a crash occurs or seeing if a sanitizer has been triggered. And what's interesting is that in some cases they have just general purpose fuzzers, general purpose mutation engines that have nothing to do with AI. And in other cases, they're using AI to actually mutate those seeds. So rather than just use AI as an out-of-the-box vulnerability discovery tool, they're combining it with existing program analysis tools to create something that's more performant than existing tools and something that takes it to that next level. So like I talked about, it accounted for, their system, multi-laying system, accounted for 70% of the proof of vulnerabilities that they submitted during the competition. But the fuzzer, the general purpose fuzzer, the one that didn't use AI itself, accounted for 50% of the crashes found. We found this to be a really interesting takeaway, because what this essentially on first glance might seem to suggest is that general purpose fuzzing actually was just as effective, if not more effective, than using AI. But this is why really digging into the approaches is nuanced. We are more than happy to accept that as a conclusion of the competition. If the competition showed that AI really doesn't make a difference in vulnerability discovery, that's completely fine. However, what we found is that, and what this team found when they went in and looked at the results, is that even though the general purpose fuzzer might have produced that final input that triggered the sanitizer, that input had been at some point likely mutated by the LLM mutator. And so LLMs were absolutely playing a role. The other thing that we'll talk about in a second is that the LLM-aided vulnerability discovery tools ended up finding different kinds of vulnerabilities that were more complicated, that required weirder, more complex input structures to trigger. And so the LLM was really helping to get deeper into code and create inputs that would trigger very hard to reach code paths. The team concluded that you really need solid engineering, solid fundamentals, and traditional effective approaches before adding in LLMs to truly harness their potential. So we're going to talk about that LLM aided mutator, MLLA, and how that worked, because I think it's an excellent example of agentic approaches in vulnerability discovery. And so here we have the overall architecture of MLLA. And as you can see here, there's different components that are all interacting with each other, essentially different agents. And each of these agents is responsible for a different task. And Team Atlanta did an excellent job describing what each of these agents was responsible for. So there was an agent responsible for parsing the call graph and being the expert on how to navigate through a large code base. What thing is calling what thing, et cetera, et cetera. For large open source projects, for large projects in general, this is essential because you need to understand how all of these different files, all of these different pieces of the software are interacting with each other. You then had a bug candidate detection agent. So this is a detective style agent that looks into potential vulnerabilities and investigates them. So they tailored an agent to be an expert in bug candidate detection. They also had an agent that made the call graphs, that surveyed uncharted territory, things that you couldn't use traditional tools to recover. If you've ever used something like IDA, something or other kinds of tools, even like a VS Code, and it will sometimes fail to connect, especially indirect function calls and things like that. So you have to have an agent that is tailored to fill in those gaps and become an expert on that. And then you have a understanding agent that gets a lay of the land, understands where all of the entry points are, understands how the code project, some of the idiosyncrasies of the challenge worked. And then you had an agent that instead of just creating payloads, so inputs that could trigger vulnerabilities, it actually generated Python code that would not just create payloads, but mutate and change those payloads live. This is far and beyond what any general purpose fuzzer is able to do. And they were doing an excellent job of saying what are LLMs really good at? Code generation for Python scripts. Let's apply that here. And so what Team Atlanta would say is that the real breakthrough in their MLLA component is that it generates attack strategies, not just attack payloads. So each generator is essentially a function that condenses the security researcher playbook. And this allows for using a generator with very complex pieces of software that have very complex formats for entry. The teams also spent a huge amount of time learning how they could best do prompt engineering. So they took existing prompt engineering approaches like system prompting, contextual prompting, role prompting, chain of thought reasoning, etc. And they adapted them for reasoning about code. This is something that I'd really encourage everyone to go in and check out in the open source code projects, because you can get a great sense of how the teams were able to prompt different LLMs to produce effective results for code understanding and software understanding. And I want to use this opportunity to actually compare some of the prompt engineering techniques between two of the different teams to see how they were able to do different kinds of prompt engineering. So I want to start, I'm going to see if I can get creative with screen sharing. And so I'm hoping that everyone can see this. This is an example of Theory's approach to Theory is the third place team. Theory's approach to prompt engineering. And in this case, they give the LLM a set of instructions that's very well structured. And so they say a static analysis tool has identified a potential vulnerability in a modified version of free RDP. Your task is to analyze the code snippet and consider if the claimed vulnerability can be reached and triggered via malicious user input. You may need to make reasonable assumptions about a malicious input's control over the relevant data in practice. This is basically saying you're going to need to assume that you don't know everything about reachability over a large code project. If you'll recall, Team Atlanta actually outsourced call graph analysis to several different agents. So the prompt goes on to give several such examples. So for instance, one of these examples is a potential integer overflow computed from the actual length of the user input is unlikely to be triggerable in practice. However, if it is computed from decoded user input, it is likely to be triggerable. So that is an example that this prompt is given. The reported vulnerability can likely be triggered via user input is the kind of details. And then there's specific instructions like you must respond with one of the following options with no other output before or after, likely or unlikely. And so you can actually scroll through and all of these interactions are available online, but you can scroll through and you can see the kinds of responses that the assistants were responding with. And for instance, Theory used this as an initial pass on all of the challenges to triage for resources. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. And talk through that free RDP example. But if we go and we look at all of these different kinds of prompt engineering techniques, you can see, oh, Joe, I see you're raising a hand.
Sorry, we just a few minutes left. We didn't organize like timing of like warnings, but we've got a few more minutes, so.
Got it, thank you. We're about wrapping up. You can see the different ways in which they've used prompt engineering approaches. So if we go through the free RDP example, this was a case where we had a backdoor, a vulnerability that was obfuscated within the code base, and it required certain kinds of formatting, certain kinds of messaging, message formats to the inputs to actually be triggerable. And then it came in the form of a diff that looked like this. And so the initial LLM pass produces a assessment that there's a likely vulnerability. And the reason is that the function contains obfuscated code that allows the executable to be triggered. And what I thought was the most interesting aspect of this interaction is that you can see exactly how much money it costs to do one of these messages back and forth. And so, for instance, in this case, it costs 80 cents for one of Theory's additional agents to analyze and then respond with a specific structured input that they expected could trigger the backdoor. And their agentic approach was to decompose the tasks, structure complex outputs, and adapt to the models. And so Theory, because they took an LLM forward approach, which we unfortunately don't have enough time to talk about, they adapted to the models as the models were coming out. So they had 2 years in which they were constantly changing the different ways in which they would interact with and prompt the model. So I'm going to really quickly go through the rest of this to be sure that we have enough time. And a couple of the things I'm going to hit on very quickly are, in some cases, the teams ended up designing specific tools. So modifying grep or modifying cat or things like that, such that they could be easily used by LLMs. So they create LLM-specific tools. They also had varying approaches to combining static and dynamic analysis. And they structured this as part of their game strategy for how they wanted to account for the different accuracy weights. And so with Theory's approach, they actually had pretty low accuracy compared to Atlanta. But if you go and you calculate out their score based on all of these metrics, that ended up not having a significant impact, because the accuracy multiplier had a 4 exponent in the exponent. So rather than being cubic, it was one beyond that, which I'm sure there is a word for. So I apologize to all the math people in the audience to whom I'm offending. But what that essentially meant is, if we go all the way back to the beginning, when looking at how these were being scored, by raising it to the 4th here, that meant that really bad accuracy was going to really kill you. But if you were getting around 50%, you would lose a significant chunk of points, but you would still be scoring relatively highly as long as you were doing well across other categories, especially in program repair. So to wrap up, I'm not going to go into failing safely, but that was also another core component of these designs. What I'd say is that all of these tools are open source. You can click through all of those different logs, all of the interactions that have been made available, and see the different ways that prompting these LLMs produce different results. There's really significant takeaways for how these prompts were engineered that can be applied to many kinds of tasks in software engineering, in creating agents that can reason over code and be force multipliers to existing software engineers. There's some really interesting neurosymbolic approaches that combine existing program analysis tools with LLMs. And there's very thoughtful approaches to creating agentic systems for the purposes of program analysis. But the other aspect of it is that for the purposes of the competition, software vulnerability discovery and remediation, that is immediately applicable to the world of software defense, especially as AI coding becomes very, very prevalent. These kinds of tools can be integrated into the software development lifecycle as part of LLM-driven commit review, integration into static and dynamic test frameworks, specializing code understanding agents on in-house software. So from a vulnerability researcher point of view, from an exploit development point of view, from a reverse engineering point of view, there's a lot of work here in the open source tools that you can learn from and adapt to your needs. But just from a software vulnerability discovery and remediation perspective, these projects, these CRSs, are now open source and available for use. And I'd really encourage, if this is the point I keep hammering on the talk, I'd really encourage everyone to check out the tools. I will tweet out a link and to all of these blog posts, but the primary source you can go to for all of this is aicyberchallenge.com. It's all available on Google. And with that, I think I'm wrapped up. Sorry, Joe, for going a little over.
No worries. I actually went over and started you late, so I apologize for that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. And your cat's got lots of love from Portland.
I'm glad.
And I would hand you a nice stuffed Sasquatch if you were here, but I will make sure that you get it. And actually, sorry, did you just say, will these slides be up there as well, or? What?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and we'll post them on the schedule as a link to that as well. So.
Okay, perfect. So can I just send you the slides?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll have the slides. I'll get them up there. Don't worry. And yeah, thank you, and round of applause. For those of you in the room, the CTF is now starting. Workshops do have some walk-in spaces if you just go and wait for the people who registered.
All right, our next talk is Accidental Honeypot. It is my great pleasure to introduce Corey, who has spent over a decade as a full-stack web developer before realizing that breaking things was even more fun than building them. During COVID, he made the jump to the dark side, legally of course, and has spent the past 4 years as a cybersecurity consultant hacking web apps, APIs, mobile apps, and the occasional thick client. When he's not poking at authentication logic or accidentally discovering new ways companies leak personal data, he's racing bikes, going on long walks with his awesome partner, or hacking random gadgets in his free time. He's passionate about digital privacy, human error, and making security just a little bit more relatable and a lot more fun. Corey?
Thank you, Magneto. Hey, can we get a round of applause for Perri Bus's keynote? That was awesome. All right. Like Magneto said, my name's Corey, and this is my talk about how I accidentally created a honeypot. So Magneto did give a pretty good overview of me. I also go by Interpunct. Some people call me Corey. I'm a full-stack web developer. I'm passionate about digital privacy and digital security. And about 5 years ago, I accidentally or inadvertently created a honeypot. Today, I'll tell you how that happened, what I discovered, and what I learned. All right, so back up here. Let's go back about 15 years. 2010, I started really thinking about digital privacy, and there's a lot of data breaches going on. So I wanted to kind of figure out which one of these retailers are leaking my data, because at the time we didn't have I been pwned and some of these other resources. So I learned about the Gmail's plus addressing. And Gmail's not the only one that does this, but for those of you who don't know, you can take your email address, say for example, sasquatch@gmail.com, and then you can add a plus sign to it and a random string. So for example, Sasquatch plus shopping@gmail.com or Sasquatch plus newsletter@gmail.com. Both of those, if you send email to those, will come to sasquatch@gmail.com. So I started using that. There's an issue with that though. A lot of retailers in the input field would invalidate the plus symbol. Some of them would allow it, some wouldn't. And so it was kind of like a crapshoot as to whether that actually worked or not. So I started thinking about other ways. I started chatting with some people. 2015, I was explaining about my strategy, and someone said, "Hey, have you thought about a catch-all domain?" I was like, "What are you talking about? What's a catch-all email?" So I registered notgettingmy.info, and in order to set up my catch-all domain. And so how a catch-all works is you create a domain, and you create an inbox, a mailbox there, and then you can set it up to be a catch-all. So 1, you have to control the domain. 2, you usually have to set up some sort of mail service. In my instance, I'm using Zoho, not a plug for Zoho at all, but you can set up an inbox that any email address would come to a single inbox. This was fun because then I could set up Best Buy at notgettingmy.info, or I could set up Wells Fargo at notgettingmy.info. The fun thing was whenever the rep gets on the phone because they're trying to solve a problem for you, and then they have to read out your email address to you, Wells Fargo at notgettingmy.info? What? What, is that real? And I'd have to assure them, yes, no, it's a real email address. So as I walk through what a catch-all email address is, essentially anything at your domain comes to a single inbox. Super cool, very useful if you're trying to kind of not give everyone in the world your personal email. So notgettingmy.info is a little tricky, right? Like it's long, people ask questions. So I was thinking of something shorter. And so in 2020, I had some time and I'm thinking, what's a little bit shorter? And I was like dinking around on pork bun or I think Namecheap at the time, and came across noreply.us, and it's available. And I'm like, what? This is like the perfect email. Like, why hasn't anyone grabbed this? So I registered it, and I thought I'd do it on leap day because maybe their systems were misconfigured and would give me an extra year or 4. I don't know. It didn't work, but nonetheless. So I set that up, and I sat on it, and I started moving over all my services to use this new catch-all. And eventually I forgot about it. And I came back to it, and I noticed I'm getting mail that's not mine. So I'm getting, the first thing that came in was a pizza order with somebody's home address and their phone number, and then later on a survey to fill out how well they did or didn't do in service. I thought, that's weird. Like, what the heck? Started getting job application confirmations. Weird. Someone signed up for dental job searches, and I started getting all these dental jobs that were coming to my inbox. Well, that's really weird. So all that was very strange, and then I started getting faxes from a city government. And included in the emails were attachments, and these attachments had like a personal injury form for someone that got hurt on the job while working for the city. And then I got another fax maybe a week later, and it included someone's direct deposit information. So I started looking at this a little bit harder. And I was like, this is not good. And also, what else is happening here that maybe I'm not tracking? Because I'm getting like trickles of emails, and it just kind of fills up my inbox, and I'm not really paying much attention to it. So I started creating filters and started trying to automate some of this to make it easier to sift through my emails. And at that time, I had the realization I created an accidental honeypot. This was completely unintended. So as I'm like documenting and I'm tracking all of these, I can kind of see like who's sending me what and when and where. I started getting other things, password resets. Lots and lots of school platforms like to use my email address for some reason. I'm getting logistic bills for some logistic company where they're like asking me to pay their invoices. I'm getting internal JIRA tickets. Lots of JIRA tickets. I'm getting service orders, and I'm getting test platform credentials. Like someone somewhere is setting up a test, like they're setting up test platforms and using my domain. What the hell? So I started running some stats. So from February 29th, 2020 to today, well, actually yesterday, these are the numbers, I just ran these. About 2,000 days, and I've received almost 30,000 unsolicited emails, which averages out to about 14 a day. That's a lot of emails. That's just very surprising to me. So then I'm like, maybe other domains can be useful for this. What other no-reply domains are available? So I registered noreply.tv and noreply.property because they were available. And I didn't get it. There was almost nothing that came to those. So back again, focusing on noreply.us. And then about 10 months ago, someone let go noreply.net, and I jumped on it. What do you guys think? How many emails a day? Like, shout out some numbers. Just 350. I like the 350. That's cool. Yeah, that's a lot of email. All right, so I ran the stats. Total number of emails, as we saw, about 30,000 for no reply at US, about 14 a day. No reply.net, 240,000 unsolicited emails, which makes 812 a day. And just in the last day, I've got like almost 800 emails. How the hell do you sort this? How do you even begin to go through this? So that's, on average, I'm comparing here. You can see column 3, about 7, almost an 8x multiplier there. 58 per day multiplier. And in the last day, it was 56x. In the last 7, 96. And in the last 30 days, it's about 46. And it's a 9x increase in attachments. There's a lot of good stuff there, guys. A lot. So I wrote this Python tool to just go through this and started sorting all of these and getting stats on all these. And I'm not even showing you like all the stats. And I can't, like, I don't feel comfortable showing you like the domains that I'm getting email from. So we're not going to go there. So what are some takeaways here? So apparently people think that no reply is cool and it's a safe thing to send mail to. It's not. Somebody can be listening there, and namely myself. Luckily, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not going to do anything nefarious with this. I think it's interesting. Dev testers love to use my domain. If you're a developer or QA tester, please don't use no reply. Someone's going to be listening. And lots of systems come misconfigured just by default. They'll need a reply to address. And in the case of the faxes, it was actually a misconfigured fax machine that every time someone they faxed some sort of PII or whatever to someone, they had an auto reply that would kick back the mail and it would come to me with the attachment. So check your systems and make sure they're not sending mail to weird places. This is also interesting because this is just a domain. This isn't anything sophisticated. Anyone can set this up. You just have to know kind of where to look. And I guarantee there's other default placeholder domains that are out there that people are using that haven't been found yet. If you have $250,000, you could go buy noreply.com. Just the suggestions. I don't have $250,000 to spend on this fun, weird side project, but you could go buy it, and it would be very interesting. I did check. There's no mail server set up there, so whoever's sitting on it has no clue whatsoever the gold mine that they're sitting on. If you are setting up test servers, please use internal domains or domains that you can control. And please don't send faxes to me. Please don't do that. I don't like having to coordinate and say, hey, your system's misconfigured. It took me 3 months to actually get a hold of the city and get someone to actually fix it. And in that time, I'm still getting mail, and I'm like, I just don't want it. I don't. So just because it says no reply doesn't mean no one's listening. That's my final thought I'd like to give you all. Do you guys want to see some of these emails? I've redacted most of the bad stuff, I think, hopefully. We'll come back to this slide, but let me run you through because we got a few minutes still. All right, so this is one of the pizza orders that I got. I love the email here. Anybody, can you guys read that email up top there? So they used Harry had a giant sheep at noreply.us. I don't know why. That was entertaining. I get a lot of undeliverable mail, so not really sure what's going on here. this is some sort of system that's been set up to send automated alerts, and for some reason are coming to my inbox. Here's another one. This is with some sort of piece of hardware on the edge. I think it's some sort of Sophos box. You can see here spam@sophos.pl. I have no idea why I'm getting these things. Not really sure. Here's some invoices. They usually have an attachment here. This one did. I'm not showing it to you, but you can see like, hey, what's the payment status on this? And that's all I got. So I will have I'll have my script set up. So right now what I've got set up is a Python script that connects over IMAP, and it pulls everything down and pulls down the attachments and then does stats on it and stores everything in a SQLite database. So I'm happy to share that tool if anyone else wants to set up a domain sometime. Here's my email and my LinkedIn. Any questions? Do we have a questions mic? Do we have a questions mic somewhere?
All right, very cool. I was thinking there's so many avenues you can go with this. I know, obviously, like bug bounties. I mean, you probably have a cache of bug bounties sitting there. You probably have, like, you can look at the DMARC. I don't know if you're setting up any DMARC. There's avenues you can go down there. You haven't even looked at, like, no reply dashes, like no dash reply, no reply.ai. I mean, where to go next? GDPR violations. I mean, the gamut is unlimited, right? So just throwing out some ideas. I'm sure this audience has others. Also, you were talking about the plus. One thing I love is when you have to call customer support and you have something vulgar after the plus, and they have to say it. So that's another one if you want to be a little snarky. So.
I love it. No, so part of my script does pull down all the bug bounty domains. There's a cool GitHub repo that I can also share on my GitHub repo. And what it does, it pulls down all the domains, and then it goes through and looks and kind of gives me a heads up if any of these domains fall into the bug bounty list. Most of them, like almost all of them, do not at the moment. I've had a couple, but it was like WordPress, but it's somebody's legit misconfigured WordPress, so I can't really contact WordPress for that. Next question. Where'd the microphone? This gentleman up here has been waiting. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, can we just email you at the no reply?
Yeah, you can send me mail at no reply.
I was going to say, can we just email you at the no reply address? Just to
Yeah. Like I don't really care. Like, you're just gonna fill up my inbox with other meaningless junk. But yeah, you could send me mail there. Sibios, yeah.
Have you considered crowdfunding for noreply.com?
Oh man, I love this. I love this. Yes, I'll set up a GoFundMe, and if you guys want to crowdfund this project, I would. That would be so rad. No, it's like I agree. It's like a legit, like, this is a problem, and someone good needs to jump on that domain before a bad guy does. Absolutely, I agree.
What's been the most malicious or like surprising entity that you've gotten mail from?
How do I answer this? All right, so malicious? I don't know if I can go malicious. So I think, it depends on like what the risk is. So just some examples. I'm getting emails from a Fortune 500 chip manufacturer, and that's the JIRA tickets, and they probably don't want that to be leaked out there, the information about all the problems they're having with this new chip they're manufacturing. Also, just full disclosure, I am not shorting the company, so like. Also, I'm getting emails from a court system, and it's a family court. And yeah, I've opened up a couple of those, and I won't open anymore. It's dark stuff. But these court records should be public or private. They're not public court records. This is family court. Like, real awful stuff happens here, and I'm getting emails from them. Trying to think of some other weird examples. And like mostly, like it's just a lot of it is just stupid misconfigures, just password resets, where I get a password reset to no reply, and I could legitimately go do the password reset and log into this internal system somewhere that's only for employees. But those are the two that I can think of. Next question.
Do you have a bounce back email? Either like, obviously a lot of it's automated, so nobody's going to read it, but you could send it to like webmaster@domain, saying, hey, fix your stuff.
So yes, I've set up bounce backs. They don't do anything. It becomes, at a certain point, it becomes, yeah, just kind of like you're screaming into the void. They're screaming into your void. Yeah. Yes, they are screaming into my void. Next question.
I sympathize with your problem here. I have a common email address that I've received all kinds of unsolicited email, and it's not a domain like you have, but it's communication between teachers and parents about their children. It's rental forms. It's all kinds of things, and it's very difficult to contact somebody to fix it.
Yes, yeah, I feel your pain. It's an interesting problem for sure, absolutely. And you're not the first person I've heard that about, absolutely. All right, time for a couple more questions. Anyone? Nope. Yeah.
Do you consider this data to be a liability for you?
That's a great question. It does. The question is, are you concerned that this is a liability to me? And yet, my answer to that is maybe. So I could see a world where I contact this Fortune 500 company that's a chip manufacturer, and I reach out to them, and I'm like, hey, your stuff's broken. Like, you need to fix it. And they don't have a public bug bounty program, interestingly enough. And them coming back to me and going, holy shit, how much data do you have on us? Oh my gosh, and then try to bully me with their legal team. Absolutely, and that's a concern of mine. So, thinking about this from an implementation standpoint, this is really, things are coming to me. I'm not asking for these. And I could, in my head, would be standing on an argument of, I'm doing you a service because I'm legitimately not a bad guy. I work for a cybersecurity firm, and I'm on the side of good. I'm not being malicious with this, but I don't want to go to court. I don't want to have to defend myself legally. So, but I love it. I love it. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for coming.
Electromagnetic Spectrum Operations, or EMSO, with extensive experience in drone-based red air engagements. He currently serves as a security consultant at SpookSec and was previously the lead offensive security engineer at Phoenix Technologies. He holds several certifications, including DSOC, DOCP, CISA, SBBA, SDVPOA, OWSPA, and FAA Part 107. I apologize for butchering your certifications. Alec, take it away.
Thank you, Magneto. Thank you, everybody. All right, I do have a couple questions for you all. Who here has flown drones? Who here wants to fly drones? Yeah, all right. Who here is scared of drones? You should all have your hands up. All right, so good afternoon, BSides, and welcome to Drone Blind Spots. Today we're going to be talking about pen testing the airspace above critical infrastructure. So we need to define critical infrastructure. CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, defines these 16 sectors as critical infrastructure. All of them are vulnerable to drones, some of them more than others. The ones here on the right are our supply chain, our water treatment facilities, our power grid, our transportation systems, chemical refinement, and our dams. Speaking of dams, who here has been to Henry Hagg Lake? Well, this is the perspective of a dam technician. And the photo is, quite beautiful, but I would ask you all to see if you can find anything strange about this photo. It's rhetorical, but there is an anomaly here. So, what could that be? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Well, if this dam had been equipped with the most basic of DTI systems, that stands for detection, tracking, and identification, it would know immediately that this is a Chinese-made DJI Mavic Pro 3. And that drone is really there. I'm flying that drone. This is what the drone sees. This is about 1,500 feet away. It's very far away for where a drone would normally take photos. This is 7x zoom. We can now see our technician standing over there near the dam spillway. This is 28x zoom. Our technician is now waving at us. Well, that's not a dam technician. That's my coworker Noah. And I am Alec Hunter. I am a cyber physical security consultant for SpookSec. I specialize in IoT and physical pen testing. I'm a licensed locksmith, proud investigator, and Part 107 pilot. I provide drone services to Oregon and beyond and have been doing it for 10 years plus. I am pretty decent at following the rules, but I don't always like to. And the reason I talk about rules is because getting that photo was not easy. There's a lot of rules around drones. So that blue X is where my drone was when I took the photo. There are some problems with our LLZ, that stands for Launch and Landing Zone. I can't launch environmentally because under trees, if the drone loses connection, it will try to come back to me and it will land on the canopy. How am I gonna get my drone? I can't, so I have to find a new LLZ. In Washington County, I can't fly a drone at any of the parks. I can't fly over, launch, or land. I also can't LLZ on private property without permission. That's really difficult to get sometimes. I can't stage my drone on a shoulderless roadway. That means I can't take off on this stretch of land in the forest. In Oregon, you cannot fly a drone over critical infrastructure. Federally, you cannot fly a drone near a dam. Kind of the same restriction, it's 400 feet, on the ceiling and on the sides. However, if you look at the bottom right there, you'll see a little blue triangle. I was able to take off there. That is okay as long as I'm following the Federal Aviation Administration's rule sets. Let's talk about more rules. So you, if you're gonna fly a drone, have to be flying under one of these rules, Trust or Part 107. Part 107 requires an exam. It's a very rigorous and arduous process. But for the most part, they have the same rules. Everything up there is very basic. We need to register our drone with the government, mark it with a license plate, and the drone has to have a remote ID. That basically is a Bluetooth transmission that tells you where the drone is and who's flying it. Anyone around who has the receiver knows that there's a drone flying and who you are flying it. There's pre-flight checklists you have to do, and you always have to maintain visual line of sight. You can only fly up to 400 feet, with the exception with Part 107, you can do it over structure, so 400 plus the structure's height. You have to respect temporary flight restrictions. But the cool part about Part 107 is you can make money. You also get access to waivers. The money part is how you pen test with the drone. So there's a lot of rules here. Who doesn't follow rules? Adversaries don't follow rules. Why would you? There's so many. It's kind of ridiculous. So this is kind of where critical infrastructure sits with defenses. There are law and rules. There's pre-mitigation. There's access control. There's detection and monitoring. There's triage and there's response. There exists mitigation for both a ground and an aerial threat. The difference is an aerial threat is the capability of the drone times the intent of the pilot. It's a little different than doing physical pen testing when you're on the ground. Now here's the gap. That red is something none of these facilities have, for the most part, unless it's like a military defense base. But some zones were smart enough to get a geofence, which you can apply for. And if you're flying a DJI drone or any of these other name brand commercial drones, they won't let you enter the no-fly zone. Their firmware doesn't allow it. But for the most part, your risk as someone on the ground is extremely high. You're probably gonna get caught, you're probably gonna go to jail. But with a drone, the pilot I think it's virtually zero. You're not going to get caught. And I mean, almost no one gets in trouble for flying drones in general. So even if you're breaking all those rules I just taught you, okay, prove it. So the CISA has said that we should probably start considering implementing drone detection, and it's a part of their error-aware guidance. And that's what we're going to talk about next. This is the Aerial Defense Program Lifecycle. The first thing we have to do as operators is establish legitimacy. It is much easier to do this when you work for a company that's already providing physical pen testing services, because they can just add aerial assessments as something to do, right? Now, getting buy-in is its own talk. I had to cut it from this one because it's not long enough, but this is the definition. Get the right people to say yes to your plan, your terms, and your resources in writing. If we can get past that, we're in the site threat modeling and pen testing stage. That requires an initial assessment. We perform some scenarios, and we give them the pen test report. If they like what they see, if your recommendations are good, they might implement DTI or C-drone. C-drone stands for counter drone. We have to tune those systems, and then we have to retest all the scenarios we already did, and we'll talk about that. But the end of life cycle is basically constant red air operations. This is the reality of someone who works as a W-2 employee and someone like me who started as a 1099, trying to get buy-in with a lot of different companies to hire me to do this. It is endlessly difficult to try to be a 1099. I will tell you right now that if you work as a defender or a pen tester, you're going to have a lot easier of a time trying to convince your leadership to let you be the drone guy than to be a drone guy and try to get a company to hire you to do pen testing. So the first thing you'd have to do is you have to form an LLC. Then you have to get general liability insurance. You have to take on the liability of how you store data. You have to do coding, negotiation, contracts. The liability is really on you. And then you have to coordinate your travel logistics. You have to go out of pocket on getting the Part 107. And the authorization, again, is the hardest part. But at the end, you need a drone. You need a lot of drones. There's different drones for different missions. And let's talk about some of those drones. But first, we're going to define what a drone is. So drone is informal. That is an informal term for a UA, an unmanned aircraft. Basically, a small unmanned aircraft is under 55 pounds, and that last S that we append on the end means system. The system is this. These are that were colloquially known as drones that we see, DJI and all those other ones. This is what it looks like. I made it color-coded so you can understand what the parts are a little easier. But it's an airframe, a power system, a propulsion system, guidance, navigation, and control, payloads, and a companion computer. These are the ones I recommend to anyone in this room who wants to try to get into this. If you are a physical pen tester, you should own a drone like this. These are the DJI Mavic, the Autel Evo, the Skydio 2, and the Parrot and Offie. I want to warn you, there's a little warning symbol next to the Chinese-made drones. It is very likely that in the United States of America, in December, Chinese drones will be banned. I don't know how, but some sort of airspace restrictions will apply. These are the drones that countered those drones. These are 3 examples. There are so many counter drones now. But the Skydio X10, if you're a defender and you're trying to create an aerial defense plan, this is the one you want to get your company to buy you. This is the one you want to pilot. It's American made, it's going to be approved, it's compliant, and it's really cool. The other 2 are not really going to be mentioned, but I'll explain what soft kill and hard kill means. Soft kill is I want to capture the drone flying in my airspace and I want to do forensics on it. Hard kill is I don't like that drone in my airspace, I'm going to destroy it. So Anduril's Anvil here is actually a drone designed to crash into a drone in the sky. It does it very accurately. It's quite cool. But every defender in site should have one CUS, I should have said this to C drone, but SUAS is the small unmanned aircraft system, and staff at least 1 response pilot. So if you're a defender, you should be the guy at your infrastructure site that flies a drone, because you have only one thing you can do as a defender against a drone in your airspace, and that is follow it back to whoever is in your airspace. The cool thing about that is when a drone enters your airspace, there's already limited battery life left. So if you launch your drone from your site, you can basically follow it back to wherever it goes. And that guy wants his drone back. These are expensive devices, right? So you can take photos of them, you can get the car that they drove in. It's really important. So this is really the only defense you have. You can't hijack them, you can't hack them, you can't jam them. It violates a lot of other rules, but it's very important. These are called do-it-yourself drones. Now, who here has ever built a drone? Great. So a whoop is an indoor drone. I mean, it flies outside too, but they're primarily used for indoor stuff when you're doing red air. The racers are what you would expect to see in Ukraine and Russia. And the heavy lift drones are your heavy payload drones. You can do a lot of cool stuff with that. And I have 3 drones I'd like to show you today that I've built. This is a vulnerable drone, and I'm prefacing dog and pony show here because getting buy-in, that's a huge part of getting buy-in. When they do agree to meet with you, you need to prove to them that you are the guy and you have cool things to show them. This is sort of a wow factor thing. The vulnerable drone here is in an RF chamber at Novus Labs. They're local to here. It's running ArduPilot and PX4 vulnerabilities. It has a companion computer that you can learn hacking on, and you can learn how to reverse, jam, and hijack the drone from within these chambers. So it's a really unique drone for that. It's a training drone. The next one's also a training drone. This is a threat effects training drone. This does not bomb anybody. I'm avidly against warfare drones. But this one is going to simulate what it feels like to be someone out in the field and have this chase you. Being hunted by a drone that can go 90 miles an hour is not fun. So it never collides with anybody or anything, and it's just used for that, just to teach people that psychological effect of being chased by a drone. This is an AI recon drone. This drone flies itself. It also collects all the signals, processes them, and triages anything that's interesting. And it also acts as a mothership. On the bottom there is a drop mechanism that can drop a small whoop, and the drone acts as a relay. So the control link can be shooting to it through a Yagi from miles away, and you can actually get the feedback in your FPV goggles and fly the small drone until the battery's out. So you can do a lot of things with drones. That's kind of the point. When you do get buy-in, the first thing you're going to do is an authorized initial assessment. This is what we call a site threat model. You're going to be looking for observable and actionable items on the site, and anything in between. There are observable and actionable items. I'm not going to read them all to you. Take a second to read over them. I'll explain what a threat profile is. Really what we're trying to do here is we're taking that recon drone, that COTS drone that you all purchased as physical security practitioners, and you're going to go and you're going to take photos of all the critical assets on the site. You're doing this from a competitor or an espionage perspective. The reason we're doing that is because governments want espionage, and sometimes companies do too, but competitor, this is a real thing. China all the time flies drones over at our critical manufacturing sites to see how we do stuff. So its capability is a prosumer COTS, like the DJI, and the intent is structured. This is a classification by CISO. The scenario is always going to be an ISR, an intelligence, surveillance, and recon. And then we're going to talk about the profiles here. This is the matrix. So this is non-exhaustive at all. But basically, your Temu toy class actually serve a purpose in drone pen testing. They can be used as a canary to see if they have any detection systems or counter systems, and in the case of a sophisticated threat, they would just use them as decoy swarms, because a swarm of cheap drones is very effective. A prosumer might be a journalist or a competitor. A sophisticated person would use it as overwatch for filming while their custom-made drones do the work. I'm sure we've all seen the horrific videos from Ukraine. DIY is going to be, it might just be a guy racing his drone at some site. That happens all the time. Or organized crime, delivering contraband in a jail. Could be an APT state actor. This is a scenario platter. Think of it like this. I'm holding a platter, and I am going to figure out what threat profiles apply to your site, what I'm going to pick from these scenario test cases, and what I'm going to say you should test for. You're going to pick them, and again, I'm not going to go all of these, but there are 3 kinds: intelligence, transport, and chaos. These are the most effective types of tests you can do with drones. And when they approve any of them, you do them, and then you deliver a pen test report. Your pen test report looks very standard. There are 2 things that stand out, and that's the site threat model, which is usually aerial images with the drone, and then a bunch of markings. I put a very, very simple one over here from the Scoggins Dam over at Hag Lake. But basically, the placement of these systems is based on findings in the site threat model and the scenario outcomes. But I'm recommending for this site 3 RF detection and 1 acoustic. The acoustic would sit on top of the spillway, because if a drone flies near that, then we know. And the RF will also get bearing. So we'll know where the drone relatively is, positionally over the dam, with 3 nodes. This is how DTI works. So you layer them from the site. So this green circle is outside of our site. It's like outside of our perimeter. We still want to know whenever an aircraft is going near us or over us. The radar detection is an expensive unit that I would not recommend for most places, but in rural areas, they're definitely effective. The next one would be a radio frequency DTI. This is the most effective one. This is absolutely the one that should be recommended basically everywhere. But they're very cheap. They are tuned to detect COTS drone signals from the control link or the feed that's going back, the video feed. And it identifies the protocols very specifically for you. This is what we call first opportunity detection. These are called primary detection systems. So it's the earliest moment your system could have detected a drone. We're going to talk about secondary now. You're also going to want to have an optical DTI. That's going to identify the drone that's flying into your airspace. So we've detected it way out here. It's coming closer. Our radio frequencies picked it up. It goes, hey, that's probably a drone, but I don't know. Threshold's not totally confident. And then it flies into your airspace where this optical camera can confirm that this is a drone. It looks like a drone. It's definitely classified as a drone. The last one is an acoustic. They're not too effective. Honestly, they're not great, but they are good for rural areas. They basically compare sound profiles, so the propeller noises and things like that. So tuning these systems is really interesting. It's simple. If you buy this COTS drone, it comes with automated flight capability. They all do. Basically, you open up the app, you create the nodes or the shape that you want to make. You can do squares, you can do circles, you can do triangles, whatever. The point is it needs to look granular in the C2. It needs to look like the shape on their end. And we want to focus on the approach corridors. Approach corridor is something where you're flying in from a place that they wouldn't expect. So a lot of the time, if you take off, you kind of want to fly around the perimeter and come in from the other direction. These long-range systems kind of detect that, right? Kind of screws up your plan. And the final stuff that we'll do is drone skywriting. We're not really skywriting with any smoke. We are writing like a word with an automated flight, demo, test, whatever. If you can read the word, then you know the system is tuned. And the next thing we have to do is retest the scenarios. This is really important. Scenarios are supposed to be completely repeatable. They are basically a drone classification, a pilot classification, and all of the other environmental effects that were in place during the initial test, including the wind, the light, all that stuff. Blue team needs to be able to detect the drone, track it, classify the platform correctly, produce a succinct timeline of events that matches up with your drone's flight log, and not have any false alarms popped. Optionally, if they have someone who's already employed or deployed to be a counter drone to find you, the operator, they would have that guy launch it during these scenarios. Because it's really important to make sure that all of it works. You detect the drone, your guy deploys, you go find the guy you report it to law enforcement. Red needs to execute the profile exactly, maintain signature discipline, and then stay within the rules of engagement, not causing any accidents or safety hazards, and provides clean artifacts. Artifacts are things like the video feeds and any of the payloads, whatever payloads are on the drone. If you do all that, you're now prepared to begin Red Air operations. Red Air operations are wargaming. If anyone's ever done tabletop exercises on kind of defending assets, it's going to be action, reaction, and counteraction. When we do that, usually people disagree with you. They go and say, no, that would never happen, and then you are making an argument. That argument leads to establishing rules of engagement for this particular test. You go out and you make your red team. Your team is a specialized group of people, 4 to 5, could be more. Under Part 107, it's usually 3 or 4. You're going to develop custom kits, hardware, payloads, and drones, and you're going to emulate structured and sophisticated TTPs. The goal is to pen test and evade the tuned DTI and the counter drone systems. And that's my speech. So I'm not going to go on to what's really going on here. There's a little bit of shilling, of course, but the main thing that I want to tell you about today is getting your Part 107. In the middle here is a code that I was given to by Drone Pilot Ground School. They are the people I got my Part 107 training through 10 years ago. I highly recommend them. It's super cheap. It's like $150. You get $50 off with this code. I get no kickback. This is all for you. There's 25 of them. There's no like fear of missing out. Do it if you want. Anyway, Q&A time. Anyone have questions?
How do you get by all the regulatory for most critical
It's a nightmare, and that's kind of the part of it, is you need to be good at puzzles. You have to have a red team mindset. You need to be able to go enumerate all the regulations, and you have to have the right context to figure out what you're not seeing, because there is a lot of that too. It also depends on what type of site you're pen testing, because commercial facilities also exist. Things like Intel, things like Microsoft's campus, they're not as regulatory heavy. But I have never pen tested a military base, so I don't know what that looks like. I have never done that, and they are allowed to use counter-drone systems, the kinetic kind, where they shoot it down with a laser or have a drone that explodes on it. Nuclear facilities are one of the only places that are allowed to do that. Anything else?
How effective are the geofences that for DJI puts out?
They're extremely effective for DJI. They are not effective at all for anything else. Even the Temu drones don't get knocked out.
Yeah. How responsive are they to putting a geofence around something? I mean, do they have certain criteria? If
Never.
For a government agency,
Almost no one does it. Even
if
they have the guidance from CISA, no one does it.
Yeah.
That's why this presentation is a call to action, guys. I want you guys to help me do this. I need defenders and pen testers to start doing this. Like, I don't want my power grid going down. You know, like this is a big deal. This is a future threat. Anything else?
The DJI drones, does it mean that if we happen to own one, we're not going to be able to fly it after December, or are you saying get it now because...
I don't know for sure. Here, let me explain it to you. So last year, the Trump administration basically said, or FAA too, it was like a joint thing. They're like, hey, we want to have American-made products as our drones, right? So there's a bunch of American companies, Anduril's one of them. And what they're saying is that Chinese drones are a threat. You know, they send data back to China. That's the claim. So they gave China China gave the U.S. and the U.S. governors also gave them 1 year to test the DJI drone systems for these issues. They still haven't done it. So it's by default just going to get banned. And there's not enough time to do the test. It takes multiple months for this type of testing.
Yeah, well, that was my follow-up. Do you have any evidence of anybody who's ever done reverse engineering on the firmware and the equipment on the drone to see if they have phone home equipment like has been found in solar inverters?
That's the thing about DJI drones, is they are the most locked down drones ever. I have tried my best to hack them. I've effectively hacked everything before the Phantom 4. And I own a lot of DJI drones, over 86 of them.
Thank you.
I think I have time for one more. Anybody? Oh, sorry. Yes, over here. It's extremely effective in rural areas where there's no like civilian noises, no droning. You know, animals don't make drone noises. It's not a natural noise. All right. Thank you.
All right, it is my great pleasure to introduce Darren, who is a cybersecurity architect with over 20 years of hands-on experience across network security, cloud security, offensive security, and zero trust architecture. His career spans roles in security engineering, penetration testing, and most recently, leading secure access and zero trust initiatives for complex enterprise environments. Darren specializes in Secure Access Service Edge, or SASE, deployments, ZTNA validation, and building adversary-informed testing frameworks that bridge the gap between marketing promises and real-world security enforcement. He's passionate about helping both defenders and assessors make evidence-based decisions in the face of growing vendor noise. Darren?
Thank you for that. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. In cybersecurity, we don't get to trust by default. So why do we let vendors earn our trust by just slapping the label or the terms zero trust on their products? That question stuck with me, and it's not just theoretical. It's the catalyst of a lot of the content that we're going to cover today. And how zero trusty is your network access was based on a research paper that I wrote a couple months ago. And it's published over as a white paper with SANS. And the overall approach grew from a specific frustration that I had. A while back, I was asked to recommend a zero trust network access solution for a large organization that was going through their own digital transformation. On paper, every vendor that they looked at claimed that they supported zero trust. The marketing was strong, it was slick, everyone was zero trust capable, but when I started to look deeper, I couldn't find a consistent way to measure whether these solutions actually enforced zero trust principles like least privilege, device trust, data inspection, and assumed breach. So it became clear to me very quickly that without a replicable framework to test and compare the products, it was nearly impossible to separate the meaningful capabilities from the marketing buzzwords. So that's what this talk is about. That's what we're going to cover today. I'm going to walk you through a hands-on testing framework that maps directly back to zero trust principles and show you how I used it to essentially evaluate several zero trust network access providers in a controlled environment. And before we do that, I'll at least give you a little bit more context and context as to my background and why I'm here speaking. But first of all, Magneto, that was fantastic. I appreciate that. If you're available in the spare time, I may have to hire you as my intro guy. As mentioned, I am currently a security architect for a global reseller. A lot of my time is spent trying to solve customer security problems, prescribe the right solutions, and provide good architecture. As you can see here, though, a lot of my background is also in education. I thoroughly enjoy punishing myself by going through a lot of industry certifications. I'm a glutton for punishment. And I also am a huge flag hoarder when it comes to CTFs. I love CTFs. I'm absolutely that guy that holds onto my flags and waits till the last 30 minutes for the scoreboard to go down, and then I submit everything and rise a little bit up. So feel free to throw all that hate at me. And then, as a number of us, I'm also a big motorcycle enthusiast. I love anything that can go fast. I love being able to go and race. I would say anything that can go fast, get me hurt, or get me in trouble with the law, I'm generally going to be a fan of, which is probably why I'm a natural fit into cybersecurity. So with that additional context, let's talk about what we're going to talk about. So the overall agenda of what we'll go through today is we'll start off by just kind of reiterating the zero trust marketing problem space, which will set the stage for understanding how we need to focus this. We'll talk about and help define what zero trust actually is. And I'm just going to do it at a quick and dirty high level. We don't have the time to dive deep into zero trust, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page. We're speaking the same language. You understand some of the terms and the concepts that I use to build into my framework, into my methodology, and my approach to doing this. We'll, of course, go into the lab architecture. What did I actually build for a lab? How did I test, and what was the environment looking like? We'll break down what each one of the tests were and talk about how they were relevant, how they mapped back to the zero trust architecture. And ultimately we'll get to the point of why you're all really here. You just want to see the results, right? You want to see how these players stacked up and where they were strong, maybe where they were deficient. We'll try and round things out with just a quick high level, how can we, if we have residual risk, how do we mitigate that? What are some recommendations to put for mitigation controls? And then of course, we'll close things out with just key takeaways, and I'll touch on areas where this can still be expanded, how you can leverage this for your purposes and in your environment, and give you some takeaways. Hopefully that sounds like a good plan. Before we dive in deep, I would say put your seatbelts on, put your helmets on, because this is going to be a lot. But I do want to kind of get a poll. I want to tailor this a little bit to how everyone is familiar. Just a show of hands, how many folks are confidently comfortable with the concepts of zero trust? Oh, I love it. Okay. How many folks are pretty confident and comfortable with zero trust network access or have zero trust network access in their environments today? Great. Okay, so I will breeze over some of these components. I'm not going to try and bore you with knowledge that you already know, but I want to make sure anyone that's not familiar at least understands what we're talking about. First and foremost, and for those in the back, I apologize. I wish there were more screens in the back. There are going to be some charts and some pictures that come up. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you get up and want to come closer. Fundamentally, zero trust network access, when I talk about that, there's a lot of components that can go into it, but what I'm describing and what's purposeful for this conversation is we're talking about a hybrid workforce or remote workers and replacing that traditional remote access VPN. You know, what I'm going to be discussing is all going to be focused around remote workers on their laptops with an agent installed that connects up to the zero trust network access provider's cloud service. From there, the traffic is tunneled, it's proxied, ideally it's inspected, it's compared against policies, and assuming it's allowed, right, it's going to travel back down to our data center or to our location where our applications reside. Almost everybody in this space will provide virtual machines, right, for you to deploy within your environment that should be adjacent to the applications that your users are accessing. So it's quick, high level, but paints a picture for what we're going to be describing. Then we get into the marketing problem that I was describing. I took some excerpts from some of the web pages of the vendors that I selected and tested, and they're all advertising the same thing. Achieve true zero trust security, built on zero trust principles. Zero trust is built in. Seamless zero trust connectivity. So if you look at these and you look at their data sheets and their white papers, it makes it very difficult to determine what the differentiators are. And if they come out and they're pitching to you and they're going through their pitch deck, I would give you a bet. Take their decks, remove the logos, remove the colors. They're all pitching you the same thing. They're making the same promises. They're saying that they can deliver the same capabilities. They're all basically synonymous. And that's why I felt like there needed to be some comparisons, there needed to be some evaluations. So how I started out was starting with zero trust. As a whole, and a lot of you are familiar, so I won't spend too much time going down this rabbit hole, but you know, John Kindervag from Forrester coined the term back in 2009, 2010. From there, I would say a more recent architecture and reference is NIST. I'm sure most of us are fans of NIST. We like standards. You know, they built out Special Publication 800-207. It's a long, dry read. If you like technical material, knock yourself out. But ultimately, it breaks down zero trust, and it says, here are 7 tenets and principles that should be guiding you as you go down this journey, and you should be applying that to the different information technology pillars, right? You should be doing these zero trust things in identity. You should be doing it in devices, with networks, applications and workloads, and of course, data. Around all of that, we should be getting visibility. We should be having analytics to understand what's going on. We should be automating our manual tasks, and we should be orchestrating communications and capabilities between disparate products and technologies. Ideally, we have governance wrapped around all of that to help give that guiding light on where we need to go. Ultimately, without going into the tenets, right, this is all about never trust, always verify. But I needed to build upon that, and this is where I started to pull some test criteria and what I wanted to use for measurements. So the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, it's a mouthful, they published the Zero Trust Maturity Model. Most recent one you can see here is version 2.0. The document itself goes into a lot more detail, but this starts to paint a picture on, okay, You say you're doing zero trust, and you're mapping back to NIST, but how do you measure your progress in your journey? How do you measure where you're successful? How do you measure where you still have room to improve? And so they provided some categories that you can fall into for each one of the pillars, right? Are you a traditional state? Are you still stuck in the 90s? Are you starting your journey and you're in the initial phase? Are you more advanced and you've started to implement a lot of zero trust capabilities? And of course, are you in an optimal state? Because in security, as you all know, we're never done. It's just, are we optimized? So I started to handpick components from these. And what we're going to talk about when we get to the tests is I looked at things in the identity pillar, like differentiated access, multi-factor authentication. I pulled items from the devices side. Okay, can we measure device trust and device compliance? What about networks, right? Can we do some network differentiated access? Can we provide some network-based protections? From the application side, how are we segmenting? How are we providing application visibility and protection? And then data, I took some standard bait and tackle. Let's just try some data loss prevention capabilities and some data inspection. Once I had picked out a sampling of test criteria, I then needed to decide, okay, who do I want to measure this against? There's a number of players in this space. Everybody and their mom is advertising some of these capabilities, offers a solution. So I wanted to test my hypothesis of could a framework actually provide metrics and results that we can use to make decisions? Can it be effective? I did anonymize the vendors that I chose because I didn't want anyone here to have bias in the results. I also didn't want to necessarily have anyone's name dragged through the mud. These are constantly, quickly changing environments. You know, all of this data was from just 2 months ago. I would say it's still very accurate and relevant for where things are at today. But if you were to look at this a year from now, results may change. And this is why I think it's overall more important to have a methodology and an approach that you all can take and leverage in your environments as you start to look at these solutions. So there are a few sources, and I have my opinions on who the leaders in the space are. I grabbed Gartner because ultimately we have Gartner to blame for secure access service edge terminology, for zero trust network access, and I would say they're directionally accurate when it comes to looking at the leaders in the space. I think it's reasonable for you all to assume I probably picked some of the leaders that they like to call out. And so I grabbed 3 of those, but I wanted to have a variety. So I also grabbed a niche player, someone that may or may not be based in the Pac Northwest, may or may not be a developer of operating systems that we're all intimately familiar with, and is not necessarily a huge player, may not even show up on some of these charts, but they have good market share. And then I wanted to also compare it to somebody at the other end of the spectrum. So I grabbed a player that's more home user, lab user, small, medium business oriented. And let's see how all 5 of them stack ranked up and how well they could show if this hypothesis of this framework was effective. So let's talk about the lab environment and what was actually built. Hopefully everyone can read some of this, but I will summarize it. So I had to create 2 environments to test all of my criteria. One was an untrusted environment where I essentially had built out and grabbed 2 Windows laptops, Windows 11, called them Client 01, Client 02. I had 2 users, user 1, user 2, on corresponding machines. One, Client 01, I used for more of a compliant, secure device. Let's turn all the security controls on. Client 2, I said, no, let's work under assumed breach. Let's reduce some of the security capabilities that it has. Let's maybe equate that to a compromised machine. In the untrusted scenario, I was replicating a coffee shop, a home situation where we're working from home, or where you're at BSides, and you really can't trust the other people around you, right? They are absolutely, people that could potentially attack you. That is untrusted. On the data center side, I built out 3 services, 3 servers. One was that ZTNA proxy, which I would change out for each one of the vendors, and that was basically just built with their custom images. I'd also built out a Windows Server 2016 to act as a file server. And then I'd built out a Linux Ubuntu server running DVWA, or Damn Vulnerable Web App, to emulate a vulnerable web application. And I called those File 01 for the Windows server, Web 01 respectively for DVWA, all sitting behind a firewall. On the trusted environment, the data center stayed the same, didn't change anything there, But for emulating a branch office, a remote office, a headquarters, I said, okay, we're sitting behind a firewall, we're in a trusted network, and ideally, we're going to have other local applications and services we need to access. So I built out another Ubuntu server, threw Apache on it, and called that Web02 to basically be a localized resource in a trusted environment. So this paints a picture. This gives you an idea of what my basic testing environment looked like. Now we needed to actually look at what are we going to test. So I started with the identity pillar. And I tried to start with something that I felt everyone should be able to accomplish, which was just differentiated user access. If I have user 1 and they're more of a highly privileged user, and I have user 2, which maybe is somebody I don't trust as much, can we provide different levels of access? So specifically, my success and failure criteria was based on user 1 should be able to access both applications, the file server and the DVWA web server. User 2 should not be able to access the web application. They only get access to the file server. So pretty fundamental, pretty basic. Everybody should be able to accomplish it. And then I added another identity factor. Let's integrate with MFA. So in this case, I used Office Authenticator. Pretty standard. Almost everybody leverages it to some point or another. And let's do step-up authentication. We know that we have a vulnerable or more sensitive web app. So when user 1 attempts to access DVWA, we should be able to prompt them for step-up authentication and say, you know what, we want to trust that this is a legitimate request. Let's have you go through Office Authenticator and validate that request, then you get access. If user 1 was able to access the web server without passing multi-factor authentication, or the solution lacked the ability to do that, that's going to be marked as a failure. Then we shifted over to the devices category. Again, tried to start out with some relatively easy things that everybody should be able to accomplish. Keyword there being should. So I used BitLocker, configured disk encryption on client 1, kept it disabled on client 2, and said, okay, let's determine if compliance and device trust can be established by the ZTNA solution validating whether or not disk encryption is configured and in action. Then we shifted to endpoint protection. Again, just leveraged Windows Defender, pretty straightforward, very common. And let's start out with basics. Can you even just detect and evaluate compliance status based on, is Defender present? But then let's build on that. Let's look to see, okay, is Defender, it's there, but is it actually running? Is the process in memory? Is it enabled for real-time protection, real-time enforcement? Then I expanded one step deeper and said, okay, let's start to do some adversarial work. So Defender is there. We evaluated that its real-time protection is enabled. In some situations, and I'll just use a basic one of, let's say I have some malicious tooling that I need to leverage, and for whatever reason, I can't or I choose not to obfuscate it. Another approach, aside from disabling real-time protection, because I don't want to throw up huge red alarms for the SOC, I want to be able to at least try and fly a little bit under the radar, even though I'm not necessarily using all of my tactics. Let's just remove the Defender signatures. So we keep it running, it's doing real-time protection, but it doesn't have signatures to match anything against. So I can load malicious tooling on there and fly under the radar a little bit. And so I just leveraged the MP CMD run executable for that, and just remove the definitions from client 02. Then aside from determining device compliance status and evaluating successes there, we moved on to the networks. And this is why I had to build out both an untrusted and a trusted network. Starting with the basics of, okay, if you're in an untrusted environment, if you're at BSides in Portland, we should be able to give you access to your private apps, but we should be able to also block. We'll detect that you're in an untrusted environment, and we should be able to block any local area network traffic so that people at BSides can't attack you, or you're not going to respond to any of those attacks. The solution should be able to identify that, should be able to enforce that, ideally. If not, we're going to mark that as a fail. But then let's flip that, and let's say, okay, now you're at the trusted location, you are at a headquarters or remote office or branch office, you do have local resources that you need to access, so I'm going to expect that ZTNA solution to be able to identify that and be able to provide you access accordingly. So let's test both of those sides. And then, going back to some more adversarial work, okay, if I compromise someone that's a remote user that's using Zero Trust Network access for their apps, one of the first things I might start to leverage is to do some recon. What do I have access to? So in this case, kept it easy, kept it simple. I threw Nmap on the Windows laptops, and I said, okay, let's start scanning the services across the ZTNA solution. Ideally, if you're successful, I'm not going to be able to enumerate ports that are open. I'm not going to be able to fingerprint those services and the versions that they're running. If I can, that's going to be a failure. Then we moved into the application side. So here, expanded a little bit into, okay, let's just start with some fundamentals. I expect these solutions in today's world should be able to do some layer 7 capabilities. We should be able to see application protocols. In this case, I picked out SMB since we have the file server. So I expect a success is going to be we can log and get visibility to the SMB protocol and the traffic itself. If it can't, and it doesn't recognize SMB, it's limited to layer 4 and can only see the port and call that SMB, that's not good enough. But then let's build on that. Let's say, okay, you can see layer 7. Can I start to build policies around layer 7? Can I say, I'm going to say a rule that in there, user 1 and user 2, or those groups, are allowed to access the file server using SMB. I don't care what port it's running on. So success criteria there is we can actually build that policy with real layer 7 conditions, not just based upon port mappings. And after that, I started to have a little bit more fun. So I said, okay, I specifically picked out Server 2016 because it's still vulnerable. It still is vulnerable to MS17-010, or commonly referred to as the Eternal Blue exploit. Let's test fundamental security inspections and vulnerability protection, and I threw Metasploit on the Windows machines. Super common. I know we all love running Metasploit on Windows. And I used the MS17-010 PSExec module to essentially try and exploit the Windows server. And in this case, I wasn't going to go for a reverse shell. I just wanted to see, could I issue commands and have them executed as system on the Windows box and create a local file on the C drive. We can use that to test whether or not there is protection in place, whether or not it's successful, and whether or not it can be alerted to and detected. Then we got into the web attacks. I threw DVWA in there for a purpose. I wanted to see what kind of web protections do we have against the OWASP top 10. I just grabbed a sampling and I said, okay, let's test for some local file inclusion. A good solution should be able to pick up some very basic fundamental items like easy, let's just check for etc password and look at what accounts are on there. And then I put one more test in there to say, okay, if I create a local text file, in this case, I specifically put it under the var /www directory. Still wasn't directly accessible from the web application, but with local file inclusion, I would be able to access it. And this is similar to somebody going and trying to grab like the web config, which shouldn't be accessible. Then we moved on to command injection. Again, interesting to see how are things going to turn out, but let's throw some commands out here and see if we can exploit those on a vulnerable web app. So I threw ID in there. Very basic, but let's just check to see if we can determine who the identity is of the user running that service. And then for variety, I tried a few other commands, but I standardized on PWD, right? Let's just check to see what present working directory that we're in. Should be table stakes. Similarly, I said, okay, let's do the hello world of SQL injection. Let's just do 1 = 1 and see if we can dump a table. For variety, as well as for some testing methodology, I said, okay, let's expand that. Let's also try dumping the table with a different equation. Let's just throw 8 is less than 9. Everybody should be able to pick up on these, right? And then finally on the data pillar, basic testing, but also looking for basic data inspection. If it's capable, I wanted to be able to look for data loss prevention and have that in place. So I grabbed a text file and a PDF that had PII, personally identifiable information in there, full names, addresses, phone numbers. It's a success if we can detect and block that. It's a failure if I can download that file or files that were staged on the Windows server to the remote Windows machines. Similarly, I had a text file and a PDF with PCI data in there. Build out some PCI rules, standard dictionaries. Let's just look for credit cards, CVV numbers, full names. Should be able to block that. And then for fun, I added in some malicious file detection and reversed the data transfer and said, okay, if I'm on a compromised endpoint, what happens if I leverage some malicious payloads and just try and upload those to the Windows file server for staging? So I grabbed a couple ICAR files. One's the text file, another one was the COM or batch script. And then I also leveraged, since I already had Metasploit on the Windows machines, let's use MSF Venom. Let's create a very simplistic, vanilla, reverse shell executable from interpreter, 64-bit. That should be very easy to pick up, signature-based, nothing fancy. I can always expand, I can always build more, I can always do other trade and tactics, but this all should be easily testable things. So let's see how things resulted, what you're actually here for. How did things turn out? So I categorized these into the market leaders being A, B, and C, the niche vendor being vendor D, and then the small medium business vendor as E. As I hoped and expected, hopefully everybody can see this, but the user-based differentiated access was actually pretty straightforward. Everybody was able to do that, just as I had hoped, because I was like, okay, you're not even a ZTNA provider if you can't do the most fundamental thing. This all goes back to identity. But where I was a little bit surprised was when it came to the multi-factor step-up authentication. Should be table stakes, easily part of a zero trust approach, but that's where vendor C, being a market leader, failed. The reason that they failed wasn't that they didn't support MFA, it was that the only ability or the only configuration that they supported was doing a multi-factor authentication upon logging in or authenticating to the ZTNA service, so the front door. But it did not have the ability to configure this or any kind of multi-factor step-up auth for specific applications or specific services that you're trying to access. As being a market leader, I was a bit disappointed in that. Everyone else was able to achieve it. Then we got to the devices side. Again, some interesting results, but not necessarily for the reasons that you're expecting. So disk encryption, endpoint protection, is it there? Endpoint protection, is it running? Is it doing real-time enforcement? And even the endpoint definitions, vendor D, the niche player, failed all of those. It wasn't for the fact that they couldn't do it. It was for the fact that this is a large platform player, and if you want to be able to have these capabilities, oh, you got to pay more money. That's a separate licensing. That's a separate product. That's a separate dashboard where you have to go and configure those things. It's not natively or inherently part of their zero trust network access solution. I'm not playing those games. That's a fail in my book. Like, these are inherent components that a ZTNA solution should be able to provide. Everyone else was able to pass those checks, except for the small medium business vendor, which ultimately they could detect Defender being present, they could detect the real-time protection being enabled and enforced. They fell short and they were not able to look at definitions. So I could remove the Defender definitions and play around to my heart's content. It just didn't have the ability to recognize that and to change compliance status based upon that. From there, things started to get interesting. So the network segmentation, being able to detect, am I in a trusted location where I do allow local network access, or am I in an untrusted location where I need to restrict and block local area network access? Vendor D, once again, failed, ultimately not necessarily because of a separate product issue or licensing issue. They just don't have a big network security play. They're not a networking vendor and haven't been, so they just did not have that capability. Vendor E failed both of those network location checks because they are just not that big of enough of a player. They don't have those capabilities. They will treat you the same regardless of if you're at either location. They just don't have any network recognition. They cannot block or restrict local network access. Then we got to the service cloaking. I came in with no real expectations, but I was still kind of surprised by the results. So with the service cloaking, again, I'm trying to identify, can I move laterally, or at least start to do some recon laterally from the remote endpoint to the applications in the data center. Vendor A, who I thought was going to be able to do this, didn't do it at all. I was able to leverage Nmap, I could scan and see what ports are open, and I could do version fingerprinting and determine exactly what applications are running over there. That was a big miss, and one that I didn't necessarily expect. Vendor B, they were able to prevent me from fingerprinting, so I couldn't see what versions of applications or specifically what applications are running, but I was able to identify what ports are open. And I could just use some manual efforts from there to do some version fingerprinting. So I give them a partial win, partial success, partial failure, glass half full, glass half empty, take your pick, but they were able to do a little bit of it. Vendor C, I actually didn't expect necessarily for them to be able to do this. They were the best. They were the only one that could say, oh, you get nothing, Darren. You don't get to see what ports are open. You don't get to do any version fingerprinting. But if you open up Explorer and you navigate to that file share, here you go. If you open up a web browser and you want to go and browse the web application, here you go. Those are legitimate requests. So that was the only vendor that I found was actually successful at doing proper service cloaking. And vendor D also surprised me because, again, not a strong network player, not a strong network security player. They did also still stop me from fingerprinting. I could see what ports are open, but they were just like vendor B, so I gave them a partial. So that was where things started to become interesting, but then I got to the applications pillar, and this was where we started to see that divide between the players get a lot bigger. When it came to layer 7 capabilities, who can actually identify the SMB application, and who's going to allow me to build policies like that, it was only vendor A. Regardless of what everyone else advertised, marketed, promised, they really were still doing static mappings between ports and applications, and they were not able to build out policies around that. They weren't able to actually look at the SMB protocol itself. So player A, or vendor A, was the only one that had that capability. And then we got to exploiting MS17-0 and 0. Again, I expected a little bit more from the market leaders, but vendor A also was the only one that was capable of detecting my potential exploit, blocking it, and alerting to it and saying, hey, big red flag, someone's actually trying to exploit a vulnerable app over here, and we stopped it. So I was happy that they did that, but I was disappointed that everyone else said, you want to exploit it? Feel free, go ahead, have fun. And then things continued to grow in my interest. So the local file inclusion attacks, everybody, well, vendors A and B were both able to block my LFI attempts. Great. But when we got to command injection, this surprised me and I wasn't expecting. So vendor A blocked both of my command injections with basically just issuing ID and PWD. I played with other commands, ls, etc., and they picked them all up. Great. Vendor B only picked up the ID command. I could run PWD, I could run a lot of other arbitrary commands. It just let it fly right through. Didn't pick up on it, didn't alert to it, didn't block it, which tells me, and should tell all of you, they're essentially working with like a very small subset of a dictionary or of signaling that they're looking at. So there are plenty of ways to bypass that, plenty of ways to be able to perform command injection against a vulnerable web app. Just don't do the obvious ones. But then things flipped on me when it came to SQL injection. Vendor A that was doing so strong in all of these areas, they blocked the 1=1. Great, everybody should. But then when I said 8's less than 9, here you go, here's your table. Totally didn't pick that up. And again, it's like, okay, you're telling me that you basically just programmed this with a tiny little dictionary. You're only going to catch the hello worlds of, of the space and easily obfuscated, easily bypassed with anything else. And vendor B, because of the command injection issue, I expected them to fail this either partially or fully. Nope, they caught both of them. They caught all the other commands or all the other SQL injection attempts that I made. It's like, oh, okay, so you're better at SQL injection than you are at command injection? Interesting. Everybody else, including vendor C, failed all of these attempts. Not even close. And then finally, we got to the data pillar. Also, some fun nuances here. So vendor A, well, vendor B was the only one that was able to do PII and PCI detection and blocking. That was fantastic. I actually wasn't sure if they'd be able to do it. Vendor A, I configured for DLP. I said, please look and detect. Use your PII, PCI dictionaries. I could copy those files down from the server to my remote machine many times as I wanted. And it really confused me. I'm like, why am I able to exfil this data when you're so strong everywhere else? When I dug into it, come to find out, their DLP inspection is limited on what protocols it supports. If I was doing this over HTTP, HTTPS, okay. It doesn't support SMB. Total blind spot, as well as some other protocols that it totally doesn't care about. That was a big miss for me. Now, if you look into their whole portfolio, they have a solution that they can sell you that'll do that, but it's a separate product, it's a separate purchase, and it's a separate agent that you have to install if you want to cover those other protocols like SMB. So that was a huge miss I didn't see coming. And then lastly, taking my ICAR files, taking my interpreter binary, reverse shell, and uploading those from the remote machine up to the Windows file server. everybody had a bit of a miss here. Vendor B said, yeah, go ahead, pass those files all along. Part of it is because I think that they're lacking in some good malware detection. And another part of it is I found that they only really inspect traffic, like malicious content and arguably DLP, one way. They don't actually look bidirectionally to do these inspections, which was a big gap. So I could pass malicious content up all to my heart's content. Vendor A I marked as a partial because, oh wait, is there a question?
Do you have time for a question?
I should at the end if I land the plane on time. Okay, all right. If not, you can easily pull me aside. So vendor A, I gave it partial because they detected the ICAR files. Great, easy. The binary executable that I had developed with MSF Venom, again, didn't do any obfuscation, didn't do any like XOR encoding, nothing fancy here, super vanilla. But it didn't match any signatures. So this solution would allow me to do the first upload. It would sandbox it, but based upon obviously leaning towards operability, it wouldn't get a response back from the sandbox in time, and it would allow me to upload that file for the first time. If I did subsequent uploads, try 2, 3, 4, 5, it would block it. It has signatures for it. But weirdly enough, if I just regenerated the binary with MSF Venom, every time I generated a new one, same thing. It would try and sandbox it, and it would allow the first upload. In a real world situation, I think that you can tweak the configuration, especially if you're willing to impact end user behavior and end user operations and say, you're gonna wait. I think that you could turn that into a full block. But a lot of the basic and default config and the fact that most environments will lean towards user operability, that was not a big win. So that was a partial. But I was surprised that nobody else picked this up. So as a whole, here's your full table. And it really told a story. And it proved my hypothesis, even with just basic testing. I was like, okay, should I get more advanced? Should I do some stronger adversarial emulation? I didn't need to. Just fundamental tests like we talked about here showed that the small medium business vendor, they fell right off as soon as we got into the network applications and data pillars. The niche vendor could do a lot more than what's shown on here, but it's going to require more of your money. And it's going to require more admin work. And it's going to require you to go into more dashboards and do more config. Vendor C did pretty strong right up until we got to the applications and data side, and then they fell off. Even being a market leader, being one of the top 3, still couldn't achieve these capabilities. And then A and B, those guys were duking it out. They were going at it, they were exchanging blows. Both of them had pros and cons, but neither one's perfect. So it really showed that when you're looking at down selecting which of these providers is going to make the most sense for you, you really should be testing these things out. Because as you can see, the results will vary and may not be up to your expectations. Now, I did mention I'll talk or touch on risk reduction, and I'll probably breeze through this a little bit quickly just because we don't have a lot of time left and I want to be respectful of all of your time. But I had been asked by another customer in a situation like, what's an easy win? Obviously, I can do a lot of identity controls, device controls, but what's the biggest, easiest win I could get to reduce this residual risk from the ZTNA provider? And where these folks will come out and tell you, hey, here's our deployment architecture. Just drop this virtual machine in where your applications are. You don't need firewalls. Don't worry about that. We can even replace them. Please, please, please don't. Okay, if you test this out, one of the first things that you will learn, and what I absolutely strongly recommend, don't get rid of your next-gen firewalls, right? A lot of the deficiencies and the risks that these guys still are having and that you will be owning can be mitigated just by deploying a true next-gen firewall, configuring it appropriately, and placing it as a boundary in between their virtual machines and your actual applications that your end users need to access. And then lastly, if there's anything to take away from this, it's do not trust. Always, always verify and test, test, test. Use a lot of the framework that I started here and build out your own testing methodology. Put some of these use cases in your environment when you're doing a proof of concept. Build out applications in your local segment and subnet that are relevant for your business, for your environment, and test all of these concepts and break it down to these pillars to see which player is going to fit best for you. A year from now, use some of this to start to evaluate where are they at, because I guarantee you things are going to change. But the question is how much will they change, and what are some new or still remaining risks that they have? Lastly, I did want to think, I'm not the only person doing research in this space. I'm not the only one that likes to break things. That's why most of you are here, I'm sure. But if you were at DEF CON this year, I highly, highly recommended that people went and looked at this talk. It's also publicly available. They even recorded it. I think the video's on Vimeo. The PowerPoint is available in PDF. But these guys from Amberwolf, David Cash and Rich Warren, did some phenomenal research and took a totally different approach than I did. I'm looking at data in transit and a lot of the network side of things. They said, no, let's see if we can break the authentication. Let's see if we reverse engineer the client and the binaries. What does that look like? We all assume that these security companies are doing good development and secure development practices. In reality, they're making some really boner mistakes. And they're doing some things that are just shocking. And that's what a lot of the content that Amberwolf provided. So I highly recommend going and taking a look at that, because it may be additional use cases and test criteria that you have, especially if you're a more high secure environment, or if you don't want your endpoints and the zero trust network access provider software that you're installing to become a potential compromise. And with that, I do want to thank everyone for their time today. I am always available. You can grab me in the hallways. You can reach out to me on email or LinkedIn. If you like dry reading material and some other crappy pictures, you can always reference my white paper and download that. And with that, I will open things up for questions. Yep, by all means, go ahead.
The test that... Hi. The test that you were showing that had to do with layer 7, SQL injection and all that, in your testing, was all the enforcement done on the endpoint, or were you also using the proxy or server-side components of enforcement and detection? Yeah,
solid question. So all of the enforcement and inspection was being done in the cloud. So the data had to actually transfer from the remote user up to the cloud service, and then there is where the inspections occurred. It wasn't at the endpoint. Yeah.
So those solutions were not doing even basic layer 7 firewalling in their cloud firewalling?
Correct. Yeah. Very surprising and shocking, even for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? Oh yeah, by all means.
So I'm not too familiar with Zero Trust, or wasn't until your talk. Great explanation. But
thank you.
Seeing as there was first deficiencies in some of your test categories across all these different vendors, and also since a lot of these different capabilities seem to be, like you said, duplicative of like the next gen firewall, or I was thinking about web app firewalls, other security solutions. Does this kind of call into question like the value proposition of one unified zero trust network access solution? Like, why buy this extra tool that's doing it all when it's not really doing all of it well, I guess?
You know, that's a solid one. So a lot of it came down to they are promising all of these things and these capabilities, but they're just not delivering on them. So I think there's a couple of reasons why folks would still want to transition over. Part of it is moving from like a capital expense model to an operational expense model, and being able to have less on-prem requirements and less on-prem equipment. Although, as you saw, you still have these virtual machines that you may be responsible for, but you're not necessarily responsible for the upgrades or the updates of those. So ideally, you're picking a solution and a ZTNA provider that will be operationally easier and have less employee time that can be used elsewhere. But yeah, this was a bit of a reality check to say, yeah, they're promising you can do all of these things. And like I said, some of these vendors will come in and say, oh, you can get rid of those firewalls. We got all the security. Don't worry about it. Trust us. But this proved that it's not actually there. And you definitely need to identify what those residual risks are and adjust accordingly. And yeah, you're not getting rid of firewalls. At best, what you're doing is getting rid of VPN concentrators. So, great question. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for this, very informative. I was just wondering if you've repeated the same testing matrix against the other vendors that you had listed in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. And my assumption is you did Magic Quadrant and then Microsoft?
So I guess I will dance delicately on that subject. Microsoft may or may not have been one of the vendors that I tested. And I'll be happy to have that conversation with you on the side because I felt like they may be a worthwhile contender. I get a lot of conversations, especially as companies are going Microsoft all in. I'm already paying for all the licensing, so why not? Especially from the C-levels. So yeah, it would be a safe assumption that I probably included them in that matrix. So solid. Anybody else? Oh, yep. He's going to throw the microphone at you.
Thank you. From like a career pathing perspective, like I feel like a lot of what you described was beyond like identity access management and also like deep into networking. What would you, what advice would you give in terms of like skills to pursue a similar path?
Ooh, so that is a tough one. Oftentimes, and I take this for granted, as you start out in information security or cyber, you'll probably want to pick a path and pick a vertical where you can get deep and then expand from there. I started out doing a lot of sysadmin work, doing a lot of Windows and Active Directory. I expanded into networking, engineering, and then more into dedicated cybersecurity, especially as I started to see how complex and difficult security was. I was like, ooh, I like that, that's hard. But generally going down like the zero trust pathway is difficult. There are folks that will solely stay in one of those disciplines. I always assume that everybody has some kind of a networking background and that we all understand what subnets are and some fundamental network architecture, but there are some of my coworkers that they live in identity. They do identity access management, privilege access management, that's all they know. They can like write down an IP address, but they have no idea what subnetting is or a CIDR mask or anything like that, and they're absolutely phenomenal at what they do. So I think it's a matter of if you want to start going down that zero trust route, you should be decently deep on at least one of those disciplines, like identity or networks or data protection, and then expand out and start to learn more about those other disciplines. Myself, I don't see myself as an expert in most of those disciplines. I lean on my coworkers and my colleagues, but I at least know enough to be dangerous. And I enjoy learning and I enjoy breaking things. And I'm always humbled by the research that other folks are doing as well. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah. So you're essentially like picking from one of those pillars that you just mentioned in your testing, going deep in that, and then, yeah. Okay.
Absolutely, and expand from there, yeah. But don't, and I see some, if you try to be super deep on all of those pillars, you will not have any free time in your life. Or family. Your family will give up on you and say, you know what, that guy's too focused. So, thank you. Any other last questions? All right. Thank you all for your time. Greatly appreciated.
Actually, let me pause because I know that the AV guys want to give me the hi sign first. All right. Corey has been in the information security space for over 20 years and building software applications even longer. He spent years on the East Coast as a principal security consultant with the Interpetus Group before joining the in-house security teams at places like Etsy and Simple. Pour one out for Simple. He spent 6 years at a unicorn tech company, becoming their director of product security. Currently living on the Oregon coast, he enjoys tinkering with PCB designs in KiCad, singing off-key punk songs with his son. You'll have to give us a demonstration. And trying to convince people that video games can be art. Take it away, Corey.
All right. Thank you, Magneto, and everyone here. There we go. Welcome to Securing GraphQL from design to production. It's a real pleasure for me. I've been able to come to BSides here in the last couple of years, and so it's really nice to get the opportunity to present here for all of you. So at the end of this talk, I'm hoping you'll understand how these small little requests that we got once every 5 minutes coming into our work environment caused a denial of service attack for our back-end systems. Hopefully for those of you that are pen testers and coming across GraphQL, have a few more ideas of things to try and do for testing. And for those of us helping to build secure applications with GraphQL, some more things to kind of keep in mind at the development stages. So quick little bit about me. This is how my 3-year-old thinks daddy works, which is not completely wrong, but I do have slightly better typing skills. Whoa, no, are we coming back? Let's see. Okay, good enough. So for this particular talk, I was a former director of product security at one of those tech unicorn companies that made a lot of use of GraphQL. So the stories that I have here for you today is from my experience with them. I've recreated a lot of the sort of services, the requests, and the responses. So these aren't the actual services anymore, but it captures the idea of things that we actually had reported to us through our bug bounty programs, through our pen tests, and our other reviews. So I'm going to assume you're all a little bit familiar with REST APIs. And if you got to Corey Ball's talk earlier in track 2, that was a great sort of fundamental sort of foundation for what me and the team understood about sort of security for REST APIs and endpoints. But as I started with this company in 2019, they are already starting to use GraphQL. And my whole security team, we kind of had to come up to speed and realize those differences between securing REST endpoints versus GraphQL. And over my time there was about a dozen or so different GraphQL services that they had in place, but they pretty much lumped into these 3 different categories. We had internal services, GraphQL gateways. We ended up developing a GraphQL gateway for all of our mobile apps to use. And then finally, at the end of my time there was a partner API that we developed to help our external partners integrate with our systems. And it was really our development team that was driving this adoption for GraphQL. It really created a useful abstraction for them with their microservices, being able to kind of continue to develop and change things and not break things for the clients that were reliant on them. So they're really kind of the ones that helped drive the adoption of GraphQL. We weren't using MCP at the time or any LLMs, so we didn't really have GraphQL integrated with that, but it's kind of the new chocolate and peanut butter works really well together technology. So if you haven't hit GraphQL yet, I got a feeling you might be experiencing it more and more here with the current hotnesses. And if you know anything or have heard anything about GraphQL versus REST API security, you've probably heard about introspection. So introspection is special queries that can be sent to your GraphQL server and returns information in the response about the whole schema for the GraphQL service. So any queries and mutations it supports, any of the objects, any of the field names, all contained within that schema. So anything your developer needs to know to understand how to make a request to that service and get the data back that they want. Obviously, as an attacker, that's great information to have as well. It's like somebody publishing their API documents out there online for you. And so if you've ever come across this sort of interface, this UI before, this is GraphQL Playground. It's really popular. And off to the side was usually the schema and data section that you can expand and start poking around and seeing that information. And all that's getting coming from parsing the response from one of those introspection queries. Now, if you ever get your GraphQL service pen tested, you have introspection enabled, expect you're going to get that as a finding. So we disabled introspection in production, but as we were doing our own internal reviews, we'd either test against a staging system with it enabled, or get the schema from our development team and use that as part of our security reviews. And what we ended up finding out after a little while, a really helpful way for us to understand that schema a bit more was to actually visualize it. So this is GraphQL Voyager. It's not meant to be a security tool necessarily, but our team found it extremely helpful for helping us understand the relationships within the graph and kind of visually quickly understand and see things. Similar to GraphQL Playground, it's getting all this data from sending an introspection query and parsing that response. But in this case, it's parsing that response into this interactive web page that you can use to drill down on the different objects and relationships within your graph. If you're using Burp Suite as your sort of testing tool, there's the InQL plugin. Thank you for Xavier for pointing that out to me. It's been a great tool and resource to use. It makes it really handy if you're actually testing a GraphQL interface and formulating your queries, but also it now has GraphQL Voyager built right in. So if you want a real simple way to just kind of pop that open and take a look visually, that's a really handy tool. Like most things in Burp, if it's a really large schema that's taking up a lot of memory, you might have to walk away for a little while, let it load, and come back after a day, but it's still really handy. So let me show you how these relationships ended up impacting us at the place that I previously worked at. So I realize this might be a little hard to see, so I'll kind of talk a little bit about it here. On the left-hand side, we have the GraphQL query that our mobile app was sending to the service. And over on the right-hand side, this is the response data that was coming back. I apologize, a lot more of these down the line are hopefully going to be clearer to read in the back. But basically, our mobile application was searching our locations over a certain time period and asking for any bookings that were already being taken place at that location. And so that was the data you're getting back on the right-hand side. So UUIDs, timestamps, publicly available information. Our security team was perfectly fine with this information being returned to the clients. But if we took our graph and we actually visualized a simplified version of that schema around how we were handling those bookings, this is what that graph would have looked like. So we do have our booking object there in the middle. We got our booking UUID, our start dates, a relationship over to the location object that had all that building location information. But probably jumping out at you already is that there's a relationship to a user object as well, which made logical sense. It was our users of the system that were making these bookings. They'd have to own these bookings in some sense. But our client side wasn't requesting this. But since we do see that it's here in the graph, it is something that we could form a valid GraphQL syntax for and see if we can return that data along with it. And GraphQL makes that really easy to do. You just say, hey, can I have that user object? I think I saw that there was some PII around there, first name, last name, email address. Great, return that to me. And oh, also, wasn't there a payment object related to this? There was, and all that data did come back. So this was something that kind of was an eye-opener to us and understanding these graph relationships. Well, I talked about this in context to introspection and having that schema and being able to visualize it and see those relationships on how to ask for the data in GraphQL. Really, the issue here is that we didn't have the proper auth checks around when we were allowed to have access to that user object. So that was what our fix was to basically build into here. And in fact, we had introspection disabled on this service. I mentioned it came from our mobile app. So the person who reported this to our bug bounty actually did it through decompiling our mobile app, looking at all the different GraphQL requests that we were sending, and kind of building their own schema and understanding that this relationship existed. So this was sort of a wake-up event to us on the security team of using Voyager more and understanding those relationships in the graph and start looking for them. And in fact, this almost happened to us again when we developed our partner API service. So our partner graph was quickly becoming this everything GraphQL API. So it have low-risk operations like what time a building was open and hours and stuff like that, but also these really high-risk queries and mutations like getting invoices and doing billing and payments. And so this really caused a lot of those relationships to be there between high-risk and low-risk sort of objects. To some degrees, we try to separate that out. I think at one point we worked with having maybe a public user object and then a my user object for more of those internal things that somebody would set for their account. Ended up causing a lot of confusion and being a lot more complexity than what our developers wanted. Like I was saying, this partner API was turned into this everything app. And just because you can add everything together into a single graph, it's not always the best idea. We definitely experienced our graphs growing larger and larger and larger. But we did look to Shopify as a good example of one resource where they split out their admin GraphQL API from their user API, their storefront API as they call it. So this was something we referred back to again and again as we were figuring out how we were going to separate these services and not lump everything into one single graph. One last introspection-related item that I want to talk about. So, as I mentioned, we would disable introspection from our graphs, but we had a number of times where the graph was still trying to be a lot more helpful when it came to any errors or typos. So if you didn't know, like in this example, that it was a user object, and you just guess, like, maybe it's called username. Do you have one of those? The error message over here was trying to be helpful, and it's like, oh, I don't have username, but we do have user. So disabling introspection and disabling either these hints or suggestions is often two separate flags in most GraphQL implementations. So you'll want to check for that. Now, if you're like me and you're coming from using a lot of your web server request logs as sort of understanding how your users were interacting with your different REST API endpoints, those logs are going to be probably a lot less useful for you when you come into GraphQL. And a big reason for this is that all your GraphQL request introspections, queries, mutations, they're all post requests to the same endpoint. So if you want to understand what your users are actually asking for and doing with your graph, you're going to need a lot more logging in your application side to get that data. And if you're starting to do that, one of the things that we learned is that the operation names are optional, and users can kind of alter those and choose whatever they like in most cases. So if you are going to try to tag those or log those operation names, make sure you do that with something you have tagged on your server side. Also, we had instrumented our logging system to do alerts based on a lot of 500 error messages. But in a lot of cases for GraphQL, if there's errors, it's actually going to log a 200 OK message and package those errors in its response to the client. So I'll show an example how this kind of got us a little bit later down the line. But that's something to be aware of as well, is that you'll probably see a lot less of those 500 errors in your logs once you move to GraphQL. And the other logging feature that we found we needed to implement more was having a consistent request ID associated with each of our requests that came out of our GraphQL service. Typically, we'd have one query that would come in to our GraphQL, and then that would spawn maybe a dozen or so different requests to our backend services. Having a request ID that would tie all those different backend requests with the same client-side request that we got was something we found we actually had to build into our GraphQL system for us. So with those error messages, I sort of mentioned that it's always going to typically log a 200 OK message for those, and then package the errors in the JSON response, as long as you have valid GraphQL syntax. Originally, our GraphQL developers really liked this approach because their team was responsible for the graph and not most of the backend services. So graph was running fine. Here's the error message from the backend service. Go and talk to this other team. That's where your issue lies. And on the security side, we got our GraphQL system pen tested. We were looking for verbose error messages. We checked the configuration for that. It wasn't enabled. But there was more and more backend services being connected to the graph. Most of those had verbose error messages disabled, but one of the days something changed. One of those connections changed. And it was a pretty subtle error message. We don't get a full stack trace here. It was just kind of a URL that was part of that response. And tacked on to that URL was also the API key that we're using to communicate to that third-party service. Yeah. So basically, anybody who saw that error in detail, what it was, they completely bypassed going through our front end, didn't go through our WAF or any of our other sort of security controls, just directly connect to that third-party service. So obviously, we had issues around how we were authenticating with that service that we could improve. But this event was sort of our wake-up call that we wanted a better way of handling error messages with GraphQL. And fortunately, most GraphQL implementations actually do offer a very simple sort of catch and formatting for error messages. This was a great way that we could say, hey, we know these error messages are helpful to our clients. They're coming from systems that we've worked with before. We have good validation around that. but we're going to have a default generic error message that's returned in all other cases. And so that was something that ended up being really useful and helpful for us, but it was also something we needed to help our developers understand to build in early on to sort of the GraphQL development process and not have it be a last minute thing that came back to them from the pen test. One last big topic I wanted to touch on was rate limiting for GraphQL. As you can already imagine with what we just talked about from the differences from GraphQL to your REST endpoints, if you have rate limiting rules set up in your WAF or gateway firewall around sort of REST request, those aren't really going to translate as well to helping protect you from different GraphQL attacks. In fact, it's normally a feature of GraphQL to take what used to be multiple REST requests, package them into one GraphQL request, so your client's actually interacting with you less. But this can lead to two types of attacks that we frequently see with GraphQL. They're kind of query stuffing attacks. There's sort of this idea of a depth attack and a breadth attack. Creating this depth attack is sort of this recursive GraphQL query that's really compact and usually simple for clients to figure out and send to your service, but it can cost a lot of resources and time for your server to actually process and handle. This very simple generic example here is you can imagine you have a store web front that has products in it. Those products belong to a store that has products in it, that belong to a store that has products in it, so on and so forth. And this is all very valid GraphQL that you could ask for. Most GraphQL implementations do have a simple configuration setting to say this is the maximum level of depth that I want. It may take you a little bit of trial and error to figure out what's the right setting for your environment, but that's usually a pretty easy problem to solve. Where it gets more complex is this idea of breadth, where somebody can just ask for this very large query with lots of different objects, and some of those may be very simple for your system to return and gather, and other ones might require a lot of resources in your back end to piece that data together. And that's basically what led to this issue with our services here. Here's these Splunk logs again. This is a single request. It was spaced out every 5 minutes. And when this hit in the evening time, our internal service would be DOSed for 15, 20 minutes or so trying to handle these. And at first, we didn't even think what was causing the problem was happening through our graph service. There wasn't a whole lot going on in these logs. There wasn't a whole lot of traffic or other activity. We had some of those logging issues like I mentioned earlier. But then when we dug into here, we realized that some of these request response sizes were really huge. And that was sort of our tip-off that, okay, something weird is happening with these queries and the service. So as we started digging more into it, we realized that this was actually one of our partner teams externally sending a request that was basically scraping our locations for all those booking informations like we showed earlier. They actually thought they were being very efficient with how they were formatting their query, which is true to a certain degree, they were, but they had no visibility into what that was causing to our back-end systems. So in our case, it was, the DOS was coming from inside the house. We could just reach out to that team and say, hey, we got to restructure this query and how you're accessing the data. We added some more data loading to make these systems more performant. We also changed the size of our overall post-request buffer that we were allowing in, because it didn't need to be as large as what they were doing. So we had some pretty quick fixes for our issue, but really it started us down a path for a long-term fix, which is needing to be able to calculate the cost of these GraphQL queries and requests coming into our system. And so basically you needed to do the cost at 2 different points. One, how much does this query or mutation actually cost you and our systems? But then also a way to look at a GraphQL statement before we actually run it and figure out how much this is going to cost our system and what's a reasonable limit to expect. Like with most rate limiting tools, a generic one-size-fits-all out-of-the-box solution is probably not going to give you the security you need for your systems. And so there's a few tools that let you get as deep with this as you want. And typically it means adding annotations to your schema and saying how much each of these operations is going to cost you. But you'll need a way to sort of figure that out and decide what makes sense. We really look to GitHub and Shopify again. They have some great blog posts about how they've set up their rate limiting rules. And if you're using Apollo, which is really popular, they actually point to an IBM study about how they went through GraphQL and started figuring out what costs should be in most environments. So I know I'm running a little bit long here, but I did want to talk a little bit about what we learned from doing pen test against all these GraphQL services, what worked well for us and what didn't. What didn't work well was just saying, you know, here's the website, introspection's enabled, go for it. We definitely found to be better with our pen test, we would try to include as much documentation for our pen testers as possible. While we couldn't share the actual code for our projects, we would have them test in a staging environment with introspection enabled. We'd also share with them any of the saved queries and mutations we're using in our CI/CD pipeline for developers to test things, as well as any queries that we would save on the security team. And a lot of times we sort of had a postman package that we would allow the pen testers to use. And seeing what some of that default data looked like and what a valid response should be was a huge time saver and really made the pen test a lot more efficient. Also during the kickoff calls, we would demo GraphQL Playground and Voyager for them. We would talk about what queries and mutations were more high risk for us and costly. And if we did have any rate limits in place, explain to them what those rate limits were and if they could bypass them. So with that, I know I couldn't cover everything, all the security features of GraphQL. Obviously, you want to keep the whole OWASP top 10 in mind. There's a great OWASP cheat sheet specifically for GraphQL nowadays. So that's really handy. And so with that, thank you all for coming. I'm local from around here. I'll be in the hallways. I'd love to chat with you about this or anything else afterwards. Thanks very much. The website has the slides on it, and also if you're in the CTFs, there might be a little something extra on there for you, as long as it stays online. Thanks. 2 minutes. All right. Yes. Yeah.
So I understand this is a little bit of a business decision, so I don't expect a discrete answer, but sure. All right. So the question is, again, I understand this is likely a business decision, so very case specific, but from somebody who doesn't do a lot with GraphQL, where do you draw the line between implementing controls at the GraphQL endpoint for like rate limiting and cost versus like data structure design and SQL queries and like whatever's doing the stuff on the back end? Because it seems like they're kind of at contention, right? Like you always want to be more efficient than your GraphQL endpoint can do more, but where, like, how did you draw that line in the sand?
Yeah, no, and definitely that was difficult, and I think something like our development teams kind of went back and forth with. In some cases, it was easy when we were designing sort of like the mobile client that was talking to the GraphQL gateway, but in other ones that were supposed to be publicly accessible and we didn't really have a good sense of what queries might be coming to our system, it was really sort of a back and forth. And typically with most security sides, you know, we're fighting for sort of a tighter control around the rate limits and the cost. And our developers would kind of want it more towards the looser end. So in a lot of cases, that was really where sort of tracking like performance metrics with the GraphQL service and the backends was something that we needed to look into. And to an honest degree, like only some of that decision was part of the security team. A lot more of that had to be done by the engineering team.
Fair, okay. So like you use OTel data or something to tell you about what's happening on the back end for all that? I suppose money talks, right? Whatever's cheaper to implement.
Well, whatever's cheap to implement. I mean, you know, we did pay more to have Splunk at certain points and stuff like that, and that's what we're using for a lot of our metrics before we moved to APM. Yeah, there's not kind of I wouldn't say that you could have all your controls just in the front end. There was definitely like a lot of times where it's like we need to rely on the back end API to have like the proper rate limit controls around how many requests or how much time we'd allow this to take.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I missed the first part of your talk. So you were on a security team at a business, or?
I was the director of product security at a company using GraphQL.
Have you had much success or any effort in controlling like team, like developer API allow list, like endpoints, or it sounded like sort of the rate limiting was kind of along the same lines, because we've looked at it with like Swagger docs through the WAF, like this isn't in the Swagger docs, so the request isn't going to work. But then kind of, we always backed off on it because it seemed really sticky. So I was wondering if you had any experience with that.
Sorry, what part exactly with?
Oh, with API endpoint, like allow listing, or if the rate API GraphQL rate limiting with kind of passing that down to the dev teams, if you've had any experience or success with that, and if it's as sticky as it sounds, or if there's something that you...
Yeah, I guess to a certain degree with, like I was kind of mentioning with the rate limiting, it's going to work differently with GraphQL, how you really are going to have to need to kind of calculate these costs to go along with it, besides just setting, like, I'm allowing these number of requests to come into my service, or this amount of requests coming from our GraphQL gateway to the endpoints. You know, we basically had to, make an allow list for the GraphQL service to bypass any of the regular REST API rate limits we had in place, because it was our gateway and funneling traffic from multiple users in a lot of cases. So we did that, and then you were kind of asking a little bit about an allow list, and it was really part of our GraphQL implementation itself that would determine which API endpoints were getting queried from GraphQL. So it did sort of work as sort of a gateway for us that would limit access to only the API endpoints that we built into the graph, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's really impressive.
Cool. All right, well, I think that's time. Thank you, everybody.
Come on in, grab a seat. There's plenty of room. It's my great pleasure to introduce Garrett, who is an offensive security researcher with over 6 years of experience in information technology. He has conducted successful engagements against organizations that include the finance, healthcare, and energy sectors. Garrett enjoys researching Active Directory and developing offensive security tools. His background also includes roles as a security operations center analyst and systems administrator. Please welcome Garrett.
Definitely not that tall. Awesome. Thanks for the introduction. I know I'm weird because I like AD security, but just bear with me. My name's Garrett Foster. I am a senior security researcher over at on the team at SpectropOps. Been there a little over 2 years. Kind of like my day-to-day responsibilities there are to do a bit of tradecraft discovery and red team enablement. So kind of like if you're at a stuck point, my goal there is to help them get through that stuck point, and then whatever the results of that research, we try to take those results and then implement them in our product, the Bloodhound Graph. I don't have a ton of time, so I'm just going to press on with the agenda. So what I hope to share with you today is a bit of a recap on what SCCM is, and kind of do a very quick explanation of where it is, where it came from, and then some of the security research that has been done by us and the community as a whole. And then from there, we'll talk a bit about co-management. So if you have an Active Directory environment that is hybrid and is using Entra as well for some type of identity management, co-management might be relevant. And then we'll talk about the Administration Service API, which is an on-prem API that grants kind of like this administrative access to SCCM. So it's just another way for admins to be able to administer that service, but it's going to be relevant to the co-management piece. And then we'll finish things off by taking advantage of all of that co-management to go from a low-privilege user context to completely taking over all of SCCM and therefore all of the managed clients in that service. So SCCM stands for System Center Configuration. I lost it. Where'd it go? Uh-oh. It's back. Okay. I'm not going to touch anything. I get too close. Okay. So System Center Configuration Manager, SCCM. It's gone through a bunch of different name changes. It's about 30 years old, so it's been recycled a bit. I'm a little bit more partial to this beautiful piece of artwork by my coworker Craig because it's now known as Microsoft Configuration Manager. Just to, like the quick recap, this graph was made by Carson Sanker. He made a blog post a couple years ago kind of detailing how we got to where we are now. So SCCM was first introduced in about 1994, and it didn't really get in too much offensive attention until DEF CON 20, when Dave Kennedy was presenting on how he was able to leverage that service to basically pop shells on every client. So at its core, SCCM is just endpoint management software. It'll have an agent running on whatever hosts are being managed by that device. It has system level access because it's responsible for driver updates, Windows updates, application deployment, and like policy deployment. So Dave took advantage of that and realized that if you could just take over SCCM, you'd therefore control every client. And the research kind of continued from there. Matt Nelson, one of our coworkers, he kind of picked it up and ran with it a bit, had a few blog posts and tools. And then it died for a number of years, and then Chris Thompson and Dwayne Michael kind of picked up the baton and kept that going. And the last few years, it's kind of exploded from an offensive point of view. And it's exploded so much that myself, Dwayne Michael, and Chris Thompson developed this kind of living document called MIS Configuration Manager. It's a GitHub repository that tries to take all of the known offensive tradecraft and gives it a taxonomy. So if it is a takeover or you're able to grab credentials from it, we label those and we outline how the the attacker can take advantage of that while also supplying like defensive measures that the defensive team can take. So it's good for both sides, both red and blue. But since then, there's been a number of like community contributions, and probably the most notable has been from the Synactive. They're a team over in France. They found an unauthenticated SQL injection that led to complete compromise from an unauthenticated perspective to control all of SCCM and then therefore every client. That's not really it. There's been a number of different like community contributions, whether it be blog posts or tweets or tools or just conversations about how they have used this service to accomplish some level of goal or objective during their assessments. But the point I'm trying to make is that we have focused so much of that effort to only what's on-prem, like we only what's ever in the enterprise network. But it was time to explore how it would work when you are integrating your on-prem, you have a hybrid deployment with the cloud, particularly with Entra or Azure or whatever they're going to name it next. So there's three ways that SCCM can actually have this hybrid or co-managed deployment. The first is tenant attach. This is less of a expansion, it's more of a like DLC for SCCM. So there's a couple extra pieces you can do from Entra. But the two that are most relevant are the cloud management gateway and then co-management. And both of these are two different deployments, but both solve the same problem of managing a remote workforce, which over the last few years has been kind of an explosion. So the cloud management gateway, or the CMG, the way this process works is you'll have a virtual machine hosted up in Azure that your clients, your remote clients, will connect to, and it basically proxies that connection into your physical network. So this is used when they can't have VPN access, they're not in office, they're across the globe. They can connect to this endpoint to have policies applied and so on and so forth. So on the other side of that is co-management, a little bit different. This is actually going to integrate with Microsoft Intune, and Intune is Microsoft's cloud endpoint management solution. So the way this works is it just kind of integrates and you pass off workflows between the two depending on what your requirements are. But the lines do cross a bit, and it's due to how are the configuration requirements for setting up both those solutions. And you'll do so from within the Configuration Manager console, and you'll set up what's called Configure Azure Services. And the piece that you'll be doing is called cloud management. And the wizard is actually, it's relatively easy, it's streamlined, there's not a whole lot of nuance to it, so we don't have to spend much time on it, but the key piece that you're doing is you're setting up two Entra applications. There's a client app and a web application. And these work together to create an OAuth flow for users to sign into to the specific scope. If you scroll down a bit, there is a kind of a key thing that you might overlook. There is the option to disable Microsoft Entra ID authentication. So if you were just skimming through this and weren't paying attention, you might have missed this, but that implies that Microsoft Entra authentication is enabled by default for the tenant, regardless of how you're setting things up. So once that completes, we don't have a lot of visibility into what those applications even are or what permissions we're granting it, because we're setting them up with global admin or cloud application admin level permissions. So let's take a look at what's actually happening. We have the client app, and it is being delegated user impersonation to the web app and whatever that is scoped towards. And so this is pre-consented, so the user that's being impersonated does not have to approve it. And this will happen for any identity that's in Entra. From the app side, what we're actually accessing, what's being granted to us, is we have this API URI. But we didn't actually set any type of backend up for this, and this is where the admin service comes into the picture. So the administration service is that on-prem OData REST API, and it's hosted on the SMS provider role. The SMS provider, let's see if I can get this, provides API interoperability access over HTTPS. So the SMS provider actually contacts the database through WMI. So what they did is to grant you API access to it. They just put an API in front of WMI, so you have another layer of abstraction. But it gives you administrative access from this perspective. And that is implemented, if we take a look at the service binaries, we can see this URI exists, that admin service URI is present. And this is relatively well known if you've been ever messed with SCCM. There's tradecraft around this, there's post-exploitation that's been taken advantage of here. But when you look at the source code, because it's all in .NET, so we can reverse it, there's a completely different URI path that I really wasn't aware of that seems relevant to Entra because of the token auth string included in it. So if we keep kind of digging into that source code and see what's actually being implemented by the service, it is handling any type of CRUD operation being submitted to that API. So if you're trying to make some type of change or you're trying to recover data, it's going to process that request and kind of pass that off to the WMI endpoint. So there's a few checks. It's going to instantiate a new Windows identity class, a C# class, and this just represents a Windows user. So we'll just kind of have that ready to go and usable. And then from there, it's going to check and see, is Azure AD enabled, or Entra, now that we've changed things. And we know this has been enabled by default. So we can kind of press on through that logic and hit this method called parse bearer token. Now this method is going to take whatever was in the authentication headers for that API request, pass off that token to this method, and that's where the fun really begins. So it seems like it might be a simple a process to parse this bearer token, but you'd be mistaken. It's about 15 layers deep of different kind of poking and prodding to make sure everything's in line. But the end result is it's doing two things. It's validating the token signature. It's making sure that the token that we are providing is coming from where it says it comes from and that it hasn't been manipulated in any way. That we didn't try to change any strings or any values in it. So the signature for that is still good. And then it's just going to validate the token's issuer and audience. Those two strings are like the big piece to the puzzle. And that's arguably the only interesting piece from all of that, from the whole flow of validating this. And it's stored in the get authentication info method. So what we'll do is we're going to build a list of issuer, audience, a metadata, and a signing cert. So how do we get that data? Where is that stored? SCCM, essentially everything lives in that database, is in the site database. You can consider that the brain of the entire operation, and then the site server itself is the body for everything else. The way it pulls that data from the site database is it runs a stored procedure, which is, you could think of it as a script to run SQL queries. And that stored procedure is called get token validation info, and the result of that, if we take that syntax, since it's a test environment, we can take it to the site database and issue that or run that stored procedure to see the data that's being returned during standard operation. So we get an issuer, audience, the metadata, and then the signing cert. So the piece that's relevant to validating this token are, you're going to take the string value of the issuer and the string value of the audience. You'll have your bearer token. You'll deserialize that, and then it's just doing a one-to-one string match for both. It's saying, are they equal? Is it 100% accurate? And that's the validation steps. That's it. We want to make sure it's signed and make sure that these two strings match. So cool, we've made it back up to the parse bearer token method. We're saying, hey, cool, here's your validated token. Go ahead and press on with processing that request to transform it to WMI and keep going. And that's when we get back to our Windows identity. So we're going to instantiate the Windows identity and store it in this identity variable. And we're going to pass it the user principal name value from that Entra token, our validated token. So the UPN is a claim included in this, so we can pull that out and actually extract the domain user UPN from the token. So now we pass it off and we created this class as this user. So if you look how the Windows identity class operates, when we overload it with just a user principal name value, it's doing one thing. It is going to call, it's going to construct it by calling the curb s4u logon structure. So if you're unfamiliar, a curb s4u is a Kerberos extension implemented by Microsoft called Service for User or Service for User to Self. So that service is going to create an impersonation token on that endpoint as that user. So domain user is now impersonated, and it's saying this is the identity that I'm going to process the request for. So I stewed on that a bit and was kind of curious, like, okay, so it's just doing this s4u logon. This kind of makes sense. Like, what's the actual inherent risk here? And this is kind of my experience on how this went down. And the conclusion is that the admin service impersonates any UPN from a validated token. There is no authorization checks being done whatsoever. So if there is some way that we can manipulate that value, if we can push a UPN for a known administrative user into Entra and authenticate as that user, we could be admin. And it sounds too easy, and it is, because there's some nuance to how UPNs, or user principal names, work in AD and Entra. So here we have a BSides user, and it has a user principal name value. So when you have a hybrid environment, typically what will happen is you'll have users that are synchronized into Entra, and you can have some control, like you might be able to specify a certain container or a certain list of users that are synchronized. But for the sake of argument, let's just say that every user is synchronized. And there are a few attributes that map automatically when a new user account is created in AD, and then that transfers into Entra. And the user principal name is one of them. So if we have BSidesPDX at unsigned short, we'll see that once that user is created and synchronized with Entra, the UPN follows it. It goes with it. So this attribute being present is called explicit UPN mapping. Because it's present, it's actually stored in that attribute, it's explicit. But what about the case where there isn't a value present? Like, what happens there? Microsoft considered this, and they explain the process when that value isn't present. And the quote is, a UPN can be implicitly or explicitly defined. An implicit UPN is always associated with the user's account, even if an explicit UPN is not defined. This is also true when it is. So you could think more of an explicit UPN as an alias. If your internal domain name is different from the UPN value that's present, no matter what happens during the authentication process, your implicit UPN is the context that you're authenticated under. So MS Kyle actually explains how this process happens and where the implicit value comes from. It will concatenate the name with an @ symbol followed by the DNS name of the domain. So it'll just kind of build all of that together and combine them. So from our example user, it'll take the example, add the @ unsigned short, and there is our implicit UPN. Things get interesting when we start to think about machine accounts. So the site server, I mentioned, you can think of it as the body of the entire thing. And from all the tradecraft that we've had for compromising SCCM and using it to kind of take over environments, the site server is the #1 target. It has a ton of responsibility in SCCM. It is admin on all of the certain roles. It's responsible for maintaining the health of things. What's good in our situation is machine accounts will not have a user principal name mapped by default. When you create a new user account, typically you're going to create a username, and AD will automatically populate that attribute. If you try to nullify it or remove it using their tooling, you'll get a constraint violation. And then you also have a scenario where UPNs are required to be unique across the forest. So thinking of scenarios where, okay, what if we could just take a admin's UPN, add it to a user that we control, and take that route, you'll run into constraints. But the way the implicit UPN works for a site server, or for any machine account, is it's going to take that name, concatenate it with the @ symbol, and then concatenate it with the domain name. So we can create an implicit UPN for that user. So if we own any user account, or if we own some type of privilege to modify the UPN value of a user, we could change it from whatever value it is to the explicit value of the UPN and not run into a constraint violation because it's not there. So let's look at what that process might look like. So through this, we'll go through, we're going to look at the BSides users' privileges and their settings. It has the explicit UPN map to @unsigned short. So we control this user. We can flip the UPN value to the site server's UPN. So now we have an explicit UPN that's mapping to that. From there, we can now authenticate as the BSides user with our new UPN, which still ties to us. So I've already synchronized it, so it's already up in Entra. And now we have a token with that UPN value present. So now we'll remove that explicit UPN. So if it tried to map the identity when we use the token, it would hit that account. But now that it's dangling, it's going to resolve the identity to the site server. So here's us in the administrative console showing that we have just one singular admin, and then we will run an API request using that bearer token and then submit it to the API. And we'll go through that validation flow that we've seen, where it just it deserializes it, validates everything, makes sure that the strings match, that the token signature is good. But because we've impersonated and we have that UPN value of the site server, it will immediately add our user as an admin because it is impersonating itself at that point. So we play with the logic flow there. Excuse me. So we thought this might be bad. Disclosed it to Microsoft in July. After some back and forth, they decided that it was going to be an issue that would be patched. They assigned it this temporary or this potential CVE. It's still tentative. The patch was supposed to be released today. It wasn't, but they told me that we could release it today. Like this was the timeline. So, so here we are. But yeah, that was essentially, this was a public disclosure for that. I have about a minute left in the talk, so are there any questions, curiosities, or anything there? Yes, please.
What kind of assets will we expect to see that CVE on if we ran a tenable scan?
If you ran a tenable scan right now, I don't expect you to find anything yet.
If it was.
Yeah. That's a curious one. So you asked if the question was like, what kind of assets would we see this running on if we were on a tenable scan? You'd have to have your scanner running probably on the site server itself to have some type of access there, and as well as so the cloud management gateway. I only have 20 minutes. There's more to this. The CMG is hosted in Azure, and you can actually expose that administration service API to the internet. Like that's a feature, and so now that tells us that if I get access to Entra, I can just create that token and authenticate to that API, and now have control of your whole on-prem without ever actually being on-prem. So.
What if somebody was cloud Entra only?
Was Entra only? It's gonna more than likely you'll want some type of access to the site server still, because that's the end game. Is getting control of that on-premises asset that has all of the clients and managing all the different resources throughout there. Because we're basically creating a hybrid attack path there where we can go from the cloud to on-prem, and now we control everything that has an agent installed on it, whether that's on-prem, remote, cloud, wherever. What's that? Potentially. It's going to be environment dependent and deployment dependent. So I mentioned those 3 different types of doing co-management. If you're using the co-management version where you're integrating the 2 services, you'll probably run into where this might be a leverage for that. So, any other questions? If there's not right now, I'm going to be kind of hanging out in the hallway or probably run over to our booth. But yeah, thank you so much for attending. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. My name is Mike Stringer. I'm a Red Team and consultant member from Online Business Systems, probably one of the biggest global companies in security that nobody has ever heard of. We're based all over the United States, and this is my talk on license to Pwn, how two Muppets infiltrated a Fortune 500 company in under 6 hours. So a little background for this talk. This was actually my first attempt at a red team while also being the leader and like resident expert in red teaming for this company. So it's like talk about trying to build a plane while you're flying it. This was like my prototype trying to create red teaming, and the first actual engagement that we did in the wild with me and my co-conspirator, as we'll call him. And it turned out to be an amazing success. And the purpose of this talk isn't really to show you anything novel or like explain any crazy new exploits or super creative ways to do things, but rather to show how approachable red teaming actually is for someone who has never seen it, never done it, and never thought that like it was something that they could even get involved in. So hope you guys enjoy it, and let's get started. So this is a little bit about myself. Like I said, my name's Mike Stringer, Principal Consultant and Offensive Security Services Expert for Online Business Systems. I lead the red teaming engagements and train my team, as well as am the SME for social engineering and network penetration testing, protocol analysis, and exploit development. So long-winded background of everything that I do for this company. I established this red team, or did this first service back in 2019, so this is quite some time ago now. And I've been doing, hacking and playing with this stuff for a little over 12 years professionally now. I'm also a former Army vet, if that is, a little fun fact about myself. I'm a big gamer, and I've often been caught saying client's gonna client as one of my favorite ways to describe how irritating some of them can be. This is my co-conspirator, Josh Anderson. He is no longer with us, but he was instrumental in actually making this engagement happen, so I could not do this talk without giving him an honorable mention and telling you a little bit about him. Plus, you're going to be seeing him on screen a few times. He is with Leviathan Security and has been a red teamer for a little over 7 years now, working in the security space. He's really big into car hacking, RFID, and wireless hacking and stuff like that. And he's also a speaker at Boulder BSides. So if there's anybody from the Denver area, or if you like to go down there, that's where he's from, and he's big into those spaces. Super chill dude. He made me say that. But yeah, he's a good friend and just an all-around awesome security consultant that if you get a chance to meet him, tell him that Mike said hi. This is the talk. Welcome to the deep end of red teaming. This is, like I said, is the first time that I actually went into a red teaming engagement, and trying to do that for the first time while supposedly being in charge was possibly the most intimidating task that I had laid upon myself for this job. So this talk is going to include all of the costs, assumptions, embarrassing mistakes, glorious triumphs, hilarious stories, and lessons learned from my team's very first attempt at red teaming assessments, which unfolded over the course of a year for one of our biggest clients. As you might have guessed from the title, they're in the Fortune 500, so this was a pretty intimidating client to be working with, and really, really did not want to screw that up. The scariest part of this engagement for myself and my co-conspirator was that this was our first ever solo red teaming engagement. We'd never done physical red teaming. We'd never gone to the physical domain. We were just through and through pen testers. So we had always experimented and dreamed of it, but it wasn't something that we intimately knew. The only things that we knew how to do really well was pen testing, privilege escalation, phishing, and things of that nature. So possibly our biggest fear, and probably the fear of everybody else who started in red teaming, was that you'd get caught instantaneously and the whole engagement would be a wash. And maybe this isn't a unique experience, and maybe it is, but I created this talk despite how intimidating this engagement was for us, and yeah, we're really proud of what we were able to achieve in that time. And you know, just caveat, bear in mind that everything that you see in this talk is anonymized to an extent, so some of the pictures are from the real thing, some aren't. Just, you know, caveat, we got to protect our client's identity. So quick high-level overview. This talk is essentially going to be a brief 101 tutorial on red teaming, educating red teams that are just starting out, or even groups that are thinking about implementing their own red team, showing you what the budget and cost is of getting started, your essential needs, and to make red teaming overall less intimidating. And hopefully we'll have some fun at the same time. So why do we red team? The first thing that we have is our mission as red teamers. A lot of us would definitely say, like, drink all the beer, hack all the things. But really what our mission here is to place the physical, technical, and operational controls of our client under its maximum stress load as far as we are able to provide. Essentially giving our client exposure to what it's like to be under assault by a state-sponsored threat actor, APT, something that is a serious threat to major corporations, and see how they actually fare against a real threat in the wild. And the purpose of this is to help our clients with their security maturity and give them a little bit of insight to how functional their security programs actually are, as well as how it stacks up against somebody like me or like, you know, APT 2000 Infinity or whatever overseas. The goal of this is to compromise systems and data by any means necessary, and above all, main stealth. We don't want to get caught up until we struggle so much with getting caught that we're kind of scared and we want to, like, throw our client a bone and say, like, hey, you caught us 3 days later, which you'll see more of in just a second. And then the final thing is that we want to evolve as red teamers, and both for ourselves and for our clients, because threats and defense are, like everybody says, a cat and mouse game where we're constantly trying to get one over on each other, and that is what this is all about. We're trying to constantly get better at what we do because it's what the world needs for security to progress, and because it's what we love. So this is the red teaming 1, 2, 3s. Most people in here who have even read the overview of the OSCP exam guide or anything like that is probably familiar with the 4-step methodology of reconnaissance, analysis and scanning, exploitation, and then privilege escalation and persistence. These are the steps in which you take in order to progress through any engagement, and this is 101, the thing that you need to know how to do, at least at the basic level, so that you are as prepared for your engagement as possible. Reconnaissance, is both passive and active to an extent. Passive being what you can find out without interacting with your target, and active being direct interaction with the target. So scanning, whether it's port scanning or service analysis, or just calling them up and saying hey, tell me about your business, and things like that. So anything that touches your target, that's active. Anything that you can do on the OSINT side, that's passive. The analysis of determining what is actually a plausible attack scenario, finding where the weaknesses are, what the use cases are, what potential there is to exploit something, and then actually executing that exploit is the third step, trying to gain access, get your foothold, and penetrate the initial outer shell of your target. And then finally, to enact persistence, gain a reliable method to maintain that connection or stay resident there. For most pen testers, this is very standardized, and there's plenty of tools of how to do this. We could go on forever about how this is done in the real world. For the physical domain, however, this is a little bit more nuanced, and you have to figure this out on the fly a lot of times because there's only so much you can find out in the physical domain from outside because you don't have eyes inside the organization to an extent. And part of what you'll learn in this talk is that the biggest component of the success in this is how much of the recon you are able to do in order to set yourself up for success later on. When we started this engagement, we basically had nothing except like our hobby gear that we got because we love playing with this stuff. Between myself and Josh, our gear was like, we had a few basic tools that we like to play with, but there are some essentials that you need in order to make this engagement a success. It varies how far you can go with certain things, but these are what I would consider the essentials to make this a success overall. So a Raspberry Pi kit, which you can get super cheap ones, but this is like a fully contained kit, will cost you around $100 to $120-ish. And the purpose of this is to act as a leave-behind device, because in the physical domain, you're only going to go this far as a persistent threat if you can't get in by any other means. If you have to go to the physical domain, you don't want to stay there. You just want to get in, drop a shell, get the hell out. You don't want to expose yourself any longer than necessary, and we as a red team want to simulate that exact threat. So a Raspberry Pi is literally all you need to be able to set something like this up. Second is a way to drop shells effectively. I can't think of a more effective or seamless way to do it in a matter of seconds than with a rubber duck, or what I prefer is a Malduino. A Malduino is basically a rubber duck, but the benefit of a Malduino is that it has a dip switch that you can select multiple payloads, so you can have one for Windows, for Mac, and you can have a variety of different shells for if you prefer Metasploit, Coatic, don't crucify me, but PowerShell Empire, and any number of any other C2 tools that you might be familiar with. You can have a payload on this thing for each one, and you can select it as you go. Also in the physical domain, something that's extremely helpful is a way to get through locked doors reliably. This won't work 100% of the time, but if you need to get out of difficult situations, a door shim is absolutely indispensable. The reason why, which you'll see soon, is that you can't always get into a place with a door shim, but 9 times out of 10, you can exit a building or get outside of a door as long as you're on the as long as you are on the side of the door that is swinging out, you can exit the building. And because of fire code, that means that if you're stuck in a stairwell, stuck in a man trap-ish scenario, or like a foyer, you can always get back out even if the door is locked 9 times out of 10. I can't say always, but this tool is extremely useful. And then for more mature clients that have RFID and stuff like that, in this talk, or this engagement, we used a Proxmark for RFID badge cloning and emulation. But now that the Flipper Zero is a thing, the Flipper Zero is not only cheaper and replaces the Proxmark 3, it actually also replaces the Malduino at the same time, and a bunch of other tools if you buy the add-ons. So skip the Proxmark, the Flipper can do everything that you want. It's an amazing tool, and I absolutely love playing with it on a daily basis just because it's so much fun, plus cute dolphin animations. So the next thing that you need as a red teamer is you have to set up command and control infrastructure, C2. Command and control is any server or external host which is able to act as a centralized host for receiving connections from exploited hosts and systems in your target environment. There was actually just previously an awesome talk on living off the land with C2. There's a number of C2s you can use. Like I said, Metasploit is what I tend to go with, but there's tons and tons of these out there. It's really dealer's choice which kind you prefer to use for your exploitation, and it's always evolving. So every threat hunter knows that there's going to be a different type of malware that you're going to have to face every other weekend. Red teamers are doing that because it stops working. So not really any point in me focusing in on any one C2 as the best, but just understand that this is something you'll have to change as your service, grows and time goes on. You can also consider a lot of infrastructure choices and options. I went with DigitalOcean in this case, but like anything where the provider doesn't ask too many questions that make you uncomfortable is a good choice. DigitalOcean worked for us. AWS is also pretty good. Rackspace, anything that gives you infrastructure as a service can work for this purpose. And depending on what your team is familiar with, like anything can work here in this instance. And I did give some honorable mentions to Metasploit Framework, PowerShell Empire, and Koetic. Like these, like I said, they're constantly going to be changing. So if you're looking for something new, or if these are just becoming a hassle for you, you can go on to any number of blogs out there in order to find something. Or if you have money like that, you can just get Cobalt Strike and one and done. Cobalt Strike is, I don't use it, but I see the price tag and it kind of like just makes me faint on sight. But it's known to be extremely effective, and they're constantly updating their payloads, so it's able to evade antivirus reliably. Kind of breaking down the actual costs of this equipment, if you're like bare bones essentials is all that you can really afford, about $200 is what you should expect to spend between your C2 server monthly costs, a bad USB, whether that's the Rubber Duck or Malduino, door shims, Raspberry Pi kit, and then just some free software that you can get off of GitHub for actual exploitation purpose. And then things that I find additionally helpful is a set of lockpicks, especially rakes, are exceptionally helpful in these instances. Flipper Zero, can't say enough good things about that. Some Wi-Fi cards, a cheap clipboard, and a little mini Wi-Fi keyboard to kind of help you with configuring your Pi, because I guarantee you that's going to take you longer than actually getting into the client site is making your Raspberry Pi work. So something to kind of like take the edge off as you're trying to get into that shell and just nothing wants to work. And if you just have money burning a hole in your pocket, there's some other fun toys that you can get that also help but aren't necessarily required in order to make this kind of engagement a success. Land turtles are awesome, if you've heard of that. Cat sniffers, Uber tooths for hijacking Bluetooth keyboards and doing man-in-the-middle keyboard injection stuff. That's all fun. And one fun toy that we had was a badge printer that was also very useful for this particular engagement, but those are pretty expensive. Also not necessary, but very good for creating a convincing ID. But if you're stuck in a pinch, if you have like a badge ID holder, like a carrier, I was going to show one for demonstration, but I misplaced it somehow. You can just literally slip a piece of paper with your face on it in front of the RFID card that you get as a blank, and that will work just fine. I have literally talked my way into more locations just because I couldn't get my badge printer working, and I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna print it out at the hotel conference center. And I've gotten in many times that way. So let's actually move on to the methodology steps and how we actually start doing this. By far, Google is perhaps the most helpful thing that you can have on your side when it comes to doing reconnaissance. It's indispensable and also very much required for getting this right. Like I said, your engagement is only going to be as successful as your preparedness as far as reconnaissance goes. Some essential things that you do need is do a little bit of groundwork with Google Satellite and Google Street View. These are extraordinarily helpful because you can actually zoom in pretty good with these tools. Thank you, Google Van, for driving past my client's site like right up to the front door so that I could see that it was covered in CCTV cameras and that I didn't even want to bother going in there because the front door, oddly enough, is closed completely and nobody's allowed to go in the front door. So it would have looked extremely weird trying to get in. You can also rely heavily on social media, and I emphasize doing this because it can yield some amazing low-hanging fruit. LinkedIn, if you just go and befriend or connect with people on LinkedIn, this gives you so much information into the company. people expose what services, software they use on LinkedIn. Plenty of the red teamers in the group will be aware of this, but you can also like scrape out the pages of LinkedIn and make assumptions of what their email scheme is like and just get a full list of emails. And you'll find out social engineering is very important in this type of engagement, but we're just kind of glossing over that and focusing on the physical. But it's definitely something to look into if you're not already doing it. And while you are at it, make sure that you are identifying what kind of access your target is using for your physical domain. Like if they have RFID badges, go onto their social media pages. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen somebody with a great big glowing badge on their front smiling as they're posing at a party. And it's hilarious because they just given me the ID template that I need to just talk my way past a guard without having any access whatsoever. There's a list of other helpful tools. Hunter.io is kind of like a sales assistance tool. It's really just for collecting corporate emails and stuff. You can use this as well, but it also will tell you what the address scheme of the company is. So, and that's totally free. You don't have to pay for that tool. It'll just tell you like, oh, it looks like they use first name dot last name, and that's their email scheme at domain.com. And you can use that to churn out a list of emails and start going further with that however you see fit. And then scrapedin.py is a tool that I created with another former colleague. This is available on GitHub, just at github.com/scrapedin/scrapedin, and that's a pretty useful tool. We didn't put our names on it or anything, so this is just between us. I just don't want to get a bunch of angry phone calls from LinkedIn like, stop scraping our website. It's whatever, man. Like if it's on the internet, it's free. So, and then of course Shodan. Shodan is just all around awesome Internet of Things analysis and mapping tool. If you don't have a key to it, it's $20, do it. It's an amazing tool. There's no reason not to get this. Even for your regular pen testing engagements, it's super useful. So now we move on to the active part of the physical domain where you actually start casing the place, trying to figure out what level of access is necessary to get a foot in the door, so to speak, is like the first part where your blood pressure starts to rise. And there's a few ways to do it right, a few ways to do it wrong, but I found out that there's a lot of things that you can get away with, which we'll talk about in a second. But some things that you look for. You want to be looking for hidden entrances. Major points of entry are critical. And think about like watching the foot traffic of your target, finding out where people are going and how they are getting into the building is really important. Because like I said earlier, the front door of this place was totally unused. Nobody used it. It was locked. There was no guard. It was just shut down. Nobody get in through the front door. Everybody parked in the back of the building and walked in from that side. Have we not been sitting there watching this place and like, where is everybody? We wouldn't have figured that out. And we would have tried to walk in the front door. That's actually would have probably given us away. Checking out where CCTV blind spots is also extremely helpful. Some have shielding, but if it's like an obvious one like you see on screen where it's like where it's pointed, you can get a good idea of where there might be blind spots so you can sit somewhere and be comfortable while you just analyze the physical domain of this place and kind of watch the outer shell. And while you're at it, if your former OSINT phase wasn't successful in like capturing pictures of badges, I have also had success just with a smartphone camera, taking a quick snapshot of somebody as they walked past me in the parking lot. You can get badges that way too. It's a little bit conspicuous, but you can get away with it if you're discreet. So the next part of this was figuring out our other entrance. So I talked about the side entrance before. It was a cafeteria side type thing with an outdoor patio. The main entrance was security guarded. There was a person sitting behind a desk with access to cameras and everything. He had a badge log, which we didn't know at the time, but he was watching people as they scanned their badges in to see that they were a legitimate person. Pops up a picture of their face and everything. So it was actually something that we didn't know was there. So we were going to have to get creative on the fly once the guard realized we weren't on the list, so to speak. And they also had a very good, hard visitor escort policy in place as well. So trying to talk our way past the front door was going to be difficult. So this is the side entrance that we get a better look at from here. This is actually from the neighbor's parking lot. So the neighboring location was it's funny, the neighbor's parking lot was closer to this door and the entire building than the actual employee parking lot. The employee parking lot was 150 feet away in the back behind the building, and their neighbor was literally just 20 feet away from this side entrance cafeteria, and like you could even see the glass windows of all the executives working on the top floor, which I thought was pretty funny. So it was easy enough for us to just go walk over there. This is actually a Google Street View image, as a matter of fact. You could just go here and see there's some garage doors which weren't always open, but over there on the left, there by the trees, there's some picnic tables. And we noticed that like not many people were using them, but we're like, ooh, there's a side entrance there that we can't see. And you also can't see it in the picture, but there's like some stairs that lead up here to the patio area. There's another hidden entrance over there. And that was a second way in that we were looking for. And as you're doing this, like you're kind of thinking up scenarios of like, well, what's plausible? What can I do? Like if I go through the main entrance, I'm gonna have to like tailgate somebody, or I'm gonna have to talk my way past the guard. That's gonna be difficult, that's kind of scary. Over on the side, it's not so scary to just like walk up and like pretend like you're having a cigarette or talking on the phone or something and just waiting for somebody to open the door and slip right in. And you can get into a lot of locations this way just by looking for unattended entrances that people come and go from as a matter of convenience. So while we were doing this, we also were doing some Wi-Fi analysis of the client, and you'd be surprised how many engagements you can have some success on just by getting Wi-Fi access. It's why those Wi-Fi antennas are important. But it also is a difficult landscape if you're on the outside because sometimes you're really far away from the building. So we spent a great deal of time trying to figure out what this client's wireless infrastructure was. We were kind of obvious, I would think, sitting there with a ton of antennas just poking out of the windows of our car while we just sat there on our laptops and employees are walking past us. I wish that I had requested some tinted windows because I was shaking in my shoes, expecting somebody to be like, yo, there's these two weird dudes sitting in the parking lot. They look like they're from Mission Impossible. What the hell is this? And I was just petrified that we were going to get busted. We sat in the parking lot with antennas sticking out of the windows for 6 hours. Nobody said a damn thing. Anyway, onto the actual Wi-Fi attacks themselves. While we were going through the wireless route, keep in mind that we've been doing work with this client for a long time, so we had some knowledge of their internal environment. Like we knew they were using WPA EAP for their authentication. We were probably not going to get in, so we didn't have to waste a whole lot of time, but we were doing reconnaissance at the same time, and we did it to say that we did it. But if you're dealing with a truly mature environment where they require a red team, chances are Wi-Fi is going to be closed off to you. It's not going to be that easy, but you never know. So it's always worth giving it a shot. And also, you want to at least have the ability to analyze who's coming and going, because in some instances, even a good configured network, you can still grab some usernames and stuff like domain information just from EAP authentication. So just sniffing those packets by themselves is good information. It's worth doing. So don't skip on it. It's worth it to do it. And like I was saying before, the distance from the parking lot to the building was a huge hurdle. It would have been extremely helpful for us to have directional antennas. These are about as cheap as regular omnidirectional, just like the big dongle antennas. For $20 to $40, you can get a pretty high gain antenna and point it straight at the building. It definitely looks pretty weird having two Mickey Mouse ears in your windshields pointed at the building, but it helps a lot if you're dealing with distance. So know that if you're going to be dealing with this kind of scenario in the future. So RFID badge readers are also a big thing to think about because it's way more complicated, we found out, than we thought it would be. We had played with Proxmark and stuff by ourselves, but we didn't actually realize how difficult it would be to figure out what kind of badges they were using. We were just like, oh, there's a bunch of universal types and we'll just guess. As it happens, we got really lucky in that between the two of us, we both had we had one of the cards that they used in their environment, so it was possible for us to clone badges. But it's not always going to be that easy. The thing is that now things are getting much more complicated with RFID, and you could do a whole talk on getting RFID credentials to a building by itself, and that could take over an hour. But some essential things that you want to do is do a little bit of reconnaissance and see if you can figure out what they are using. If you have to, bring a mess of different types of IDs with you for all different types of MyFair Classic and HID prox cards, and just get the most popular ones. They're cheap enough that you can get 10 card packages of these things, and at least you'll have a good chance of having something available. Thankfully, with the new Flipper, there's an excellent reader identification or detect reader function. You can walk up to a reader, hit it, and it will tell you the make and model version of the reader. That will tell you what the card is. Otherwise, you're going to have to either guess or start doing some serious hunting and analysis with binoculars to try and figure out what everybody else is using. The other thing that is really important here, even if you cannot clone a badge, I've actually found it's extremely useful to have a badge that doesn't work but still activates the reader. I have literally walked into a building with a piece of paper in grayscale. It was completely wrong because the hotel printer did not have color printing feature and the client's ID badges were color, but I did have an RFID card that matched their reader, and because it beeped when I hit the door reader, the person was like, huh, that's weird. You should go up to this place and go get it fixed and let me in. So having a card that actually beeps is hilariously enough for some people. So having something available, being able to detect that reader, it can help you along the way. So after we finished casing the joint and starting kind of brainstorming how we were going to do this, this was us that entire night. We stayed up all night till 3 in the morning figuring out how the hell are we going to do this. And we didn't do any of the C2 prep ahead of time, so we were seriously scrambling. But as it happens, Raspberry Pis and just a couple of DigitalOcean servers is truly all you need. So in this case, we wanted to set up our C2 infrastructure, make it so that we had every available means for us to get a shell back to us before we even walked in the building and be confident that it was going to work. Next, we had to print out our badges. We got some IDs off of social media. We had a pretty good idea what their IDs looked like. We needed to lay out the map of the building or have a rough idea of the schematic of what the inside was going to look like because we'd never been there before. And we wanted to have a good idea of where employees came and went. Planning our entrance and then rehearsing it because we didn't know what we were going to run into ahead of time. So Josh and I basically rehearsed how are you going to talk your way past me? And I was the big, mean, completely intolerant guard that was refused any bullshit. And Josh, oh my God, the man is a smooth operator. He could have talked me into anything, I swear. But he decided to be the inside guy that was going to try and walk in the building first because I was all jitters. And I confess to you, even standing up here terrifies the absolute hell out of me. So Josh was the guy to go inside because he was pretty confident by all means. So he was like, yeah, I got this. So once we had figured that out, we kind of rehearsed a few scenarios of how we were going to get past, and we were ready to go. At the end of it, we'd never used the badge printer that we tried, and it literally took us 3 hours to make this badge printer work. God, it sucked. but I was particularly proud of the fake IDs that we came up with, and especially our monikers. I have worn the name Evanescence for a long time. Nobody has ever noticed. So for the C2 callback infrastructure, this part is really important, and you do want to think about this based on the target that you're dealing with. Everybody's a little bit different. In our case, our client was like, they were frequently had users going to out to the internet. We needed to be sure, though, that we could get past any firewall rules and stuff like that. So having some backup options was really important. Our main one was OpenVPN, which we use for all of our pen testing engagements, and we had infrastructure for that, so that's a no-brainer. The second one was reverse SSH connections and having that set up as like a cron job or a system CTL daemon that would run in the background and keep turning itself back on if it ever shut off or couldn't have a decent connection. We wanted to have that in place. But then we were like, oh, crap. We have clients that filter both of these things. What is another option? And on the fly, we found a tool called Corkscrew, which is actually SSH tunneled over HTTP, which was absolutely the coolest thing, best idea I've ever heard of. And I literally have actually used this to get reverse shells in the wild from clients that refused all other traffic. Even though it's unencrypted traffic, it let the SSH traffic out because it was inside an HTTP protocol. That was really cool. So this was exceptionally useful. So between all of these things, with reverse SSH being the most safe and reliable way to get a connection that was non-VPN related, and having a backup SSH tunneled through HTTPS, we felt pretty confident about how this was going to go. And I mean, SSH overall is just like high performance. It's a benign protocol. Everybody trusts it for the most part. So we were like, okay, cool. This is good. We're pretty happy with this. If you absolutely need a tutorial on doing reverse shells over SSH, there's a link here that you can refer to at blog.stigok.com. This is just one that I pulled off of Google really quickly, and it's a good working tutorial. But there's hundreds of these tutorials of how to do this out there. So Google it yourself. The plan B that I talked about with Corkscrew, this is the link to the GitHub repo for that. This is available from brianpkc/Corkscrew, and highly, highly recommend this tool. It was exceptionally useful. The most difficult part of getting this set up was baking in our own Linux daemon, so if you know how to do that, God bless you. Systemctl is, I don't know what it is about configuration files, but they just fry my brain. So after setting up all three of these avenues, we're like, okay, this is everything that we can do, and we are going to be dead tired tomorrow, so this is going to have to be good enough. So now was time to execute the heist. So the first plan that we decided to do was hard mode. We didn't want to take the easy route in, despite like all the indications that we were probably going to get caught. But for whatever reason, we were like, no, let's go double or nothing. We need to try to get in the legitimate way and try to give the client a chance. So we went with the tailgating approach through the main entrance, past a security guard with CCTV cameras, and although we didn't know it at the time, a badge log that was going to tell that guard, you aren't actually an employee. What's up with that? So but the reason why we did tailgating first is because it's reliable, it is easy for anybody to attempt, and it's the most likely way somebody's going to get in, and also people are just friendly. So it's really easy to prey upon an individual to get in this way. So Josh was going to follow in somebody, gain access by letting them open the door first, and then would attempt to break line of sight as fast as possible, get the hell away from the guard. It's kind of a logical trick where you forget about somebody faster, proportional to the least amount of time you see them. Maybe that could have been worded better, but basically, if you can enter someone's field of vision and disappear within 30 seconds, they have no idea who you are, and they will forget about you completely for the rest of the day. They'll have no idea who you are. the longer you sit talking to that person, the more suspicious they'll get and the more committed to memory your face is to them. You don't want to give them a chance to let that happen. So breaking line of sight fast as soon as you get in is extremely important. So step one of actually getting in, because we're going to encounter a guard. Confidence is everything. You want to look official. That's why I always carry a clipboard, because nobody questions a guy walking around with a clipboard, taking notes and staring at things inquisitively like, that doesn't look right. And that's actually surprisingly intimidating enough that nobody asks you any questions. If you get stopped, you have several things that you are going to be expected to do that you will have to do, and you want to have these things prepared ahead of time. State your purpose, own your identity, whether it's a real one or a fake one, doesn't really matter. You have an identity, own it, have it down, and be confident in what you say. Have an excuse for why your ID doesn't work ahead of time. You don't want to try and make this up on the fly. You're going to bumble, you're going to be scared, you're going to be nervous. You will most likely mess it up if you aren't at least somewhat prepared for that eventuality. And then once you have delivered those demands from that guard or that person who is challenging your identity, create urgency in your situation and figure out a way to break line of sight and get away from them. So the first step for this, for Josh, was super simple. It worked immediately. He followed in that woman that you saw in the picture before, walked straight in the door, like did a courtesy wave of his hand past the badge reader. Nothing happened, and he walked right in. Guard immediately says, "Yo, your badge didn't scan, and I'm going to need you to come over here." So as soon as that happened, Josh is like, "Oh, okay, what's the problem?" Comply immediately. Walks up and starts talking to the guard. The guard says, "I'm going to need you to scan your badge again because it didn't read for some reason." He tries, nothing happens, nothing comes up, nothing works. So, like I said, we luckily had a MyFair card, or I'm sorry, an HID Prox card that worked, but we didn't have an identity linked to it. So it beeped, but nothing actually showed up. So as soon as this happened, Josh realized I got to fall back on plan B and I got to come up with some kind of an excuse. Sorry, my notes are super tiny. All right, so thinking quickly, Josh immediately activated his fail-safe pan and he panicked immediately. So, but only slightly, just panicked just slightly. So whether it was real or feigned panic, Josh started throwing out excuses that like, "Oh no, I threw my card in the laundry last night. It went through the laundry with my pants. I probably broke my card." And just started like panicking to the guard and pleading with him like, "I have a meeting I got to get to in like 5 minutes ago. My boss is super pissed at me. What am I going to do? Please let me go." And the guard's like, I really can't, you know. He's like, "Please, I'm in so much trouble," and just started begging with the guy. And he's like, finally like, "All right, but after this, promise me you'll go down to facilities and go fix your badge." He's like, "Thank you so much," and bolted for the stairs. He went straight into the stairwell and disappeared instantly. That guard, by the way, gave us some interesting information. If you caught it, you'll hold on to that word for later, what the guard told Josh. And that'll actually become relevant much later. So wasting no time, Josh broke line of sight. There's other ways that you can play this scenario, by the way. Like my mentor many years ago, who did red teaming like all the time, he talked his way into a building with a box of donuts. And he's like, "Hey guys, I got extra donuts here. Do you want some?" Gave them to him. They're like, "Oh, you're awesome, man. Thank you so much." And then he's like, "Great, cool, see you later, bye," and just walked off to the elevator. So be creative, you know. There's no 100% right or wrong way to do this, but just have something prepared and have a backup plan prepared, because you don't know what you're going to run into. The least that you have to figure out on the fly, the better. I am running out of time. Okay, so after that, Josh promptly got lost as soon as he went into the stairwell, because he found out that as soon as he walked in, the stairwell was locked, and it was RFID badge access out every single time. This is where he got stuck, because if he went back, he was going to have to go past the guard, and then the guard was going to be extra suspicious because, oh yeah, that guy didn't have ID. It wasn't legitimate. He can't get through the doors. What's going on? And then the gears start turning. Not an option. Don't go back. Don't face the same person that just caught you. At least not for a while. The other option is to shim or pick the door. This was a fire escape door, so a little bit tough, would have been pretty difficult to do. If he was on the other side of the door, much easier because, as I said, the door is swinging out. You can get out a lot easier than you can get in with a shim because you just jam it in there and pop the latch. But from the other side, it's a little bit more difficult. So the other option is to improvise, which is precisely what Josh did. So Josh, standing in the stairwell, flipped open his phone and just started just talking about nothing and waited. Somebody eventually walked through the stairwell because luckily, health culture was big at this company. They walked out the door and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll see you in the meeting, and then just kept going. Person didn't even look twice at him, and he was in. So as, all right, there we go.
Demonstrating effectiveness of the hall pass for bypassing locked doors.
Well, I didn't expect that to start playing, but this is a demonstration of the door shim of how it can work from the outside of the door. If the door is swinging out, you can literally, there's no door hem on the outside, so you can just stick a credit card or a door shim in there and pop it open fairly easily. So if the door is swinging out at you like this, that's the easiest way to get in. On the other side of the door, might be a little bit more difficult, but there's some options for you. That's why I say the door shim is like the cheapest, easiest way to get through someplace if you have to. All right, so while still lost, Josh was wandering around in the building, and the first thing that he had to do was orient himself very quickly. So getting a fire evacuation map and figuring out where he was, getting into a secluded location, and then chill out, plan your next move. Because number one, you're probably going to be absolutely panicking by the time this is all over. So that's one of the things that we do. Get into a restroom or something, hide, chill out. There is a secondary entrance that I'll just go ahead and play this for you. At this point, Josh was already in for some time doing some reconnaissance. So this is me going into the building, waiting for him to let me in. But as it happens, that actually wasn't necessary. Just kind of tapping my badge and...
Oh, hi, thank you so much.
Some random guy just walked up to the door and saw I was having trouble and just let me in, didn't ask me any questions. So I ran into Josh later on in the hallway, and then we just bolted to a hidden office that he found was unoccupied. We also had some trouble getting in through the interior, so one of the things that we ended up needing to do was get past RTE sensors, that's request to exit, which you can do with just some compressed air because the sensor just looks for a temperature differential, and you can just spritz a little bit of compressed air through the door, and suddenly it lets you in. It's surprisingly effective. So the last thing that we needed to do was to give ourselves a back door, because this was absolutely essential for us. Once we got into the office, the number one thing that we needed to establish was persistence. So we're on to our final stage. I realize I'm getting short on time. I'll blow through the last slides as fast as possible. So when we plugged in our Raspberry Pi, we were relieved to find out that it instantly worked. Not only one callback, but all three of them came back right away. So there we go, we established persistence, just simply going in behind a desk, unplugging a phone, and jamming a Pi in there. As soon as it turned on, we had shells, we had access, we were in the network. And if we wanted to, we could just leave it at that and walk away. But we wanted to go a little bit further, so we tried the sensible thing every pen tester does when they get started, is they turn on Responder. And in about 10 seconds, well, congratulations, you have domain admin, and suddenly we're in the network. We've completely owned the domain, and we were disappointed to find that, oh God, that was already over. So this is a brief timeline. I'm just gonna kind of blow through this, but we got there. Josh walked in the building, just blubbered to the guard and said, oh, I'm gonna get fired, and got let in the building. I met up with him through the side entrance separately, and we plugged in a Pi, turned on Responder, get shell, get DA, assessment done, right? Well, I don't know. It doesn't feel quite like that's enough. So we decided to go the extra mile. We wanted to get into this thing. This was a biometric handprint reader with PIN and a chip card reader to get into the data center. We really wanted to get in this room because we felt it would be like big time bragging rights. So, you know, it was a situation where we felt this was too easy. We wanted to give our clients their money's worth. So we actually spent 12 hours just hiding in the office, playing around, looking through file systems, just, you know, burning time until we saw everybody went home, and then we got to walk around at night like a bunch of ninjas in the middle of the night through this corporate campus. And we found quite a lot of stuff. Like there was a bunch of unattended, unlocked file rooms with unlocked filing cabinets containing tax records and all kinds of fun stuff. I say fun, but like it's numbers, we don't really care, but the client cares, that's what matters. Leaving behind more devices and, you know, other things of that nature. And of course, passwords on sticky notes. There were so many passwords, and I got so upset by it, like more upset than was justifiable. But, you know, it happens in every organization. Make sure that you're enforcing your clean desk policies, blue guys. You like really go smack some people on the wrist for this. Such password, much security. The last thing that we found, and this is where I wrap up a little bit early, I apologize, but we identified the badge room, which this was the crown jewel. We couldn't get anybody's badges this whole time. We didn't find any lying around, and we couldn't get close enough to proxmark their badges ourselves. So when we got to the badge room, we were so stoked. I immediately broke out my lockpick set. I'm like, I'm gonna get us the hell in here, and we're gonna go print ourselves some badges, and we're gonna have keys to the kingdom forever. Within about 5 minutes of me trying to pick that lock, Josh found these sitting in the desk right over there, 5 feet away, and we're suddenly in, no lock picks necessary. And I'm gonna go ahead and skip the Proxmark demo just because it's a little bit lengthy. I don't have the time for it, but this was an exceptional tool. If you get the Flipper Zero, you don't need the Proxmark. Again, it works for 90% of cards nowadays. But just lay it over the card, make it scan, and there you go. You have a discrete way to just go beep and walk through the door anytime you want. So I'll skip that, but like there's the Flipper, super simple. And the Proxmark's literally no different, but funny enough, we did that demonstration in the front door next to the security guard, and the security guard is staring at us like, the hell are you doing? And then we walked past them waving. We also waved at every camera as we went by. We were pretty cocky at that point. It actually took us more time to read the documentation for the badge printer in the room while we were in there. It took us about 3 hours to figure it out. So we're reading the documentation that's in the unlocked desk, of course, which we easily got logged into the machine with the domain credentials that we had before, and immediately got started trying to figure out how this thing worked. Just as we finished printing our badges, somebody walks in, and I about shit my pants. All I hear is just like, hey there, can I help you guys? And me and Josh froze, just stone-faced, like, oh God, we're so busted. Like, we're definitely not supposed to be here. In that time, the employee was just like, so can I help you with anything? Thinking quickly, Josh is like, nope, we're good, be done in a minute. He's like, oh, okay. Just literally walked away and left us in there. It's like, this is a critical room to your security infrastructure. You should be scared that someone you don't know is in here. Didn't think twice. So we spent a lot of time having some fun, glossing over things briefly. We put a microphone attached to another Raspberry Pi in the conference room where the executives were. We had a lot of fun with that. And we wired up Raspberry Pis all over this place, some of which we couldn't get the client to ship back to us, so we had a backdoor for like 3 years. That was kind of a problem. We tried to tell them, like, this is where they are, please ship those back, we need them. And they're like, ghost. And then we got caught again. Yeah, so this is another area where they had a cage filled of backup tapes for their IBM data center. I sat there picking that lock for about 30 minutes when a janitor walked in, looked at me, looked at the lock picks all over the floor, and was like, I'm gonna empty this trash can, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. He never said anything, and I think that he probably just saw us like dressed like we definitely didn't belong, like all disheveled. We hadn't slept in over 24 hours. And I'm sitting there raking this lock, and all of a sudden, like, oh, shit. And he's just like, nope, I don't get paid enough. I don't want to die. And just walked away. So after this, we tried to get caught. We tried to get caught, really. We decided to go hard mode on this thing and make things so difficult that we printed out these badges and started walking around with them. And we spent 2 more days on site, and nobody noticed. Not a single person said anything. Ultimately, we walked away, leaving our business cards and a copy of those badges on the CISO's desk, who is a guy with a great sense of humor, and he absolutely ripped his employees apart. But
All right, if you were here for the 3 o'clock talk, come on in, grab a seat. The venue has used words like fire and marshal for people who are standing, so grab a chair. You can't be on the edge of your seats if you're not sitting down. It is my great pleasure to introduce Stefan. I'm so sorry, it's my great pleasure to introduce Stefan, who is a middle school student with a curiosity for computer security that borders on an obsession with digital mayhem. When he's not in class, you can find him with a soldering iron and a keyboard. He got his start early, diving deep into code, slinging Python, JavaScript, and GD script, while also dabbling in C#. His proudest achievement to date, getting his Flipper Zero banned from his middle school. He's excited to be at BSidesPDX to learn from the best and share his own discoveries.
Okay, so I am Stefan. I do pixel art for fun. I know a couple programming languages, as you heard earlier. I've been soldering for 5 years now. I won a competition at OGPC, about a programming competition, and I did underwater robotics for 2 years, which is where I learned how to do 3D modeling. I always wanted to build something like a Pip-Boy since I was like 7, because it's just really cool. I don't know. This was a big part of my project, 3D modeling and 3D printing, because originally I started with a old Creality printer that worked about 30% of the time, and it was very hard to calibrate. But over time, when that one broke, we ended up buying a Bambu Lab printer, and I started 3D modeling with Tinkercad, but then I moved on to Onshape for my underwater robotics class. Also, when you're gonna print this, you would want to print it out of PETG, not PLA, because PLA starts being malleable at around 60 degrees Celsius, but the Raspberry Pi reaches around 90 degrees Celsius. Yeah. What else would you need? This looks like a large list of stuff you might want to buy, but you mostly only need 5 things. You need the Raspberry Pi, around $60, power supply, which is, fun fact, the batteries in this power supply are the same batteries that are used in the Tesla. You might need a touchscreen and batteries. Then there's this huge list of cable breakout boards and ribbon cables. I'm going to talk about them later, but yeah. Okay, so originally when I was making this project, I need a way to connect the screen to the Raspberry Pi while making it so that it won't break, every time you bend it, because the cable to connect the touch screen to the Raspberry Pi is actually called a DSI cable, and the DSI cables are very fragile and they break when you bend them. So I had no idea how to do it, but one day I went into my local hackerspace, Control H, and John, one of the 50 Johns in there, said that I should probably buy 2 breakout boards, connect them to the Raspberry Pi, and then use the breakout boards to solder a thicker wire onto there so that it won't break. And that's actually exactly what I did. Originally, I used a bunch of little small cables that were separate, but they just had a lot of noise, and it was really uncomfortable to use. So I ended up splitting an HDMI cable, and then soldering the cables to the breakout board, and it will create a better connection. Yeah, that's it. Operating system and the UI. So originally, when I was making this, I started with using virtual machine. Sorry. I used DSL damn small Linux, but when I tried running on the Raspberry Pi, it turned out that DSL is actually created for a 32-bit system, and it is only for the Intel architecture. And instead of recompiling it, and dealing with the 32-bit system, we decided to use we decided to switch to Raspberry Lite with a 64-bit system. Then, because it is very hard to use a touchscreen to type in to control a non-visual system with just text interface, we decided to use Awesome Window Manager. It's a tiling window manager that is easy to change and configure. Fun fact: the library used to program Awesome Window Manager is called Awful. So .awful open this program or something like that. Then for controlling it way easier, we use TouchEgg. For example, you might use 2-finger swipe to the right to switch the virtual desktops, then so on and so on. And for the on-screen keyboard, we decided to use Onboard, as it's just easy to use. Though if you want to use Onboard, you will or any on-screen keyboard, you will have to remove lines 577 and to 579 in the in the Awesome Window Manager code, because on automatic tiling window managers switch window priority when you hover over them with a mouse, and that just doesn't work with an on-screen keyboard. What can you do with it? Pretty much, it's basically anything you can do with a Raspberry Pi, you can do with it. I have a list of different hacking programs you could use. The top ones, they have a GUI, so you can use them whenever you want, and then the bottom ones are just text, so you might want to connect a Bluetooth keyboard or sit in a corner and program like that. And this is a QR code to the principals page, but if you don't want to just access a random QR code, I have the links right there, so you just take a picture of that and type that into your phone. And that's my contact information, and yeah, a bit more information about what I posted. And questions? Any questions? You. Wait. Someone's going over there with a mic.
What have you used your hacking wearable for so far since completing it?
I haven't used it that much because I just kind of finished it not too long ago, but I have done a bit of Wi-Fi hacking. I have Wireshark installed in there and stuff like that. You.
Hey. So thank you for the design, very interesting. I'm curious, did you have any any goals or use cases that you were thinking about, or things that like influenced your design?
I just kind of had the ideas just in my head for a while, and I didn't really have anything much to base it on, but I did use a Pip-Boy for an example. So yeah.
How's the battery life on that?
Oh, okay. So the battery pack that you can buy has 2 batteries in there, and they last for 4 hours with the operational system I have on it. So yeah.
I'm sorry, could you display your device? I can't quite see it, or do you have your device? Oh.
Yeah, it's on my hand. It's very small. It's surprisingly comfortable to use. It also has a signature from Jack Reciter on it. And about the question earlier about the batteries, I also wanted to say that the batteries are hot swappable, so you can just change them out whenever you need.
So my question is actually about the hot swappability. Are the batteries wired like in parallel or something, so you can switch them out one at a time without having to reboot?
Yeah, you have to switch them one at a time. You can't take both of them out. They're parallel.
Well, awesome that you can do it without rebooting.
Mm.
Is there a design component that kind of allows for connection to peripheral devices, or have you thought about?
You could just use the USB ports on the Raspberry Pi, and also, okay, so I have these little holes for for the cooling fan, which I recommend placing on there. I have space for it, but you can also place like you can place wires onto the how are they called? The little GPIO. Okay. Yeah. So you can place wires onto them and just take them out of the small holes for the cooling fan.
Got it. Thank you so much for the talk.
The Pip-Boy has a flashlight, if you put the screen max brightness, and a radio. Have you considered doing either of those things?
I'm considering on adding more radio hacking onto it, adding like an antenna, a larger antenna, and also you could just add a flashlight through the GPIO pin, so you don't really need any of that.
So in the beginning of the talk, you mentioned that the Flipper Zero got banned from the school. Has this been banned from school yet?
Okay, so funny story. It has not been banned yet, but a bunch of teachers are like asking me, how did it not get banned yet? Because our school has a rule where we're not allowed to bring phones to school, but I bring this to school every single day and nobody did anything about it yet, so. Actually, I told the principal that I can't connect to the internet because I don't want it to get banned, but. Yeah.
Have you thought about using like a Pi Zero to make
What?
the size smaller? Have you thought about using a Pi Zero or something like that to make the size smaller? Or lower?
No, I feel like I had a Raspberry Pi 5, so I just used that because it's stronger. I could run better applications onto it. And placing a Raspberry Pi, also on the principal's page, in the description, if you scroll down, I'm gonna have a link. I have a link to the Onshape page, so you can copy the Onshape page and edit it. Please do that. So yeah, if you want to make it smaller.
How long did it take for it to design?
It took about 3 months for the 3D modeling, but I had school, so I actually worked for like 1 hour or less every single day. Yeah, and the operational system, I worked on it during the summer, and it took about a week, maybe a bit longer, maybe 2 weeks. It wasn't very complicated.
Hi. So which part of this project was the most challenging for you?
What? Oh yeah, the cable. The cable was really painful because it's a lightning speed cable, and if they were like different sizes, different lengths, then I would have to like remake it because because just the signal would break up and it wouldn't work.
Hi. Have you had to worry about overheating?
No, that's actually I made the holes for the cooling fan just in case it would start overheating, but it didn't. It never started overheating, and it almost never turns on its cooling fan. I managed to design the operational system to be pretty light.
Have you considered any design for mass production? And if you were going to do that, what would you do different?
I have considered a bit of mass production, and if I would start mass producing these, then I would definitely change the design a little bit, tweak it a little bit to make it just fit better. Also, I would add different designs for different wrist sizes because my wrist size is pretty small, and if you want to make one yourself, then I recommend opening the Onshape link I have and just making a copy and changing it to be the wrist size a bit larger. It's not pretty hard. Yeah.
Is it scalable?
No, because the Raspberry Pi in there, it only has a set size. You can't really get Raspberry Pis larger or smaller, so it's not scalable. Oh, and also Onshape in Onshape it's really hard to scale things anyways, so yeah.
With the heat and battery life you were talking about before, have you looked into underclocking or undervolting the processor in the Pi 5 to possibly make those less of an issue?
No, I haven't, and also I don't think the any overheating will be a problem, but I think you could easily over or underclock it if you really want to.
Any more questions?
I was kind of thinking about that a little bit. If I would make a version 2.0, I wouldn't make it based on a Raspberry Pi. I would try using a stronger computer. And also I would add more hardware hacking tools onto it. For example, like a RFID attachment and stuff like that. Also, I would use different batteries to make us just like not so bulky. I would make them a flat battery. I would use a flat rectangular battery just to make it fit easier. Questions? No?
Give them your hand. Do a UDP handshake. Start yelling at them. Please don't actually do that. If you're standing by the door, come on in, grab a seat. We'd love to have you. Yep. I'm going to introduce you. That way your talk can start on time. All right. All right. Following on the trend of the last speaker, it is my great pleasure to introduce Ray. He is an 18-year-old security researcher who started out by finding bugs and holes in websites at age 15. He began attending local InfoSec meetups in Portland, like RainSec and PDX 2600, soaking up everything that he could. After stumbling across a creepy surveillance device in his high school, he drifted into hardware security and reverse engineering. He's determined to keep learning and digging deeper. Ray?
Hey everybody, thanks for coming to my talk. This is Beyond the Mask, the Snitch Puck. Just so you know, the goal with this project wasn't to let kids vape. Probably nobody should vape, but vaping among high schoolers is pretty bad right now. It's become a big problem in schools, but yeah, this isn't a vaping ad. But let's say you were a kid in high school and you did want to vape. What's a spot with reasonable privacy? The bathroom. So you go in the bathroom and hit the vape. And then suddenly, the smoke detector lights up and threatens to call security. Or, for example, what if a girl wants to tell her friend she might be pregnant and is thinking about having an abortion in a state where that's illegal? What if the smoke detector was recording a conversation? Hey, I'm Ray. I already introduced myself, but I'm a security researcher based here in Portland, Oregon. I started learning InfoSec-related things on my own when I was about 15 years old, as you heard. I started going to local meetups here in Portland, like RainSec and 2600. But right now, I'm currently interning for Eclipsium. But FYI, this research was done months before I started interning there. This whole thing actually kind of started when I was in high school. I was around 15, 16. I'd poke around on the high school's Wi-Fi network, and they didn't actually segment their network properly. So a lot of devices were just exposed out in the open. But basically, one day I was poking around on the network, just fucking with printers, and I saw this OUI on this device. This really stood out to me because usually I just see Microsoft or HP, but this time it was a company called IP Video Corporation. Turns out they're a startup based in New York. They had less than 50 employees. They started out by selling like video management systems, basically camera systems. It's how security offices have all the camera feeds like set up in like a grid array or like a specific monitor layout. But their main product right now is the Halo 3C. It's basically an IoT version of a smoke detector. It has all these sensors and features. I can't really get into all of them, but it detects carbon monoxide, CO2, humidity, like just the general health things you'd expect to see in a device like this. Features like, it also has features, safety features to detect like gunshots and have like keyword detection for detecting when someone says help or like help 911. It also has sensors and features for vape detection. So basically senses vape particles in the air wherever it's installed and sends a notification to whoever is configured to receive them, like a school security officer or whatever. It basically snitches on you, hence the name Snitch Puck. There's a whole market for these, and a bunch of other like smart sensors like these sold by other companies. But it seems like the Halo is like the #1 most used vape detector out there. So I was like wondering how they got there. Turns out they were acquired by Motorola Solutions back in late 2023. Motorola's been integrating them into their suite of CopTech and just like general line of products. But now I really wanted to get my hands on one. But they costed around $1,200 average. And I was a broke high schooler at this point, so I couldn't really buy one. So what about the firmware updates, right? I could just download those from their website. At this time, I didn't really know how firmware worked, so I tried the usual bin walking it, opening it up in Ghidra, but nothing worked because it was actually encrypted. When I checked the entropy, it was just random noise, pretty much. Yeah, so I backburned it for a while, couldn't buy one, or really know how to inspect the firmware files. Then a couple years later, a cheap half-off used Halo 3C popped up on eBay. Around the same time, the Portland Hacker Foundation popped up. I don't know if you guys saw the talk, but it's basically a nonprofit that gives out mini grants to Portland hackers looking to do something cool. Like you submit a cool project idea and they give you money. So I got a mini grant and I bought the cheap one off eBay. Yeah, so I got my hands on it finally. I was nervous. I was really nervous about opening it up because I was expecting like an embedded device, like a super scary, like expensive, you know, complex. But I opened it up and turns out it's just a Pi. Specifically a Compute Module 4. This was around the time a good friend of mine, Nix, got involved in the project. He saw me bring the Halo to the hackerspace, Control H, and immediately wanted a piece. And he's currently traveling right now. He couldn't be here for the talk, but he helped me a lot with the project, like a lot. After we got the CM4 off the Halo's PCB, we attached it to this carrier board, and that basically turns it into a Pi 4, where we could mount it as a mass storage device and just dump the firmware from there. So now we can actually mount it and explore the actual file system and what it runs. In terms of what it actually runs, it runs Linux, Raspbian 10. It also runs Node.js with Express to like serve this stuff. And it shells out to Python and Bash scripts and builds commands from user-supplied parameters and runs subshells. That's always fun. If you remember the encrypted updates from earlier, one of the first things we found was actually the script for decrypting and installing the firmware. It's super user-friendly. It has its comments and everything. And this is how the update files are actually encrypted. The first 16 bytes of the file is the AES key, and the next 16 bytes is the AES IV. The rest is just encrypted contents. This is basically like handing you a lockbox and taping the key underneath. Yeah. So yeah, there's no firmware signing, no actual checks to see if it's from the vendor. Once we know that the key is in the file, it's pretty much free real estate. It gets even worse. Here's the code behind the API that handles the incoming firmware files. It grabs the file and it dumps it to disk and to like a temp location, and then it subshells it out to this extract UPK script. That script looks like this. This was our favorite part. In this part of the script, it finds a file called extra in the update files, and it just runs it. This is probably for cleanup tasks or whatever. What if our cleanup task is this? Just like the standard reverse shell payload. And guess what it runs it as? Yeah, so this was around the time the DEF CON CFP was open. I had always wanted to go to DEF CON, but it was either too expensive or I didn't have enough material to give a talk on or something like actually cool until this. So I submitted, and I got accepted. Then by sheer luck, Andy Greenberg reached out to us via the DEF CON social media channels wanting to do a piece on our talk. And I don't know if you know who he is, but he's a journalist for Wired. He's a senior, I think, journalist. But cool. Now what? We realized pretty quickly that we didn't have enough material or like vulnerabilities to talk about. Really, like we had the update vulnerability, and that was it. After realizing we had like no real substance to the DEF CON talk, we took a second look at how it works and found some actual pretty fun AppSec vulnerabilities in this thing. And we made a demo. We made a demo video. You guys want to see that? Before the video, there are some things I forgot to mention. It's not just in schools. They're putting these in retail stores. It's in banks. It's in hotels, Airbnbs. It's in hospital rooms. It's in assisted living facilities, care homes. And it's in public housing projects and Section 8 apartments. In this case study, they're basically bragging about how they use the Halo to catch poor people. The director of the housing authority says it's like having an expert witness on the stand in the courtroom. So with that context in mind, let's see the video. Let's see if I can. And it doesn't have audio. Audio is like a crucial piece of this. No, we talked with the AV guys and couldn't. I'm not sure where the speakers are. They might not be picking it up. Basically, in this one, oh, sorry.
If you want to set your audio output to HDMI, yeah, it should work. Yeah, it should work. Sorry. Set your audio output to HDMI. He had it down over here. I didn't know that.
Okay. How's that gonna?
Just set your audio output to HDMI.
Okay. Well, I don't see it. Yeah. Trying it. It's all the way up. Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm on. There we go. Yeah, that's the. That should be it. Try it. Hitting that. No, that's muting it.
Well, yeah, but.
Sorry. You're good.
There we go.
HDMI output. Should work now? Let me see.
Should now. Yeah, should now.
See if this works. Oh, god damn it. I don't hear anything. Yeah, voiceover. Here we're brute forcing it. We discovered a brute force vulnerability where we could just send as many like password tries to the Halo think it was about 3K a minute, something like that. Yeah, I mean, in this demo, we did a controlled environment kind of thing where we set our own password. And here's how it actually works. This is how it's supposed to work. It lights up when it detects vaping. Yeah. Yeah, it yells like vape detected, security notified.
Does the light actually turn on when it detects it?
Yeah. But here we can actually disable it. There's me. Here we just like kill the process that detects the vape sensors, or the vaped, I mean.
It's not disabled as a fire smoke detector. It doesn't notice that it's...
Yeah, see? Yeah, you can actually, we did a microphone hijack, and you're supposed to hear me say something, but it just has a microphone stream. The microphone it's using is supposed to be for wake word detection, but it just is literally microphone that shows up in Linux that you can just tap into. So it will just stream the sound? Yeah. And here I'm talking, and you can hear me clearly through the laptop. And here you can actually hijack the speaker that it uses to like yell at people. And here we're playing music through it, but you can't really see it, but you can't really hear it because there's no audio. It's basically to stop kids vaping. And here you can actually, he's talking through his laptop's microphone and speaking through the speaker in the Halo. So what can you do about stuff like this? You can just do what me and Nix did and buy weird cop tech off eBay, mess with it. We didn't really have to like discover any complicated like ODAs to pop this thing. You could go up to your school board and ask them if they're putting these things in your local schools. Just stay aware and informed. Like just always be on the lookout for these. Like don't let these take root because it's only going to get worse if we normalize technology like this. But from the start and the end, this project was a wild run. Like me and Nix did not do it alone. We had a ton of help. So like a huge thanks to the people up on the screen for helping us in various ways. I don't have time to read out everyone's name individually, but I did want to give a special shout out to Nix. Like seriously, without him, I have no idea how I would have done the DEF CON talk or this research. And generally, like just the entire community. It's amazing, like seriously, how the community came together for this one little device. And also just a huge thanks to the Portland Hacker Foundation. But if you haven't already, you should watch the DEF CON main stage talk. It's on YouTube right now. It's 2 times longer and put together way better and does not have any audio issues. But yeah, if you wanted to connect at all or just talk about stuff, hit me up on Signal. That's my handle up there. Yeah, thanks for listening. Do we?
All right.
I don't think I want to do Q&A. Yeah.
What are you going to buy next? Did you reach out to the vendor?
Yes, we did.
No QA. All right.
Find him in the hall.
Afternoon. Again, if you're here for the 4 p.m. talk, come on in, grab a chair. We'd love to have you. This is the last talk of the day in this track, and after this we'll have some wrap-up remarks, but stick around. It's a great time. It is my pleasure to introduce Falcon, who is an InfoSec generalist, currently managing product security at Avon.io, and who has over a decade of Purple Team experience at dozens of firms across a variety of industries. He does systems work, whether the systems are human or computer, and is as at home setting up a security program as figuring out how to verify application code, show immunity to an attack class, or model attackers across the value chain. He will be starting a PhD this winter at Dartmouth, working on practical applications for Langsec. Falcon.
Thanks. Did I write all that? All right. Cool. Let's set that there. So yeah, thank you for coming to the policy talk. This is some work that I did previously on some proposals to sort of move us a little bit forward on computer crime law. Just, because it's been about since the 80s. I didn't work quite as many 80s references into this as I would like, but I just want to begin by saying this is some 1986 legislation. It predates the internet, and hackers go to jail for it. So let me fix that. Bear with me. Oh, there we go. If this doesn't keep going, I'll use the other adapter. So, the federal computer crime law in the United States is a bit of an interesting topic. We don't talk about enough. The core statutes are pretty much wire fraud and the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. And one of the things that really inspired me to look into this a lot and get extremely familiar with it was just watching fairly early in my career, somebody downloaded a few text files, published some IMEIs, and went to jail. And then much later in my career, one of our local Pacific Northwest hackers ended up packing a large bank and also going to jail. And just the aplomb with which these sorts of folks are sent to jail with at least what appear to many of us to be we just do these things a lot and then you do them in sort of the wrong way, and the difference is between many years in prison or nothing / accolades. And so the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act and the Wire Fraud Statute are the two ways that hackers tend to get prosecuted, and then there's a collection of miscellaneous items. In one of the most recent cases, of course, this access device fraud and aggravated identity theft came up. But this is how they usually charge. Get you for the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act and then something else at least. So we'll concentrate mostly on the CFAA. It has a number of different sections to it. They're not all equally used, but it covers basically these 7 topics. The first one is pretty much never used. The lattermost one is basically ransomware. And then the middle ones, of them, it's mostly, if I remember, 2 and 5 that we see a lot of, stealing information and damaging a computer. So the downloading of PII is typically charged as 1030A2, and then the uploading of malware is typically 1030A5, damaging a computer, and then, of course, the ransomware. Now, they can, as I was saying, put you in jail for quite some time based on this stuff, and a large number of them are felonies, and a later slide will describe. But it's sort of a scheme by which we have devised to throw the book at hackers for straying outside the bounds of what is allowed. So this, for example, is why things like safe harbor programs and bug bounties are so ridiculously important, so that you don't end up getting the book thrown at you if somebody decides that what you were doing was in fact not what they wanted you to be doing. Now, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act is a very interesting sort of piece of legislation because these things are not the most objective terms in the world. And if you're interested in this, actually, you can find it. It's just on justice.gov. It's their internal charging guidelines. So they're not the most objective things in the world, and I'll elucidate in the talk a little bit about why exactly that is. So the point, of course, being to levy very large penalties on hackers for doing the nasty hacking. What this does in society, sort of, I'll branch into a lot of this sort of what is this in society in this talk, is the penalty of felony. This is the worst, absolute worst sorting hat that we have in our society. Basically, if you get charged with something, we declare all of society has the right to know that you were charged with this. And so society's putative right to know that you were one of the people that did the bad thing. We've used this a lot in history, certainly the history of marijuana legislation, among other things, and and most drug policy, honestly, is just replete with examples of this, how we deign as a society to say, well, these people are good and those people are bad, and everybody has a right to know which of these two categories you fall in. Applying this to our work can be very interesting. So, and it's also kind of an expression of severity. Of course, like the 30-second high-level overview is you've got sort of violations, civil infractions, misdemeanors, and then of course felonies. And the felonies are what come with the we're going to greatly curtail your ability to participate in society permanently because of this thing that you have done as a penalty and as sort of incapacitation and protection of other people from you, which are cornerstones of a criminal justice system anywhere in the world. So each of these have their own little criteria for which one is a felony versus which one is a misdemeanor. In this case, in the 1030A2, the stealing of information, the thing that makes it a felony as opposed to a misdemeanor is you used it to make money, you used it to commit another crime or civil tort, it was worth more than $5,000. Related in the case of 1030A4, when you were accessing information for fraud, that one is pretty much always, their guidelines say it's a felony. Also, ransomware, also the same thing, that kind of extortion. And the other one that is commonly used, the damage, this is, they say it elevates it to a felony when you have an annual loss of $5,000 or more, injures someone, impacts their medical care, there's a threat to critical infrastructure, public safety, health, systems related to justice, national security, national defense, or 10 or more protected computers in a year. Now, the reason that I'm going through this is not to stand up here and give legal advice. I, in fact, am not a lawyer at all, much less yours, but it is just to elucidate the context for kind of what I would do if I were allowed to change anything about this. And I'm hoping that you might find something in there that you agree with and talk about it a little bit more. So in the analysis of the CFAA felonies, it seems, based on just a reading of it in its precedent, what Congress set out to do with this was make a felony of actions that you've been killing, maiming, destroying things people depend on, cashing in, or having particularly large or prolific impact, as it was seen from 1986. Updating a little bit for today, however, $5,000 would be a little bit over $16,500 in today's money and ever growing. And is 10 computers really a lot? Now, these are interesting numbers because computers in society, of course, as we all know, have grown greatly in importance over the course of the decades. And to spend $16,500 on a computer, we say, all right, that's where it starts to get serious. If you've destroyed $16,500 worth, no, $5,000 worth of computing equipment. That could be as little as a couple of servers infected with a virus now, but it's one of those thresholds that just magically never changes. Similarly, is 10 computers a lot? Well, remember that this legislation was created in a world where computers looked very much like this. This is an IBM System 370. It's was a fairly common IBM mainframe, turned into the Z architecture. So attack and defense designed for that world looks very different from attack and defense developed for the world in which we live now. This was sort of an era in which a computer was really a big deal. So we set out to define what is a protected computer. A protected computer is one where you're a bank, financial institution, large company, multi-state network. Of course, the interstate commerce thing here comes again. A lot of mainframes existed. These are protected computers. They're being used for some protected purpose. Now, imagine the world of the 1980s, where you've got these lines occasionally, maybe a couple of leased lines exist, they're running asynchronous transfer mode, the OSI protocol stack is still used, you dial into something, do your batch operation and go away, maybe you mail a deck of cards around. A computer doing something that is multi-state is a little bit more of a big deal. A computer that's doing something financial is a little bit more of a big deal in this world. There's lots of mainframes. You can do little things to them that make the whole thing knock over. It's relatively easy. I wish I would have put a picture of an IBM lace card or IBM doily up here. It's a card in which you've punched all positions, you insert it into the middle of the deck, and it crashes everything. It jams the card reader. You can't move forward. It's as though you put like a little block on top of a hard disk platter or something. Very damaging. Doesn't really exist anymore. A computer was a really big deal, both in terms of it was a big capital asset that you put in place somewhere, and it's also a big deal in terms of it is a mighty pain to fix it, even just one little bit. Incident response, very different thing back then, involved a lot more screwdrivers. So this, for example, was probably not a protected computer. The add-on for this, it's an Apple IIc, if I recall. It's very expensive to connect it to the internet. Not a lot of people did. Not a lot of people could afford it. There wasn't really a lot of reason to. Because in the era where the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act was created, this didn't exist yet. This is the first website. Tim Berners-Lee made it at CERN. It's just a little bit of text. There were about 10 of them. He has a list of all of them on this site somewhere. And this was the internet. And this was the internet after the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act was formalized and passed into law. So you had your programs on disks. Sometimes you typed them in from magazines. You did not download and run things. It simply did not exist. There was kind of email, but it was sort of a local thing to an institution. At Dartmouth, ours has been renamed. It used to be called Blitz because they named it before email was really a thing that people talked about. So, a very, very, very different kind of world. You didn't get phishing emails where you would open it and then there would be an exe and you would download a virus. In fact, there weren't exes. You typed the program in from a book or you had it on a disk somewhere that you inserted or read it off a cassette tape. Network was a very, very, very big deal too. You might have at home an acoustic modem that your employer gave you. You might dial into a computer. Maybe some places that you did business with, like the city or the library or something, you could dial into just that computer. You'd get a terminal screen. You could type some commands in at it. You didn't really scan the network. If you were a phone freak, you kind of just dialed random numbers, and if you heard a modem screaming at you, you're like, well, that's interesting. I'll dial that again with the acoustic coupler. But that's about as far as it went. So if you were doing one of these things, you were doing it with some degree of intentionality, either to explore, most likely, to destroy things a little bit, but the sort of scan the whole internet, spray and pray attack style, this wasn't really a thing yet. Didn't really work. Computers were largely sitting ducks in these days. There was very little in the way of access control, certainly not a lot in the way of firewalls, IDSs. Virus scanners were just beginning to be a thing. You didn't do it for long, and you didn't do it at long distance. You'd tie up your phone line, or the long distance bill would be incredible. If you had computers that were persistently connected together, either it was because you laid a line across your university campus all by yourself, or you had a T1 that you leased from the phone company at ruinous expense to connect them together at high speed. This was very, very, very rare. Hackers were also very different in those days. Viruses mostly written for fun and bragging rights. A lot of worms, your computer would pop up a message when it booted, "You are stoned," and that would be the extent of the virus, and you would have to reinstall its operating system or put in a new disk or something if you wanted to get rid of the virus. And they were kind of mischievous, they would spread. It was very cool to play Conway's Game of Life, but in real life. You would put your thing on a floppy disk, and then it would do something like any computer that disk was inserted into would now get the virus and replicate it again, maybe with some minor modification onto the floppy disk. This wasn't crimeware. No one was really going around ransoming, stealing a whole bunch of PII, and in fact, you really couldn't, because your virus could spread from computer to computer to computer, but you could hardly have a CNC. And if you did, you'd have to have the phone somewhere that they could dial, and the phone company would know it's you, game over. No, it wasn't really a thing. You didn't go through multiple hops in this way. International communication was expensive, unusual, and loud. This was the era in which if you got an international phone call from overseas, someone would go interrupt you, and you would stop doing whatever you were doing and answering that, knowing that they were paying $1 a minute to talk to you. How about today? Well, international networks are ubiquitous. There are near corporate ransomware gangs, like wages, benefits kinds of affairs, private cloud kind of affairs. They're always connected. They're always involved. Computers are everywhere, doing everything all the time, and they all talk to each other constantly. And we don't even know who they're all talking to when we use them, which is new. And ubiquitous interstate commerce. You don't even think about doing interstate commerce. You used to be like, well, I want to order from these people, but they're out of state, and these people are in state. So order from the people in state. No one really thinks this way anymore that much anyway. So other changes, precedent. The only picture that I had of the Supreme Court, I'm sorry, it's the front door. There have been a few cases that have changed the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, but not a lot of them. Just a couple come to mind. The first one is Van Buren. It's a 2021 case that lays out what we call this gates up, gates down sort of philosophy. I don't think they really specified in the opinion whether gates up was secure or gates down was secure, but the meaning is roughly equivalent. To make access criminal, there must have been at least some attempt to protect the system. Don't confuse this with the definition of protected system in the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. It means a completely different thing. But to make access criminal, there has to at least have been something beyond the TOS. This was very important. It resolved as what's called a circuit split, where some federal circuits decide one way and others the other way on a particular issue, and one of those issues was whether violating the terms of service of a website or something was a criminal act. This case resolved that for good and said, no, you can't make private laws that apply to the public by just typing things into terms of service and then anyone who passes through it goes to jail if they don't listen to you. That's absurd. So we don't know, however, how much you have to do beyond that. We know that the terms of service isn't enough. Telling you to explicitly stop personally might be enough. We just don't know, do you have to have like good practice or do you have to have done anything at all? The other one that was a year later was a case called HiQ Labs versus LinkedIn. Here, access to openly published information is not criminal. At least there's that. You can crawl the internet all you like and they can't send you to jail because they don't appreciate that you did it. These cases are not the most sympathetic, by the way. I just want to get that out there. Van Buren was a police officer who was selling access to the police information database in Georgia, apparently. That's what the charge says, and it wasn't the best. It was sorted. And HiQ Labs was actually scraping LinkedIn data for their own purposes, basically privacy invasion at scale, said LinkedIn. But they figured, well, okay, this is a civil matter. It's not necessarily a criminal matter. So these two at least weaken it a little bit, and they say, well, it's not the case. Before Van Buren, Reinhardt didn't like this act very much and said the CFAA threatens to criminalize all sorts of innocuous conduct engaged in daily by ordinary citizens. That is, accessing a website, sharing your password for a streaming service. Well, if you're sharing a password for a streaming service, sorry against the TOS, you're moving a password around. That looks like trafficking in passwords to me. So we've depended a lot on prosecutorial discretion. I'll get to that. So the circuit split, does the computer need to be defended at all or just have a TOS? And the act is still ambiguous. There's a process in law called codification where you take these precedents and you adjust the statute to say, well, okay, this is what we really meant by it. We're very sorry that we were unclear, says Congress. But that kind of hasn't happened for this. It's still just precedential. So it remains that nobody knows what unauthorized access means. Since 1991. Back in 1991, the Second Circuit prosecuted Morris of the Morris worm fame and held it doesn't really matter what computers he intended to break or not, federal or not. He broke some federal computers, therefore it was a protected system under the definition of the acts, and also authorization in that case. The big issue in that case, he did appeal it. The issue was the jury appropriately instructed on what authorization or unauthorized access meant? And the appeals court, they kept his conviction in place, they upheld it, and they said, well, authorization is a term that needs no definition, it is in common use. You open the dictionary, well, everyone knows what a horse is under the word horse, right, is the most famous example. It's just, yep, authorization. Do you have authorization or don't you? You ought to know. Remember that in 1991, when this term was in common use, most people didn't have internet access. In fact, the internet, the World Wide Web had just become a thing. That was when Tim Berners-Lee website was from. And they decided that it's done. We're already well aware what authorization needs. It needs no explication. So onward to how this ends up actually getting applied. What is proportionate? This is where the prosecutorial discretion actually comes in. Do we really take people and throw them in jail because they shared their video streaming service password with each other? We don't do that. This is one of those things where, okay, we're giving people tools to take the nasty, bad hackers and put them away and make them stop. There aren't a lot of hacker lawyers. There are even fewer hacker federal prosecutors and hacker FBI agents. Bless them all. But good luck to somebody outside of the culture of security professionals who know where the line is, trying to figure out from the outside what constitutes which ones they should pursue and which ones they wouldn't. Reasonable people can disagree all day about whether they get it right. So kind of what I'm leading into is an argument for recodification. The other big issue with this law is how are damages calculated? And this was something that if you look at the history of the case of pursuant to the Capital One hack, you can see a lot of machinations about how the damages were calculated. The algorithm is effectively, as any good lawyer, well, literally anything that you can link to this, please go link to it, and then we'll sort out which ones of these are not useful to us later. So you're looking at things like your direct costs, like, okay, this hacker came in and they ran up our cloud bill and they wrecked so many servers and hard disks, and we had to spend this many hours restoring things from backup and doing this and that. Maybe we violated all these contracts and we broke our SLA. But also things like indirect costs, like consultant costs for remediation are in there, however much the consultant charges. Little things like, okay, these uplifts in information security that we really ought to have done anyway, keeping our logs in order, running them through analytics, this kind of stuff, tend also to be included. And then this all comes from a doctrine that is basically the eggshell skull doctrine in law, which says if you go and assault someone on the street, it didn't matter that you didn't know that their bones were paper thin and you killed them when you only intended to like knock them over or some other, you intended to do something bad, you did something much worse than you intended, you still did something much worse than you intended, and we're gonna penalize you for that. So the eggshell skull doctrine applies very strangely to the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, because the equivalent is your bad logging and your lack of a disaster recovery plan. So what is the penalty? The costs are laid on the hacker as restitution, fines, and jail. You saw before many of the penalties were gated on whether the damage was over that critical $5,000 threshold. Millions upon millions of dollars sometimes assessed. Ability to pay is of course not considered. So good luck collecting. But the costs are laid on the hacker as restitution as part of the penalty. But who? Who is this hacker? Who's indicted? Do they care? There's a flag on this slide. I don't think they care all that much. So, get them. I don't think foreign state actors are going to answer our court summonses. They're not meaningfully deterred by American law. We're unlikely to wage war to capture them. If in one of the previous talks there was some discussion of a very, very wide-scale Chinese implant in this room earlier, I don't think if we figure out the big names and faces behind that, we're going to succeed in extraditing them from China. We're not meaningfully deterring folks like this. In fact, they're heavily incentivized by the jurisdiction that can deter them. And indicting threat actors who are employed by hostile foreign nations is effectively the equivalent of sovereign whining. We're very angry. We're going to do something about it. Here's if any of you have seen the FBI indictment of the various GRU agents responsible for one thing or another, I wish I put this up on my slide. It's like, what is the point of doing this? It has some effect, but the effect is mostly to say we are very displeased. And don't send those people as diplomats to the US. So, if you can't arrest all the GRU's hackers, what do you do? This again, I'll tie back to, but I just want to introduce this concept that a public trust in society often comes with a duty to safeguard, and this is something that we recognize in many other contexts, but curiously not typically in the context of you getting hacked. So it is important to the functioning of society that you be able to put a high degree of trust in the computer systems that you use and depend on all day, in particular the computer systems that do things like decide whether you're allowed to eat food or decide whether you're allowed to live in a house. Kind of very important. So I pulled this example from cryptocurrency. There's a paper, you can read it if you want. It is kind of a glowing paper about cryptocurrency, but one thing that it does say is in their user survey of 990 users in 2017, so a grain of salt, quite a long time ago, but it has only developed since then. Certainly value fluctuation in the money was viewed as a high risk. Of course it is, it's so volatile, but below that, the next two things about which people are worried are both about hacking. They say, we're not too keen on this cryptocurrency thing because we don't trust that there won't be a vulnerability in our hosted wallets or that someone won't put malware on our machine and steal all of our money. And then we can never get it back again, of course. I'm not going to give a talk about cryptocurrency, but the point of this is to say, if 18% of users, this is elsewhere in the paper, not in the graph, are reporting coin theft due to hackers, and most people who are using this thing say this is the big risk and we're scared off by using it, it's a very strong demonstration that confidence in the systems is the same as confidence in our society. So trust strengthens institutions, right? Society provides us a financial system, communication facilities, and records of formal social relations. And as to the extent that we can trust that those records are true, that is the extent to which we feel confident participating in these aspects of the society that we've made, and that is the attachment that we have to our social institutions. So society is strengthened when the people who are charged with the protection of these institutions actually do so. This turns from a let's avoid the nuisance, let's avoid financial loss into a nation-building question. So the sociology of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, however, well, it's socially normative in the United States because it's a piece of legislation, and if you ignore its norms, you go to jail. It's very Foucault. And it basically says this: if you're participating in conventional American society, you better not be a hacker. And if something is hacked, it's you, the counter-normative person in society, that we're going to blame for this because you're the one that didn't follow the rules. What a profound statement. Is that really what we want to do? I mean, hackers are, of course, a pretty counter-normative bunch. In fact, many people will say that we're good at what we do because we're such a counter-normative bunch. And because so much of our behavior has been normed out of society, we have those unique insights. We can hack things. We can use things in ways that they weren't intended, to do things that they were never intended to do. Do we really want to continue to enforce a norm like that with the level of force that we're using with these many, many, many years in jail and many millions of dollars of restitution? And I'm not by any means saying what we should do is we should norm a Wild West scenario of going around and destroying computers left and right just because they can be. But there is a balance to be struck here. So what does reform look like? And this is the part of the talk where I have said this many times to many different contexts, but the more people who talk about it and the more people who understand why you might want to do something like this, the better. And my hope is that everyone here will understand sort of that change is possible, that a better world might look like something else. Have some of your own ideas, talk to people about it. The only way that we can change parts of society is by speaking those changes into existence. So that process of codification that I was talking about earlier, saying, all right, the law passed, no one knew what it meant, the court told us what it meant, now we should maybe go back and revisit it to make sure that it means what we wanted it to mean. This unauthorized thing exposes a very deeper moral, right? There's almost a hierarchy of harms here toward people who are getting hacked. On the low end, we have, well, that's not what we wanted. You know, we really appreciate it if you use this resource this way and not that way. You know, above that is, well, that's very pesky and annoying. You're causing us a lot of loss, and we really would like you to stop. You know, your bot is knocking over our website, using it too much. Above that, we're getting into the things where I would agree, you know, the text of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act actually does have a pretty good role in dealing with these kinds of things. Highly damaging to critical infrastructure, maybe even loss of life. You're knocking over hospitals. People are dying of preventable deaths because there was hacking and it damaged something inappropriate. I would like to point out as well, just kind of as an adjunct, anecdotally, ransomware gang operators seem to have a social norm amongst themselves, as we have studied these groups and dumps of their chat rooms and this and that, that crossing this line between pesky and annoying and highly damaging to property and life is one to cross with some caution and be selective about against whom you cross this line. Ransomware gangs do not particularly love when their affiliates knock over hospitals, power plants, draw the attention of the government, draw the attention of their own government where they may be domiciled, do something that becomes politically important. So if even they can acknowledge this, surely also. And then, of course, the last one, threats to civil society. This is like you pull some implant that, as somebody discussed earlier, we're causing mass calls to 911 for whatever reason because something has gone awry in our house, this sort of threat to civil society. It's hard for one statute to do all of this justice, certainly one that kind of conflates these things and sorts them out based on the thing to which they were done and whether or not they crossed a low dollar value threshold, rather than sort of why was this done, what was the full scale impact of this thing. So what's the goal then of a better statute? Well, we only have so many things that we can do with United States law. We can prevent the operation of ransomware gangs in the United States, certainly. We can steer people in the United States toward pro-social behavior, rehabilitative justice rather than branding people on the forehead that they're a felon for life. Assign responsibility where responsibility is actually due and address the things that we can actually address. So rather than indicting, you know, random foreign intelligence agents, what can we actually address? I have about 5 changes to propose with this, and then a few closing steps, and then we'll branch into questions. The first one is this notion of a cyber vandalism infraction. Not everything in law has to generate a criminal record. There are options to deal with behavior in our society, even within the criminal justice system, what a shocker, that involves something other than dragging people out of bed at 3 in the morning under force of arms and throwing them in jail for a decade. We could probably stand to address things like website defacements, nuisance hacking, little DDoS attacks over games and things like this in this way. Say, all right, the proverbial slap on the wrist, at least the first time. Could you please do something useful with your life? Community service, probation, fine, but treat it like graffiti, not like a national security threat, because that's fundamentally what it is. You know, for everyone who is in our field defending systems today, I would hazard that a very large number, if not the majority, have at least at one point in their lives done something that affected more than 10 computer systems or maybe cost somebody more than $5,000 in incident response to fix. And then, you know, now we're here doing this. It happens. So stop making felons of bored vandals and teenagers. It's kind of futile. Currently, there is nothing in the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act or any of those additional charges that I mentioned earlier, such as aggravated identity theft, access device fraud, that is just an infraction. The second one is to preempt this sort of bundling up with wire fraud. You occasionally see the argument in case text where we argue, as of course there are far too few hacker lawyers, we argue this, that when you take a password and you say, hey computer, this is my password, that you have committed fraud. Now, fraud is a legal term, very specific definition. Fraud is you told me something that wasn't true, and in consequence of this, I gave you something of value. Those are the elements of fraud. If that's the primary issue, if the issue is, regardless of whether it had the trappings of computers, you told me something that wasn't true and then I sent you a huge wire transfer, and you did it over the telephone, this is just wire fraud. We don't need to tie it up with these issues of, okay, you logged into a computer and did this versus you just did this. If that's the primary issue, just do it like that. We really also conversely should not call it wire fraud when there wasn't really anyone who was defrauded, right? You told the computer, this is my password, and then it gave you some services. There are also theft of service. We view theft of service as dramatically less important punitively as wire fraud, which is very much a you have your hand in someone's pocket and you're stealing unbounded amounts of money from them. Another change would be potentially impose a duty to secure at least some of your computers. So that eggshell skull doctrine, right, it's very important in our society because what it does operatively is it prevents you from having a general duty to armor yourself. You don't have to go about in Kevlar all the time because people are not allowed to assume that you're fairly resilient when they take a swing at you on the street. That's what that's for. It's not for this. It is not really there to indemnify the levers open of barn doors, the banks with tin vaults, and other egregious careless behavior. So why do we have a statute that operates to protect that kind of thing? We shouldn't adjudge computer crimes as though the evil hacker came in and robbed an otherwise peaceful rainbows and butterflies computer system that was otherwise basically unprotected. Even if individuals should merit this kind of protection, large institutions should have certain obligations. The law should acknowledge the massive power imbalance between individuals and large institutions such as banks. This is particularly important because we don't necessarily want to have a society in which each individual is responsible, as we do now, unfortunately, for detecting every phishing attempt, for randomizing every password, for making sure that they never install a virus, et cetera, ad nauseum. Another potential change that we could embark on is limit the damages. Say, all right, direct loss, fine, direct loss. You know, somebody broke into your stuff and they actually caused you some amount of damage, and it wasn't because of some problem that you created, it was because they got the better of you and they caused you a huge amount of damage. How much value was impaired on your balance sheet? This kind of stuff is direct loss. However, one wonders why it is necessary to include work that frankly needed to be done anyway. You know, things like making sure that your logging is in order, taking an inventory of all of your systems, actually performing some scans, checking that your builds and software are what you think that they are. building out your corporate DRP in some cases, right? Settlements and lawsuits that you had to pay because a civil court found that you were negligent in protecting the information. This stuff doesn't really seem like the evil hacker came in and caused you a whole bunch of damage. This seems like blaming somebody for your own kind of not having fulfilled your duty. And this is, I really, really, really want to emphasize that, because this is equivalent, impose a duty to defend. In other contexts, like with HIPAA, we do impose this duty. We say, all right, if you're going to store protected health information, you have to be at least, this good. You have to do the following practices, you have to do the following audits, you have to make sure that you've got this in order, because people are trusting you with this information, right? Not every entity has these rules, and they're not all equivalent. A lot of them are a kind of a hodgepodge. It's very expensive consultants to figure out what you even have to do. And sometimes you don't really have to do anything at all. So we'll notice, for example, that in these large bank hacks, the bank doesn't tend to be charged. Even though they had the resources to prevent it most often and then they chose not to, even if the problem was something like a security misconfiguration and they just didn't audit it, they keep cutting their security program year after year after year, more people in this room become unemployed. The pen test becomes a little check in the box that you have to do in an afternoon rather than over the course of a month. The scope is very tightly limited because they don't want to hear the findings. You've all been there. We've all been there. This stuff operates to weaken that public trust and frankly also to weaken society because the public trust is not being met. So really we would benefit a great deal from a definition of what these public trusts are. Rather than saying you damaged 10 computers when a computer was a huge mainframe and it came on a semi-truck, now you've damaged 10 computers, you probably have 10 computers within 2 yards of you right now. Rather than doing that, perhaps we should concentrate on the human dimension. How many people were actually affected by this? And concentrate as well on what are the baseline duties that you have to do. You have to at least install patches. You have to protect your systems with passwords. You have to get a pen test done. Maybe there are some other best practices that we could follow. Maybe, well, okay, it's mitigating that you didn't even go through ISO 27002. You were missing all of these controls. You don't even know what is coming or going in your network. You've never heard of a firewall. Maybe the hacker isn't to blame for this. And the reason that this is so particularly important, out of all of the things that I have said, this duty to defend is most critical. The last time that I raised this in a different context, more directly toward the government, I simply got told, well, this sounds a lot like victim blaming, doesn't it? Like, well, not really. I'm having a hard time having empathy for the bank that decided to lay off its information security team. Really, really, really I am. This isn't in any way the equivalent of saying, well, you better make sure that you don't present yourself as vulnerable in public. At all. It is categorically different. And in fact, the people who are most vulnerable in public are, the people who are depending on these institutions naively. They don't have our expertise. They're not going through and saying, this bank's website looks like it's from 1995 and acts like it too, I'm going to go with a different bank. Or if they are, maybe they're doing that and the new one is full of trackers and ends up leaking all of their bank account details to a third-party tracking provider anyway, and some attackers get it anyway, and you don't know unless you're looking. And people shouldn't have to. So the duty to defend is in fact the opposite of victim blaming. The duty to defend is to say, you have to protect the people that depend on you, who are actually the victims in this case. The law says that the bank is the victim of the hack, but really, is it the bank? Is it the bank's shareholders, or is it all of the people who couldn't use their bank account, their debit card is turned off because it was stolen, fraudulent credit cards opened in their name because the bank leaked their PII? That seems more like a victim to me. And we currently blame them, by the way, all the time. And then the last policy point that I sort of wanted to raise is just sort of food for thought, is to recognize this concept called principal agency. There was a very interesting case in Canada last year. An airline had a chatbot. The chatbot made all kinds of promises you wouldn't even believe. Yeah, we'll refund that, we'll interline you onto a new airline, we'll get you there. And of course they didn't, right? And the consumer said, hey, wait a minute, they told me. And the court said, yep, they told you all right, because this computer that the airline didn't really control, it's a chatbot, how are you going to, anyone in this room can make a chatbot say whatever they want it to say. But they said, well, this concept of principal agency says, I'm the principal, I tell you to do something on my behalf, you're the agent. If somebody else talks to you, it's like they're talking to me. Can a chatbot be an agent? That court said, absolutely. Can a web server be an agent? Well, if it says 200 OK, here's your bank balance, says 200 OK, of course you may have this list of serial numbers. Says 200 OK, yep, you're allowed to watch this movie. Is it really up to you to second guess it and say, well, in this whole Byzantine and complex system, what did the employees of this corporation that I have never talked to and can never talk to want? That is a little bit odd. Better to recognize principal agency and says if you publish something, I don't put my secrets, I don't write them down in a book and put them in the public library and hope that nobody knows the call number. That would be very strange behavior, but on the internet we do it all the time when we put a thing, just kind of publish it, put it in GitHub, publish our private keys, put something on a web page that anyone can just download with a URL that they can easily find. That sort of conduct, downloading that file, has been charged. It probably should not be chargeable because we should probably recognize that the computer as an agent said, yeah, you can have that. So those are all of my policy proposals. I've, of course, left the requisite 10 minutes for question, but I did want to point out one additional policy thing previously. My colleagues had just published this report, hot off the press, from Chaos to Capability. Describes sort of a similar but unrelated going through of unleashing the capability of people like us to actually fix the problem. And says, well, the private market is pretty good at building capability for exploits. Why do we keep this so close to the chest and say, well, this is use of force. The military can do these exploits, but we're not going to trust you with it, which kind of is the same, not the same. The report contains nothing that I just talked about. I didn't participate in its writing, but it just goes to say, I think that the tide of the times to change that we need goes toward, it's not magical lightning bolts coming from my fingers when I'm hacking the computer. It's just stuff that people do. We happen to be really good at it. So let's make sure that we have a society that we live in that allows us to do it in a productive way. So thank you very much. I'll open for questions.
All right, thank you for the talk. Until now, law hasn't, or like criminal law, hasn't done much to change things. But we've been, like, for years, we've been kind of leaning on insurance. Like, so as people get extorted or as damages like go up, then in order to get insurance is more expensive. People have to go through audits. Do you see like that going hand in hand, or do you think the insurance industry is a natural ally to help with getting the law to change?
A decade ago, I was very, very, very bullish on this. My enthusiasm has been somewhat tempered based on an observation of results. I think that if you look at other structures of liability in our society, oftentimes insurance are the people who are applying kind of a one-size-fits-all, you must do the following irrational things or forgo the following things that seem completely and utterly harmless because the insurance policy simply cannot be customized enough to meet your own individual needs. And computers have so many varied things that they can do. We have seen some good results. I mean, there are a lot of penetration tests that occur because an insurance company will refuse to pay out your damages. We've also seen some negative results. In fact, one of the first things that ransomware gangs go for is to figure out if they can get your insurance policy documents to see how much they can ding you for. And this is a rapidly developing area. I hope that it converges upon we actually just have to defend the systems and then everything else falls into place.
Okay, so do you think it would help if we legalized ransomware?
I think that that's a very interesting perspective, and I think the first thing that I want to know is why you think that would help. And, the legalizing of ransomware, I mean, why, right? This is sort of similar to the, should we have a group of people who is empowered under some kind of cyber letter of marque type operation to go through and do penetration testing of general public systems? And if you think about whether that is okay, it might help to crystallize whether this much more, should we then be allowed to use force to make our demand that we get paid in this context? Should that be allowed? It is an interesting moral question. I think I leave open whether it ought to be the case that everybody should be required to operate some kind of vulnerability disclosure program or bug bounty program. And in practice, we are seeing that more and more, if you want people to actually buy your software and services, that they will require you to operate such a program.
So what is the incentive for legislators to change the laws here? Because right now they have a big hammer and they get to choose how they use it. Why would they allow a smaller hammer?
It is a different hammer. It is about capability. Certainly, I think as more people become aware of the performative nature of indicting foreign threat actors that we will never be able to bring to answer in a way that will never actually cause us less problems, becomes a kind of a theater that will be less and less and less effective over time. We need some lever to hold accountable the people who are actually allowing these constant hacks to continue and cause chaos in our society. And so taking away the hammer that allows you to absolutely swat that mosquito and replacing it with a hammer that says, but the people who can do something about this actually do have to do something about this, may actually be a preferable scenario, even if your view of government is that government seeks to accumulate power, which is a perfectly legitimate view.
Maybe on the opposite end of the spectrum from the previous question, do you think that are there any cases where you would have to have this, and even these dialogues with your change number 2, the one about wires? So there are some crimes that they have aggravated, like let's say you murder a family member, a politician, or a political activist. Do you think that there are still frauds in computer science that should be deemed more serious?
Well, if you reach into a banking system and you start sending yourself wire transfers out of somebody's general fund, that sounds like wire fraud to me. If you go around and poke in the network a little bit and maybe you create a couple of VMs, this sounds a little bit less like wire fraud, and I think that the work to make these definitions clear really needs to be done. But in practice, what has been happening is these two often are tied together hand in hand, and there's not much distinction made. And I think that when you force people over that line and you say, well, you're already a felon, you can't be a double felon, maybe we're really denying ourselves the opportunity to appropriately treat the more serious conduct.
Why do you think that market forces or like financial values tend to drive these laws or be the primary drivers of these laws in contrast to like the human piece that you talked about? And above that really, and then also if you could scroll back to the slide that talked about the interpretation of risk for people in crypto, the chart you had.
Yep, getting there. That one.
Yeah. Oh, oops.
Oh, where did it go? Sorry, I don't have the number. There we go.
So we're saying that like for the denial of service attack, the 51% saying that it's low risk.
Mm-hmm.
And then only 32% saying it's high risk. That's how you interpret that?
Yeah, that most people felt that denial of service attack was a very low risk, although some people felt that it was a very high risk.
Okay, cool. All right, I just want to make sure I was interpreting the chart right. But yeah, my question about market forces and why that tends to drive legislation and prioritization of that instead of the human impact there.
I don't know that market forces necessarily do drive legislation. My experience is that what drives legislation tends to be people clamoring for it, and there are certain structures of clamoring for it which might be done by corporate interests or by private individual forces. The zeitgeist follows certain rules. It's out of scope of this. But I think that if I had to say a couple of things about that topic more broadly, another thing that this chart shows kind of as a corollary is that people are astonishingly bad at determining risk in general. And we all know it. Relying on people to prioritize for themselves what to mitigate means that if this is to be gone by, the very most important thing that you can do is hedge all of your assets, and then below that is preventing them all from getting stolen wholesale by a stealer. So I think that that's why Certainly when we see, well, this person went and they hacked the bank, they hacked the phone company, they did it. We have a sort of knee-jerk response to that that doesn't really correlate and in fact operates at a wholly different level of abstraction, both policy and like just psychologically from what is required to actually fix the problem.
Thank you.
So in your list of solutions, you have kind of imposing a duty to secure and duty to defend. Did you imagine that kind of working through regulation, working through civil liability, or even criminal liability for kind of falling short of that duty?
Well, we already have some civil duty to defend. Certainly every time that somebody gets hacked like this, there's a criminal case against the hacker, and within the criminal case against the hacker, most often is the civil case against the entity hacked. And this goes back to, well, this happened because of you we breached our duty. It is the because of you that we breached our duty that I'm trying to attack a little bit here and say, well, maybe that's, you know, that's the one that hit you, but of all the rocks that hit your windshield, do you blame the rocks? It's a little bit sticky, but I would actually advocate that a criminal duty to defend is probably a good answer here. Some people have told me very cynically that what this in fact does is it puts a larger moat around existing entrenched actors. What I actually think about it though is that when all that you're doing is fining people, your ability to influence people who have unbounded sums of money is extraordinarily limited. And it becomes an economic decision whether you should bother to protect the public trust, which doesn't seem to me the correct lever to produce the desired outcome.
Right.
All right, another question. You talked about the lack of hacker prosecutors, lack of hacker, I don't know, assembly people. But even more rare is hacker judges. So our ability to make like sense out of the laws that already exist or our way to interpret it, that's very rare for a judge to go and actually learn a programming language just to be able to do a case. It's happened, but like once. Do you think that we have a way to influence the judicial system to help because they have to interpret what our rights are? Or do you think that it's the best way is to try to influence the staff members that that support the senators and people that think the internet's a series of tubes?
It's all the same. It's all the same. I could give a whole talk about why I don't hate that metaphor as much as maybe I ought to, but when decisions are rendered, the inputs to the decisions are manifold. I think I believe it was the Van Buren case in which the court described generally in public statements about the case. We're a court, we'll need experts to explain this. You know, we're experts in law, we're not experts in that. They do listen. Certainly serving as an expert witness, very, very, very helpful to society in general, even if it doesn't pay well and causes you unending amounts of legal liability. But beyond that, decisions are also often rendered with reference to the congressional record, so doing things like telling staffers about this and making sure that in the large colloquium published in the Federal Register when they make regulations and in the congressional record of what the debate said, there is some discussion of these kinds of trade-offs in a technical term. That information absolutely makes its way into the judicial system. I gotta go? I gotta go. Thank you.
I'm Malcolm. I'm one of the organizers of BSidesPDX. I am going to make some tiny little closing remarks, and then we're all going to enjoy yourselves for the rest of the day. So first day done, was it good? Okay, here's the part where you all clap a lot. Board of directors, these are the people who keep the organization running. These are all the people who make sure that the talks are awesome. These are all the people who actually make this thing happen. And I'm actually going to shout some out. Sam did a fantastic job with the catering. Rebecca, oh my God, Rebecca, thank you. You did a fantastic job. Mickey and Brian, of course. Brian does our video and streaming every year, and he is just a consummate professional. Shady does our volunteer stuff. It's been fantastic. Evan brought the CTF back again for the second year in a row. I think Reg went reasonably well. And that's all on Ron and Brian. And me and Joe are the main organizers, so anything that went wrong today, you can blame it on us, okay? Cool. And thank you to PSU. We love this space. We love working with them. They're super easy to work with, and we're actually going to be coming back here next year. So, thank you to all of our lovely sponsors. There are several levels. These are our platinum, and these two as well. I'm just going to read them off because they really helped us put on this thing. BPM, Formal, Chain Guard, Conductor 1, LMG and Profit, yay. CoTool AI, Eclipsium, and Isaka were all gold sponsors, as were Palo Alto Securing Hardware and Spectre Ops. Identity Technologies, ISSA, and No Starch Press were all silver sponsors, and we really thank them for that. And, as much as we love our community, we love the organizations that also help our community, like EFF, and also Hacker Tracker, which just literally reached out to me and said, like, yo, you're doing a con, right? Can we post your schedule online where everybody can see it and have a cool app? And we're like, yes. So yay, Hacker Tracker. All right, the CTF is, all the online challenges are done for the night. It's going to be coming back on at 11 a.m. tomorrow, but flag submission will be open all night. So there are some social engineering challenges, I understand, that you can maybe do this evening. And Hackboat and BSides 2026. The boat is Friday, June 5th. BSides, we're going to be back here Friday and Saturday, October 23rd and 24th. Tickets to Hackboat are available. It is a boat. There is limited seating. If you want to be on the boat, you should probably get a ticket now. All right, cool. Immediately behind you, in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I hope. That soft air wall should be opening up very soon. There's going to be appetizers, beer, and wine. Tip your bartenders. They work super hard. And we'll see you all tomorrow for another day of this, all right? Oh, let's just go back to the front. All right, thanks. We're going to get that wall open and we can all go have a drink.